Ancient Mesopotamia, the land of Sumer, Assyria, Babylon, a place where the supernatural was a part of everyday life. It is in this world that unseen forces could bring disease or misfortune, and of course, specialized practitioners wielded the arcane knowledge to counteract them. In fact, the word occult in the ancient Mesopotamian context encompasses a broad range of hidden arts: divination, exorcism, incantations, necromancy, and in general magic rituals that to us might seem like something out of a story. But to Mesopotamians, they were a serious part of life and a very real part of history. But occult knowledge in Mesopotamia was not something that was forbidden or fringe. It was often part of learned tradition and general religious practice. The people of Sumer and Akkad, and later Babylonia and Assyria, believed that the world was teeming with invisible forces. Ghosts, demons, and gods could influence human lives, and magic was just the tool that we needed to manage these forces. This is unlike, say, ancient Egypt, which developed extensive guidebooks for the afterlife. Mesopotamia's approach to the supernatural was pragmatic and quite varied. Knowledge of spells and omens were cultivated by scholarly priests, and by the 3rd millennium BCE we find cuneiform texts recording incantations and protective spells. In fact, the Sumerian word for ghost, gidim, appears on tablets as far back as the early dynastic period, 2900 to 2330 BCE. That certainly indicates a deep-seated belief in these occult practices. Of course, the Mesopotamians imagined themselves in a demon-haunted world. If someone fell ill or sudden misfortune struck, it was commonly attributed to malevolent forces. And it is this mindset that we are brought here to discuss today. Ancient Mesopotamian occultism. What a topic. Allow me to welcome you, first, not just to the video, but to the channel. Always good manners to say hello to any newcomers. And if you've not yet clicked the subscribe button, perhaps you'd feel inclined to do so, along with leaving a like and a comment down below. It certainly helps push us out in the algorithm, and then more people can experience videos like this, and, well, we can somewhat fight the brain rot on this platform. Now, you will be able to enjoy this video from start to finish completely uninterrupted, because it's completely ad-free, along with all the other videos on the channel. You won't have any pesky ads coming up in the middle to disrupt the experience. This is possible due to the support we receive on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation through either Super Thanks or the Patreon PayPal link, rather. You can find all these links in the pinned comment, video description, and the channel description. Now, with all that being said, welcomes out of the way and e-begging done for, let us get on to the topic for today: Mesopotamian occultism. So let's first understand its practitioners and how they were trained. You see, far from being outsiders, many occult practitioners were just part of the apparatus of the intellectual elite. Young scribes in Mesopotamia underwent a rigorous education in reading and writing cuneiform, often starting in a tablet school called an eduba, or perhaps under a family tutor if they had one. After mastering the basics, a student could specialize in one of several advanced disciplines. First, divination, barutu, interpreting divine omens from sources like animal entrails, celestial movements, or strange birth defects. Diviners were consulted to reveal the god's will or predict the future. Then we had incantation and exorcism, which is ashputu, the domain of the exorcist, the ashipu, who used spells and rituals to dispel evil influences, whether demons, curses, or ghosts, whichever one it was. They were effectively occult doctors who addressed those supernatural afflictions. And then we had lamentation, that is Kaluto. The lamentation priest, called the Kalu, would perform chants and prayers to appease gods in rituals. Now, while not magic in the demonic sense, this was another specialization in the broader religious toolkit. Through this advanced training, exorcists and diviners became basically scholar priests. They studied and copied tablets containing centuries-old magical texts. Many texts were written in Sumerian, a language no longer spoken in the first millennium BCE, but preserved as a sacred tongue for incantations. A would-be exorcist had to memorize and master countless incantation formulas, rituals, and proper liturgy to call on gods like A, the patron of wisdom, or Shamash, the sun god and judge, for help. And this was esoteric knowledge, often passed down from father to son. Indeed, some families specialized in the occult art for generations. For example, in the city of Sippar, a prominent family in the 6th century BCE served as exorcists over multiple generations, and left behind an archive of about 300 tablets recorded to their profession. Well, 2/3 of their library was practical business documents, but about 1/3 consisted of magico-medical texts, recipes for remedies and incantations to treat various ailments caused by spirits or sorcery. This shows how integrated the occult was within both scholarship and daily life. Exorcists were, at the same time, healers, priests, and also respected intellectuals. But it is important to distinguish between legitimate magic practitioners, like the Ashibu or Bauru, who operated within that sanctioned religious framework, from the sorcerers who abused malevolent magic, that is, Kishbu in Akkadian. The Mesopotamians did not have a concept of witchcraft, you see, as a separate sort of entity within the magical world, but rather Kishbu referred to harmful magic. Essentially, anybody trying to harness spells to injure or just curse somebody, doing bad things, basically. Those who practice such dark arts, now we might call them witches or warlocks, I suppose, were feared and despised. In contrast, the exorcists and diviners were viewed as very positive figures, using occult knowledge for protection and healing. The moral distinction is even reflected in Mesopotamian law. The Babylonian Code of Hammurabi from 1750 BCE has a provision addressing witchcraft. If someone was accused of casting a deadly spell on another, but the accusation could not be proven, the accuser would be put to death for a false accusation. Well, this certainly would discourage anybody from reporting it, I suppose. But if the accusation had some basis, the accused had to undergo an ordeal by water, that is, plunging into the sacred river. Surviving this trial meant that the person was innocent, and the accuser would be executed. Drowning was taken as proof of guilt, and you wouldn't need to execute the accused because, well, they were already dead at the bottom of the river. In any case, it's quite a remarkable law, and it shows two things. First, that the belief in harmful magic was strong enough to warrant a trial by ordeal. Second, that misuse of magic was a serious offense. In Mesopotamia, at that time, there was good magic, sanctioned and rather appreciated, respected by society, and of course, bad magic, somewhat less respected and punishable by death. Now, what about the witch? Because we mentioned that word, didn't we? We can use it in Mesopotamian law. Well, a bit of a shadowy figure, typically imagined as someone, often a woman, but not exclusively, who employed magic to harm others for personal gain or just general malice. Surviving texts depict the fears people had of falling victim to curses, illness, loss of love, sudden business failures. Any unexplained suffering might be blamed on an enemy's spell. One text implores the gods to undo a witch's curse, described as an evil thing sent against a man, which has tied him up like a bundle. The anxiety over witches was not unlike later witchcraft panics in other cultures, actually. Except the difference was in Mesopotamia, where there were no mass witch hunts, no government-sanctioned things like that. Instead, afflicted individuals in Mesopotamia would simply hire an exorcist to break the curse. In fact, some of the most elaborate occult rituals from Mesopotamia are counter-witchcraft ceremonies. The pinnacle is a series of tablets known as maklu, meaning burning. Maklu, from the first millennium BCE, is essentially a comprehensive anti-witchcraft manual. Kind of like a ritual or ceremony. A dramatic overnight ceremony to nullify evil spells and destroy the influence of the malevolent witches. One performance of maklu is recorded to have taken place around 670, perhaps on behalf of the Assyrian king himself. The rite began late in the evening. The exorcist invoked the gods of night, such as the moon god, Sin, and stars as witnesses, and then set about burning figurines that represented these suspected witches, along with their demonic allies. As the effigies went up in flames, the priest recited incantations condemning the evil forces to their destruction. We actually have a translated excerpt from Maklu's first tablet that gives us a bit of a taste of this ritual fire magic. I'll read it now, actually. I raise up the torch and burn the statues of the demon, the spirit, the lurker, the ghost, and any evil that seizes mankind. Dissolve, melt, drip ever away. May your smoke rise ever heavenward. May the sun extinguish your embers. May the son of A, the exorcist of the gods, cut off your emanations. As these words were spoken, the figurines of the witch and her accomplices were literally melting in the flames. That imagery, dissolve, drip, melt away, emphasizes total annihilation of the evil spell. Through sympathetic magic, destroying the likeness of the witch was believed to destroy her power. The maklu ritual continued until dawn. Throughout the night, the afflicted patient's room was carefully prepared as a kind of sacred battleground. The exorcist would anoint the patient with holy oil, draw protective magic circles around the bed, and position apotropaic, that is, protective objects at the corners of the room. Various substances might be used too. Water for purification, herbs to ward off the evil spirits, and cords with knots that are tied and untied as part of the spell casting. In any case, at the break of day, as sunlight entered, which was considered purifying, the patient would wash themselves in a final cleansing act. By then, according to the ritual texts, the witch's malevolent influence would be nullified. The tablets say the witch's body is turned into a phantom, and her ghost is driven away, implying that any supernatural link or attachment that she had to the victim had been severed. It is notable that maklu and similar rituals sometimes mention both male and female practitioners of evil magic. The word kishbu, sorcery itself, is gender neutral. However, the stereotype of the witch as female is strong in the incantations. Often the texts single out Kasaptu, the female witch. Nonetheless, the presence of male witches, Kasapu, is acknowledged too. The exorcists in their incantations wanted to cover all bases, I suppose. An evildoer, regardless of gender, needs to be taken care of. The existence of these elaborate counterspells tell us that Mesopotamians saw witchcraft as a real and present danger, but they also believed it could be confronted with the right rituals. Fear of witches was balanced by confidence in the protective magic of the exorcist. People procured amulets, rituals, and all sorts of blessings to guard against envy and occult attacks. Let's take this for an example. A common protective measure was burying small figurines of protective spirits under the thresholds of one house to block entry of malevolent forces. Assyrian kings even buried large statues of guardian demons beneath their palaces to ward off evil. We also find personal incantations meant to be recited by lay people, essentially home magic to protect children, to ensure love and prosperity. Of course, that is to say that professional exorcists were the experts. There was a little bit of basic magical know-how that permeated ordinary society. A little bit of prevention, I suppose, before things got too out of hand. But let's go beyond human witches, because the Mesopotamian occult landscape was certainly crowded with demons too. They were often the boogeyman, blamed for disease, accidents, madness, any little inconvenience. These were not devils in the latter Christian sense, don't quite think of it like that, but more of a collection of malevolent or mischievous entities. Some were personified curses or forces. Others were monstrous figures from old mythology. So let's just name a few. There was Lamashtu, a terrifying female demoness who preyed on infants and pregnant women. Pazuzu, a wind demon with a fearsome visage who, ironically, was invoked to repel Lamashtu. The Utuku and Ekimu, general terms for vengeful spirits. The Urebisu, the lurker, who hid in dark corners to pounce on victims. And the so-called 7 evil spirits who were described as swirling like storms, bringing destruction in their wake. Mesopotamians truly felt surrounded by unseen creatures, any of which could strike, if not kept in check, that is. The job of an exorcist was essentially demonology put into practice. He was a healer of supernatural afflictions, much like a doctor diagnosing an illness. The exorcist would determine which demon or spirit was at fault by observing symptoms or omens, and then choose the appropriate remedy. Tablets from the first millennium BCE preserve dozens of detailed exorcism protocols and incantations. Excuse me. For example, an exorcist manual might say, if a patient suffers nightmares and constant fever, check if a certain demon's influence is indicated. Then perform a particular ritual on a specific day, using particular herbs and incantations. One first millennium text, known to modern scholars, enumerates many types of demons and the formulae to expel, or perhaps appease them. Well, the process of exorcism in Mesopotamia combines spoken spells with physical action. A first-hand description from cuneiform sources tells us that a typical exorcist ritual involved hours of preparation and chanting. The exorcist would recite prayers and incantations, directly addressing the evil entity and commanding it to leave the patient's body or home. But simultaneously, he might invoke benevolent forces, calling on a god or even something like the purifying power of fire and water to aid in banishing the demon. Physical props were important too. Incense could be burned to cleanse the area. Fragrant cedar or juniper smoke was thought to drive demons away. The exorcist also used objects to transfer the evil. A classic technique was to use a figurine or a bit of wool as a proxy for the demon or curse. The incantation would then command the illness or demon to go into that object, which was subsequently disposed of, for instance, burned, buried, or perhaps thrown into a river. By dumping the object, the ailment would, in theory, go away with it. The method is explicitly described, quote, "The evil is put into an image, and that image is cast out." There's a practical psychology behind the magic, I suppose. But exorcists did not only react to possession or illness, they also proactively protected people. For example, families placed plaques or amulets depicting Pazuzu, the demon turned guardian, into their homes. Pazuzu had a monstrous face, talons and wings, and was believed to scare off other demons. A small bronze Pazuzu figurine might be hung around a pregnant woman's neck to guard her unborn child from the clutches of the evil Lamashtu demon. Likewise, terracotta plaques depicting friendly spirits or angels were used as a kind of magical good vibe, I suppose. Even dogs were considered to be powerful protectors. Archaeologists have found clay dog figurines buried under thresholds with inscriptions like "Do not enter," effectively a kind of guard dog, but in a spiritual sense, I suppose. But what is really fascinating is how systematic Mesopotamian exorcism was. The Ashipu were not improvising on the fly. They drew on large corpuses of written lore. One such text, often called the Exorcist Manual by modern scholars, is a catalogue of incantation series and ritual texts an exorcist should know. It lists names of dozens of tablet series, such as Evil Demons or Burning the Maklu series, that is, indicating that a fully trained exorcist was expected to be familiar with all of the standard works on magic and demonology. So, in essence, Mesopotamia developed an early form of occult science. Knowledge was recorded, standardized, and passed down. A first millennium exorcist in Assyria might still recite Sumerian language incantations that were first composed a millennium or more earlier, treating them as a time-honored formula with inherent power. We even have a glimpse of an exorcist's life from a personal archive found in the city of Assur. It belonged to a man named Kisiru Assur, who lived in the 7th century BCE. Tablets from his library show step by step on how he was trained by his father and grandfather, both exorcists, by the way, carrying forward the family trade. As an apprentice, Kisir Ashur studied medical diagnostics, herbal remedies and magical rites side by side. One tablet from his instruction records how to treat a patient's confusion, believed to be caused by a ghost. The procedure involves sweeping the ground, sprinkling purifying water, setting up an incense burner and offering beer, then crafting a figurine of the ghost out of clay, fat, and wax. The patient would then hold his figurine up to the sun god Shamash, while the exorcist recites a lengthy incantation, effectively presenting the possessing spirit to the divine light to be judged and removed. This mix of medical care and magic was typical. Mesopotamian exorcists did not separate the physical from the spiritual either. If a demon caused a fever, the treatment might involve both a cooling poultice and a spell to cast out the fire demon, as it were. Now, interestingly, some of the remedies prescribed show a degree of clever insight into chemistry and psychology, even if they were couched in ancient magic. One ghost-banishing ritual called for the patient to wear a pouch containing foul-smelling ingredients like sulfur, fish eyes, and goat hair, presumably to repulse the ghost. But one can certainly imagine it might also repel real pests and possibly even clear nasal congestion. Another cure for persistent ghosts was to pour out 3 libations of donkey urine into the house. Sounds a bit bizarre, and I don't think many people would be doing the donkey urine trick in our modern time. Well, actually, you might be surprised. But the rationale was that every thirsty ghost might drink the urine thinking it was beer, and then be so disgusted by the taste that he would flee. Anecdotes like that certainly show the intersection of superstition and a little bit of shrewd creativity in Mesopotamian magic. But if we want to talk about probably the most fascinating but also the most controversial factor of Mesopotamian occult practice, it's probably necromancy. If you don't know what that is, it is the summoning or consulting of the dead. Mesopotamia had a very bleak view of the afterlife, you see. All souls, whether they were good or bad, had to go to Irkala, the land of no return. A pretty dingy underground realm of dust and darkness, ruled over by the goddess Ereshkigal. The dead were thought to be perpetually thirsty and hungry, subsisting on scraps and muddy water, unless their living relatives offered them food and drink, and that is why families made funerary offerings like the Kispu rituals to their ancestors, to keep their spirits at peace, in the world below. A neglected ghost or someone who suffered a troubling death could become a restless ghost, that is, Etumu in Akkadian and Gidim in Sumerian, that roamed the world of the living. These ghosts were not abstract wraiths, however. They retained the personality and the memories of the person. The ghost might return out of anger, love, or perhaps just simply confusion at its plight, not realizing that it was actually dead. In fact, Mesopotamian records have many references to ghosts causing trouble and how to, quote, lay them. It's not what you think. One spell vividly describes a haunting by a lurking ghost, quote, an unknown, unidentified ghost of the roaming, malicious hooligan type who flickers like flame and flashes like lightning, sneaking into houses and terrorizing the living. It doesn't sound good, doesn't it? It's this text that shows how a ghost frightens and snarls at its victim, hiding in corners, slithering along walls, and stalking its prey even into the streets. The effect of these ghostly assaults was believed to be real illness. Mesopotamians explained certain sicknesses as, quote, ghost possession. For example, you might get sudden dizziness, nightmares. You might hear disembodied voices, or even something as specific as a person having ringing in the ears persistently. That could be blamed on a ghost, literally getting into your head. In fact, cuneiform tablets note that the word for ghost could be written with signs that mean open ear, hinting that the spirit entering through the ear could cause quite a bit of mischief. If someone drowned, their ghost might cause their victim to feel short of breath, like one who has just come up from water. You know, it's like having that pressure on you, that kind of thing. So in this way, the manner of a ghost's death was thought to correlate with the symptoms it inflicted upon the living. A pretty empathetic yet quite eerie concept. So, to get rid of a ghost, Mesopotamian exorcists performed special rituals akin to, well, I suppose it's kind of like Ghostbusters, this kind of thing. Well, the aim was often not so much to destroy the ghost or anything like that, but rather to convince it to return to the underworld where it belonged, kind of to trap the ghost. One common ritual involves setting out a meal for the ghost, bread, water, beer, essentially appeasing it, and then formally bidding it farewell to go home to the realm of the dead. Sometimes more coercive measures would be needed. including making figurines of the ghost and burying them with offerings to symbolically reinter the spirit. There were also incantations addressed to Ereshkigal and Nergal, the gods of the underworld, asking them to drag back a wandering ghost that had escaped their domain. Occasionally, however, the living sought to summon a ghost intentionally. This is necromancy proper, and it was rarer. The evidence for necromancy in Mesopotamia is comparatively scant, which suggests it was not a routine practice, and may have been seen as quite dangerous and impure. Yet we do have a few tantalizing references. The earliest known comes from a 19th century BC Old Assyrian clay letter found in the city of Kanesh in Anatolia. In this letter, two women write to their brother, Imdu Ilu, urging him to return home because they have received an ominous warning about his life. But how did they get the warning? Well, they say that the message came from the god Asur through three sources: a dream interpreter, an omen reader, and the spirits of the dead whom they had consulted. In other words, these women had apparently performed a kind of seance, communicating with ancestral ghosts to try and glean a bit of information. Now, this is in fact the oldest known necromancy on record, and it notably involves women as the practitioners. The tablet doesn't detail the ritual used, perhaps they poured libations into a pit or used some conduit to reach the dead, but it clearly indicates that under extraordinary circumstances, contacting ghosts was considered a pretty reasonable option. And then we have later texts too, and they allude to necromancy also. Mesopotamian lexical texts, essentially ancient glossaries, contain terms for necromancer, such as Sa ilu shelietemi, literally, the one who asks for the ghost. Another term was Mushelu etemi, quote, the one who raises a ghost, implying the act of making a ghost appear. Now, these professions don't turn up often in actual historical records, again hinting that they were rare or secretive. But necromancy likely carried a stigma. Disturbing the dead was potentially an affront to the gods. Interestingly, in the first millennium, Babylonian and Assyrian texts, necromancy is sometimes listed among illicit magical practices, right up there with witchcraft, as things that an exorcist might be called in to counteract. But still, Mesopotamian literature shows the idea of speaking with the dead captured the imagination. In the famous Sumerian myth, Gilgamesh, that hero king from Uruk, I've done a full reading of it on this channel, by the way, if you're interested in that, the readings playlist. He manages to summon the spirit of his dead friend Enkidu from the underworld for a conversation. In the story, Gilgamesh, Enkidu, and the netherworld, Enkidu's ghost climbs up like a gust of wind through a crack in the earth after gods allow him to return briefly. Gilgamesh eagerly asks him what he has seen among the dead, and Enkidu's spirit replies with haunting images. For example, he says that those who died without proper heirs or burial fare poorly, whereas those who had many sons and proper funerals sit content. At one point, Gilgamesh asks, "Did you see my little stillborn children who never knew existence?" Enkidu answers, "I saw them. They play at a table of gold and silver, laden with honey and ghee." This poignant scene of miscarried infants being cared for in the afterlife is kind of a rare gentle note in Mesopotamian underworld lore, but it also implies that through necromancy or divine favor, getting knowledge from the dead was possible. In any case, Gilgamesh managed to learn secrets that only a dead man could know. Once again, the full story is quite complex, but it's definitely well worth listening to. It is accounts like this that blur the line between approved religious communication and the taboo art of necromancy. In practice, what an exorcist might do if necromancy was required would be to perform a ritual at night, often in a special pit or hole in the ground called an apu. Texts in Akkadian and even other ancient languages suggest that a spirit pit could be used to let a ghost come up to the surface. Offerings of food or drink would be placed to attract the ghost too. So you might imagine a pretty eerie nocturnal ceremony. There's no way to dress it up as something that is pleasant, I suppose. A pit gets dug in a courtyard. The exorcist chants over it while pouring beer and honey to entice a spirit upward, and perhaps holding a human skull as a focal point for the spirit. In fact, at least one late Babylonian ritual involved using a skull as a vessel for a summoned ghost. The skull, likely obtained from a burial ground, would house the spirit temporarily, so it could be questioned safely, and then it would be reburied to send the ghost back to the underworld. Certainly, practices like that were deemed as dangerous and double-edged. The same ghosts that could provide wisdom about the future or hidden matters could also bring madness or curse the living if they were not handled correctly. So you better get a pretty good exorcist. Definitely not the realm for those, just for the layman, I suppose. And it is quite telling that later civilizations, like the Israelites, banned necromancy, like the Bible story of the Witch of Endor, who summoned the ghost of Samuel at King Saul's behest. It's essentially a tale about necromancy, and it portrays Saul's acts as desperate and sinful. Mesopotamia, being older, shows us the likely template for such beliefs. Necromancy was a secret art, perhaps quietly acknowledged, but certainly not openly celebrated. Now, while exorcists might be called in for serious causes of haunting or even demonic possessions, magical thinking pervaded daily life in general. People used simpler charms and folk remedies for common needs, a sort of everyday occultism, alongside the high ceremonial magic. So let's talk about a few of them. First, we have in terms of health and healing. Many illnesses were treated with a combination of practical remedies and incantations. A tablet might prescribe a salve for a wound alongside with a spoken charm to draw out the infection. One Mesopotamian cure for toothache actually involves chewing on a certain root while reciting a myth about the toothworm. Effectively, a spell that coaxes the pain to leave. Healers, who could also be the same as exorcists or other specialists called ashu, believed that diseases had supernatural agents. So a fever might be the breath of a demon, to be driven out with both cooling herbs and anti-demon incantations. Then we have protective amulets too, and this is actually very common. So ordinary people wore amulets inscribed with prayers, or perhaps even images of protective deities. The common amulet for travelers was a small clay tablet or cylinder seal depicting the sun god Shamash, or it's sometimes the storm god Adad, hoping for their protection as they travel on the road. Children might wear charms too, to guard against Lilitu, night spirits akin later to Lilith, or just the evil eye in general. And even names could be magical. Parents often gave babies theophoric names, like Ili Shuma, my God has heard, to invoke divine guardianship from birth. And that's kind of like Egyptian names too. Yeah, there's a bit of that going on in Egypt as well. Well, we also have hints of love spells and fertility rituals. One incantation found on a tablet is effectively a love charm of sorts, calling upon Ishtar to inflame the heart of a desired lover. And on the flip side, there were charms to restore sexual potency or cure impotence, a topic of enough concern that there's entire stories of old Babylonian incantations for virilities, sometimes refer to the Sumerian phrase sazigar, meaning rise up. Well, these might involve making an amulet with certain herbs and reciting a plea to a god or goddess of passion. But then there's just the domestic magic too. Simple folk rituals that might be done at home without the real need for a priest. For example, if one's house felt infected by bad luck, a family might sweep out the house while verbally sweeping out the misfortune, and then sprinkle salt or flour at the doorway while invoking blessings. A pretty mundane act with magical intent. Another everyday practice was the use of figurines or drawings to avert evil. A homeowner might bury a tiny figurine of a protective genie at each cardinal point of the house's foundation during construction, essentially installing a spiritual guard post. Cuneiform instructions for building a new house often include prayers on how to make it a house with a happy heart, free of evil, bridging architecture and magic together. So the key point is that Mesopotamian magic wasn't confined to temple dark rooms or royal courts. It was right there, in the living rooms of normal people. The boundary between religion, medicine, and magic was quite a porous one. A mother's lullaby to her child could double as a protective spell, asking the gods to keep away nightmares. A farmer seeing pests on his crops might recite a charm to appease the demons of locusts, as well as physically try to remove them. Effectively, in their mindset, visible actions and invisible appeals went hand in hand. But if we're talking about Mesopotamian occult stuff, we can't really not mention the divination act of it, and that is reading signs and, things like that, kind of like augury, to gain secret knowledge, the future or the will of the gods. Now, while divination was highly respected, even more in the exorcism in some contexts, it can be considered part of the occult because, well, it involves hidden knowledge and elaborate rituals quite often. The Mesopotamians were famed in the ancient world for their divinatory arts. Later cultures like the Greeks and Romans looked to Chaldeans, a term they used for Babylonian star priests, as masters of astrology. Well, Mesopotamian diviners used a bewildering array of methods too. So let's go with the first one, which is liver divination, which is hepatoscopy. Hepatoscopy, perhaps. Yeah, let's go hepatoscopy. That sounds better. Well, it's perhaps the most distinctive method. This involved examining the liver of a sacrificed sheep or goat. The liver was seen as a microcosm of the universe, you see. Diviners would inspect lobes, spots, and strange markings on the liver's surface, each which would correspond to an omen in their textbooks. Thousands of clay liver models and manuals have been found too, indicating how formalized this practice was. For example, a manual might say, if the liver's gallbladder is elongated and points to the left, it means an enemy's army will advance. Kings routinely asked diviners to perform liver readings before battles or important decisions. And then we have, of course, astrology. And, well, traditionally Mesopotamia is seen as the birthplace of this practice. By the 2nd millennium BCE, Babylonian scholars were recording the movements of planets and noting correlations with real-world events. The massive compendium, Enuma Anu Enlil, compiles hundreds of celestial omens. Let's look at a typical entry. If Venus disappears in the west and remains hidden for however many days, there will be famine in the land. You see, these star readers believed that the gods wrote messages in the sky, but they weren't clear, always a little cryptic. It was up to them to decode them, and if you could decode them, well, you could prepare for what was to come. This is less like personal horoscope astrology and more like state omens. It was used to advise kings about the fate of their kingdom. But of course, one can only imagine that normal people would be making their own observations of the night sky. After all, we all look on the same sky, don't we? Well, next we have dream interpretation. Another accepted form of divination was interpreting people's dreams and visions, this kind of thing. Special diviners, or sometimes even exorcists, might be called to interpret a perplexing dream. They had dream omen lists, much like the omen lists for livers and stars. For instance, one might consult a tablet that says something like, if a man dreams he's flying over the earth, it is a good omen, meaning he will attain a position of power. Or perhaps, if someone dreams about a river flowing with blood, it means that disease is about to strike. In any case, dreams were considered one way the gods, or perhaps even ghosts, communicated with the living. And then they had the normal, everyday omens. The Mesopotamians also read meaning into chance events. If a certain kind of bird flew by one's right, it could be lucky. But if a black cat crossed the road, yes, that's right, even then, it goes pretty far back, doesn't it? Well, that might be a warning. There were omens drawn from the shapes of oil poured on water, from the way smoke rose from a fire, even from the patterns that worms made in wood. Pretty much anything unusual could carry a message. It was just up to the observer to interpret it. I suppose it's a bit of fun in any case. In any case, it did take an expert to give a proper reading, though, to look up traditional interpretations, but still, like I said, as with the night sky, really anyone can observe that and make up what they want. But importantly, divination was not considered magic in the sense of casting spells, but it was part of the same intellectual sphere that often practiced by the same learned scribes. The diviner, Baru, might work alongside the exorcist, one diagnosing the future or uncovering hidden causes, the other performing the remedy. Let's take, for example, if ill omens suggested the king was in danger from a curse, the exorcist would then be summoned to perform the apotropaic or protective rituals to avert that fate. Quite proud of myself pronouncing that word properly. Well, the sheer volume of divination texts in Mesopotamia certainly is a testament to how much they valued knowing the hidden truth. A king like Esarhaddon of Assyria, 7th century BCE, never undertook a major campaign without multiple divinations. He would have priests inspect dozens of livers and watch the skies for months for any sign of divine disfavor. If the omens were bad, he might delay war or perform additional rituals to try and change the fate. And that certainly is a theme in the occult, the desire for control in a very uncertain world. And by mastering this occult knowledge, whether incantations to banish a demon or omens to foresee danger, the Mesopotamians sought to impose a measure of order on that very unorderly world around them. So we can certainly see that the occult traditions of ancient Mesopotamia present a pretty rich history of human attempts to engage with the unseen. For over 3,000 years, from the first Sumerian city-states to the late Babylonian Empire, priests and practitioners refined a pretty complex system of magical and divinatory knowledge. And they left behind not only fascinating tales of demons and ghosts, but also a kind of proto-scientific methodology, catalogs of symptoms and spells, observations of the heavens, experiments in ritual efficacy, all carefully recorded on clay, We're quite lucky they did that. Clay lasts a lot longer than papyrus. The fact that a significant portion of Mesopotamian literature survives is related to magic and divination shows how central the occult really was. And in a way, the occult was both feared and respected. People feared malevolent magic with the wrath of demons, but they also deeply respected the professionals who could harness supernatural powers for good. Exorcists and diviners held prestigious positions at court and temples. The texts were copied generation after generation, even as the spoken language changed. That indicates certainly a reverence for this wisdom. The legacy of the practices did not vanish with Babylon's fall either. Through the Babylonians and Assyrians, elements of Mesopotamian occult knowledge trickled down into other cultures. The Hittites, Canaanites, and others of the Near East adopted or paralleled many Mesopotamian spells and demons. Later, Greek and Roman writers knew of Babylon's astrological prowess, and the Chaldean experts whose star lore shaped horoscopic astrology still practiced today. Even the concept of exorcism in religious traditions, the idea that a trained, holy person could come and cast a demon out, that has certainly uncanny echoes of the Mesopotamian Ashibutu. Some scholars see lines of continuity, for instance between Mesopotamian demons, Pazuzu, and later Middle Eastern demonology, or between the incantation formulas and biblical psalms of protection. It certainly rhymes, and everything comes from somewhere. Yet beyond influence, it is stories and details that really captivate us. So we come away from studying Mesopotamian occultism today with a pretty striking image. That lone figure, that lone exorcist, doing his ritual bonfire, consuming the wax figures of witches, a ghost bound by a clay image, a young woman leading him back to the underworld, priests peering at the liver of a sheep for hints of the future, or an ancient father whispering a Sumerian spell to cure his sick child. These are the scenes among the oldest recorded evidence of humanity's fascination with the unseen world. And like we said at the start, this world was not a separate fringe realm, but it was just daily existence, an unseen partner, but always there. Those cuneiform tablets, painstakingly deciphered by modern scholars, reveal that our ancestors in the cradle of civilization grappled with many of the same fears that later generations, including our own, have. Fear of death, illness, unknown calamity. And they responded with creativity and ritual. So next time you're crossing your fingers behind your back, or perhaps whispering, please, 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 when you want something to happen, well, that comes from a long tradition. Perhaps after 5,000 years, or even longer, it is just built into the human psychology. Over 4,000 years ago, a man of obscure birth rose to reshape the known world. He is known to us as Sargon of Akkad, and he is traditionally hailed as history's first great conqueror. The story is a compelling blend of documented history and a sprinkling of legend. The old stories recount how he emerged from his humble origins, even a claim that he was set adrift as an infant in a basket on a river, but managed to conquer all of Mesopotamia, forging a new model of a multi-city empire. What we're going to talk about today is how a mere cup-bearer such as him ascended to become this king of Kish, and then a master of an empire, from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. It is a tale that has the grandeur of myth, yet it unfolds against a backdrop of very real historical change at the dawn of civilization. It begins around the 24th century BCE, when Mesopotamia was a patchwork of city-states, Uruk, Ur, and Kish, among others. And these states did not quite get along. They often fought each other. No single king had ever ruled them all by force, until Sargon. In fact, his reign initiated what became known as the Sargonic period, a new era where Semitic Akkadian language and culture spread alongside the older Sumerian traditions. His achievements were so extraordinary that for centuries after, Mesopotamians idolized him as a semi-divine figure, a measure of greatness for all those to come. But we will see that his reign was not without challenges. Certainly not. Revolt simmered, and maintaining control over a vast territory, well, that was as arduous a task as winning it in the first place. And so our story is pieced together from these ancient chronicles, king lists, inscriptions, and later legends. Many of them mix glorification with historical fact. It's just what comes with the time. But today, we're going to give precedence to the earliest sources, those clay tablets and inscriptions that are nearest to Sargon's own time, reconstructing the most reliable narrative. But we won't forget about those intriguing little anecdotes from later legends, of course not without scrutinizing their credibility. The aim is to get a proper portrait of Sargon, as both a man of his time and also a larger-than-life figure of world history. And so before we begin, consider this. Sargon's very name in Akkadian, Saru-Ukin, actually means legitimate or true king. Now that hints that he might have taken a regal name to assert his right to rule, perhaps masking an unusual path to power. Indeed, unlike princes born on the throne, silver spoon in their mouth, Sargon's early years were spent far from any palace. According to tradition, he was a gardener's son, who had to earn his kingship by his own wit and his own strength. So, let's talk all about Sargon of Akkad, his origins first, and see how the stage was set for the rise of a true legend. But of course, let me welcome you to the channel first. I hope that the introduction was sufficient to perk your ears up and give you a little introduction of what kind of character we're talking about here. Well, let me invite those who have not subscribed yet to hit that button and leave your comments down below. Always good for the algorithm. And here's some good news. As usual, this video, like all of the other videos on this channel, is 100% ad-free. Well, that's pretty good, isn't it? Of course. Well, this is made possible because of the kind donations of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and the YouTube donations, PayPal donations, those who checked out the merch store, all these kinds of things. If you want to just enjoy the video, then great. But if you want to check out any of those avenues, there's a link to them in the description and the pinned comments. But for now, let's just get nice and comfortable, shall we? And we may begin. So, the circumstances of Sargon's birth and childhood. We can't quite bring down a historical consensus upon them. It's wrapped up in quite a bit of mythology. Maybe we'll dig something up from the ground in some cuneiform tablet later on, but for now, we have to kind of take what we know with a grain of salt. Either way, this mythological beginning offers a valuable insight into how later Mesopotamians viewed their great leader. Quite a bit of pride, of course. According to an Akkadian text known as, quote, the Legend of Sargon, the future king introduces himself with a rather dramatic tale. he claims that he did not know his father, and that his mother was a rather secretive figure, described as a changeling or temple priestess who could not keep her child. In this legend, the poor infant Sargon was placed in a basket of rushes sealed with bitumen and set afloat on the waters of the Euphrates River. Now do remember, Mesopotamia does mean the land between the two rivers, one being the Euphrates River, the other being the Tigris River. Well, back to it. By fate, the basket was found by a man named Aki. He was a gardener, drawing water from the river, when by chance he just saw it floating by. Now this image of the infant hero cast adrift, only to be saved and adopted, it might sound pretty familiar. It of course closely parallels the much later biblical story of Moses. Of course, all of these old stories certainly come from somewhere. Flood stories, these stories of these humble beginnings of kings, all that. They all have very deep roots beyond what we immediately can recognize them with in our basic Western theological sense. But in fact, most scholars believe now that the Sargon birth legend is the earliest known example of this floating in a basket down a river motif, predating Moses by many, many centuries. But what does this legend actually tell us? It has to mean something, right? Well, on one level, it was kind of a royal propaganda apparatus, presenting Sargon as this man of great destiny, chosen by the gods from birth, despite humble origins. The involvement of the river and the act of being saved from death gives Sargon's rise this kind of providential aura. Now notably, the goddess Inanna, also known as Ishtar in some rendering, plays a role in his early life in these stories. She's often said to have guided and personally protected Sargon. In later accounts, Sargon explicitly credits Inanna with his survival and success. The subtext is pretty clear. Sargon's power was sanctioned by the divine, and his unlikely path to kingship, well, it was all just part of the great cosmic plan. All rather convenient, don't you think? We've heard these stories before. We can't disprove them, but it's certainly hard to go the other way. But let's talk about, in terms of historically speaking, Sargon was very likely of common birth, perhaps hailing from a region of northern Sumer or Akkad, that is central Mesopotamia. And his original name is unknown too. Sargon was probably a throne name he adopted once he seized power. Of course, we can take a look at this through the Sumerian king list, quite an important source, a valuable chronological record compiled a few centuries after his time, mind you, but it does confirm some key details of Sargon's background. It describes Sargon as the, quote, son of a gardener, and notes that he served as a cup-bearer to Ur-Zababa, the king of Kish. Being a gardener's son, well, that implies Sargon had no noble lineage to claim. He emerged right from those proletariat, working, laboring class. Yet in Mesopotamian society, talented individuals could rise through palace service. The position of cup-bearer, known in the Sumerian tongue as Shakati, was no mere servant's job either. It was a high-ranking official role, quite akin to a royal confidant or vizier. Well, ancient cup-bearers were second only to the king in importance. They not only served wine, but also advised the king and managed palace affairs. Thus, The young Sargon must have shown exceptional capability to attain this post under King Ur-Zababa himself. Well, according to a later Sumerian narrative known as the Sargon and Ur-Zababa piece, Sargon's rise at Kish came with quite a few omens and a sprinkling of danger. Because what's a good story without them, Well, in this tale, this Sargon and Ur-Zababa tale, the gods decide to end the reign of Ur-Zababa, and ominous dreams begin to trouble the king. One night, Ur-Zababa dreams that the goddess Inanna drowns him in a river of blood. Not the kind of dream that you want to have, I suppose. A pretty terrifying vision by anyone's standard. And he suspects that it's related to his new cupbearer, Sargon. Now, we could perhaps stretch the definition. Remember, we talked about bearing wine and all the rest. Perhaps the wine is symbolic. Perhaps the next day when he goes and sees Sargon bringing this red liquid, it immediately brings back those bad memories of the nightmares. In any case, upon hearing that Sargon too had a disturbing dream in which Ur-Zababa was submerged in blood by a giant young woman, clearly Inanna or Ishtar in symbolic form, the king grew fearful that this upstart might actually usurp him. And this is where the trouble starts. Ur-Zababa's fear turned to full-blown paranoia, and the full-blown paranoia turned to plotting to murder Sargon. The legend describes how Ur-Zababa attempted to eliminate Sargon not once, but twice. The first time, he ordered Sargon to deliver a sealed message to the royal metalsmith, not knowing the letter contained instructions to kill whoever bore it. But the loyal smith nearly carried out the deed by luring Sargon to the foundry, planning to cast him into molten metal. But it was here that Inanna came down and intervened. The story says that the goddess made sure Sargon did not enter the trap, warning that the foundry was a holy place, unfit for bloodshed. Well, that was the first attempt, well and truly thwarted, by a goddess, no less. So Ur-Zababa next sent Sargon on a mission to the king of Uruk, carrying a clay tablet that secretly requested Sargon's execution. This plan also failed, though. The king of Uruk at the time was Lugal-Zaghazi, and instead of killing Sargon, Lugal-Zaghazi actually treated him with quite a bit of respect. Perhaps he was doubting Ur-Zababa's intentions. It's hard to know the exact reason. But either way, things were pretty good for Sargon upon arrival. There are some versions that even insinuate that Lugal-Zaghazi's own wife took Sargon's side, sheltering him from harm. Ur-Zababa himself ultimately met a grim fate off stage in the saga. He disappears from the accounts, presumably overthrown or killed amid the chaos that he feared. They're pretty dramatic episodes, don't you think? And we kind of have to dip our toes outside the realm of history for it, but, like I said, the further you go back, ancient Greece, a little bit of Rome, China, India, and Mesopotamia, Egypt, all these kinds of things, we have to blend this culture of mythology going into history together. And there's nothing wrong with that. Don't let anyone tell you you can't talk about certain things because it hasn't been completely peer-reviewed. It's all right to engage in introspection. If not, just for our own pure enjoyment. Anyway, all of these later literature, of course, they look back upon the events of Sargon. They likely contain kernels of truth about Sargon's environment. You see, Kish, that was a significant city in Sumer, often holding the title King of Kish as a mark of hegemony over northern Mesopotamia. If Sargon was an ambitious cupbearer, it stands to reason that he might have capitalized on any opportunity to take power, especially if his king was weak or perhaps incapacitated by fear. Urzababa's historical end isn't clearly recorded, but it does appear that Sargon did succeed him as the ruler of Kish. Whether Sargon rebelled or overthrew his master, or just stepped into a power vacuum after Urzababa's fall, it doesn't matter. The result is all the same. He emerged as the king of Kish around the year 2334 BCE, in what is known as the Mesopotamian Middle Chronology. The king list states, quote, Sargon became king, the king of Akkad, who built Akkad. Now this indicates that kingship passed from Kish to Sargon's own city, Akkad. That's why he's not called Sargon of Kish, but rather Sargon of Akkad. Makes sense, doesn't it? But there are two important things that happen at this juncture that we need to mention before we move on to our next section, and they really set Sargon apart. First, he founded, or at least vastly expanded, a new capital city, that being Akkad or Akkad, rather than ruling from Kish. It was this kind of act that symbolized a fresh start, a new dynasty unbound by the old Sumerian city loyalties. Akkad's precise location is lost to history. Archaeologists have yet to identify its ruins, and I say yet. Fingers crossed we will one day, just like how we found Troy. People thought we'd never find that, but we bloody well found it, didn't we? But what we do know is that the location was likely on the Euphrates, in the central Mesopotamian plain. A pretty big search area, but it's better than nothing. So by establishing Akkad as his seat, Sargon signaled that his kingship was not merely inheriting Kish's realm, but actually transforming it into something new. So that's the first point. The second is that he almost immediately faced resistance from the rest of Sumer, the city-states of southern Mesopotamia, which had recently been unified under Lugal-Zaghazi of Uruk, were not too keen on the idea of bowing to a newcomer from Kish/Akkad, at least not without a good fight. Sargon's ascension thus sets this stage for this momentous clash of the ancient world with Lugal-Zaghazi, along with the Sumerian elites, and that would really mark the true beginning of his empire building. Because what's the building of an empire without a few bouts of bloodshed? Well, let's do it. When Sargon seized power in Kish, he effectively inherited a state of war. Not the best circumstances to walk into, but, well, it's just the way it is. The Sumerian king Lugal-Zaghazi of Uruk had, shortly before Sargon's rise, conquered a swath of Mesopotamia, and he did so with uniting many Sumerian city-states under his new dominion. Lugal-Zaghazi boasted of controlling the lands from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean, a claim to wide-ranging rule that soon Sargon would contest. But initially, Sargon and Lugal-Zaghazi might have seen a common enemy in Urzababa, but any fleeting alliance or cordiality between them simply did not last. As per the stories, once Urzababa was out of the picture, Sargon and Lugal-Zaghazi became rivals. Sargon moved aggressively to challenge Uruk's supremacy. The confrontation unfolded in a few phases, the first one being Sargon marching south into the heart of Sumer. His target was Uruk, the power base of Lugal-Zaghazi. According to Sargon's later inscriptions, preserved in copies from long after his reign, he won a decisive battle in Uruk, in which he, quote, tore down the walls of Uruk and captured Lugal-Zaghazi himself. Off to a pretty good start, isn't he? There is one particularly vivid account that says Sargon put Lugal-Zaghazi in a wooden yoke or neck stock, just like a common prisoner, a king reduced to a peasant, basically. The conquered king was then brought in a collar to Nippur, the holy city of Enlil, Sumer's chief deity. And this gesture was highly symbolic. By dragging Lugal-Zaghazi to the temple of Enlil in Nippur, Sargon demonstrated that even the greatest Sumerian king was now subjugated, and that Enlil, that god who granted kingship, had clearly chosen Sargon as the new man in charge. And how could you argue with the will of the gods? Ancient Mesopotamians might have understood this scene as the transfer of divine favor. You see, Nippur was kind of a neutral, sacred ground, and triumphing there, well, that was a statement of legitimacy like no other. Sargon's own titles at this point reflect to his new stature. In that Nippur inscription he calls himself, quote, Sargon, king of Akkad, king of Kish, anointed of Anu, overseer of Ananna, governor of Enlil, king of the land. Bit of a long title, I suppose. Now, just before we do move on, you will hear this word Ensi sometimes. That is governor. Okay, so when we say Ensi, we basically just mean governor. So in one breath, he links himself to multiple religious and political traditions. You might have heard the word Anu. Well, that was the sky god of his northern city, perhaps implying patronage from Akkad's deity. Inanna was his personal patroness who guided him, and Enlil was the supreme god who decreed kingship. And then by taking the ancient Sumerian title Ensi of Enlil, so governor of Enlil, Sargon presented himself as Enlil's chosen administrator on earth. By styling himself as king of Kish, even after founding Akkad, he kept the traditional prestige of the Kish title, which in Mesopotamian ideology conferred authority over all of Sumer. Essentially, Sargon was consolidating Sumer under this new order. So, with Uruk fallen and Lugal-Zaghazi well and truly humiliated, Sargon proceeded to secure the upper key Sumerian cities. He reportedly defeated Ur, Lagash, Umma, and others, bringing the entire southern plain under his control. Some of these conquests might not have been straightforward battles. In some cases, local rulers might have just submitted to him once Uruk was well and truly down. Didn't want to fight a losing battle, I suppose it makes sense. But there is evidence that the conquest of Sumer was, in general, quite hard fought. We have an ancient text that credits Sargon with triumphing in 34 battles in the course of his campaigns. This suggests that numerous city armies and coalitions attempted to resist him. They didn't do very well, though, apparently. Rest in pieces to them. Of course, Sargon's forces ultimately prevailed, and yes, he did destroy the walls of many cities, another strategic measure to prevent further rebellion. Now, destroying city walls was actually a classic policy in Mesopotamia when subjugating foes. It physically disarmed the cities by removing their primary defenses. The victory over Sumer was not just a political and military turning point, but it was a turning point in civilization itself. You see, for the first time in recorded history, the many city-states of Mesopotamia were united under a single monarch. with a centralized authority at that. Sargon effectively ended this era of independent Sumerian city kings and inaugurated a new era, often called the Akkadian Empire. As a mark of this, Sargon and his immediate successors are sometimes referred to as the, quote, Sargonic dynasty, as we've mentioned. The Sumerian king list acknowledges this shift by listing Sargon as the first king of the dynasty of Akkad, and it assigns him a reign of 56 years, a span which may be exaggerated, perhaps even symbolic. But in any case, it indicates a very long and stable rule. But it's worth noting before we do move on that Sargon's conquests did not kill off the Sumerian culture, but they rather created a fusion. Sargon himself, likely a Semitic Akkadian speaker, adopted that title of Ensi, which was a Sumerian term, not Akkadian, and honored the Sumerian gods. He appointed governors, often Akkadian officials or local loyal rulers, to oversee the Sumerian cities. One of Sargon's most notable appointments was in the spiritual domain. He installed his daughter, Enheduanna, as the high priestess of Nana, the moon god, in the city of Ur. And this was indeed a masterstroke of political and religious integration, by having an Akkadian princess preside over one of the chief Sumerian religious centers. Sargon wove his family into the sacred fabric of Sumer. Enheduanna herself wasn't just famous for being the daughter of Sargon, but rather she was famous in her own right. A priestess, poet, who composed exquisite hymns. And here's a bit of trivia for you. She is actually the first known author by name. Now that's a world first, isn't it? Well, her works, dedicated to gods like Inanna, were used for centuries, and they indicate how influential Sargon's lineage became in Mesopotamian religious life. Through Enheduanna's position, Sargon secured the loyalty of Ur, and perhaps gained divine sanction from the moon god for his own dynasty. Now, with all Sumer under his domain, he didn't take the chance to rest, but rather to double down. He next turned his attention to the lands beyond Mesopotamia's traditional borders. The ambition and scope of this kind of military campaign was unprecedented. According to later commemorative inscriptions, Sargon campaigned in every direction: eastward into Elam, southwestern Iran, north into the mountains of Subartu, northern Mesopotamia and Assyria, and west to the Upper Sea. That's what they used to call the Mediterranean. One year name of Sargon's reign — year names were, by the way, how Mesopotamians identified each year by a notable event — was recorded as, quote, the year in which Sargon conquered Elam. But what's Elam? It was a region bordering Sumer to the east. It had numerous city-states and peoples with their own language and culture. Sargon's army marched across the Tigris and dealt a crushing blow to Elamite cities like Awan and Susa. He boasts of destroying cities there and incorporating Elam into his empire's sphere, and by doing so, he secured his empire's eastern flank and gained access to resources like metals and timber from Iran. Sargon appointed Akkadian governors in the Elamite territories as well, effectively making them provinces of Akkad. Off to a good start, that's for sure. It is certainly Akkadian boy summer, that's for sure. So to the north, Sargon advanced into areas later known as Assyria and parts of Syria. Now, remember, we have to separate those two. Assyria and Syria are different. He reportedly captured the cities of Ashur and Nineveh on the upper Tigris. But these were small settlements then. They would become major cities in later centuries, of course. By subduing the north, Sargon opened the way to control trade routes heading into Anatolia, which is modern Turkey, or Turkey, for those who have not quite got the memo yet, and secured rich agricultural lands that could support his growing army and bureaucracy. Sargon's western campaigns are among the most storied. He is said to have reached as far as the cedar forest of Lebanon on the shores of the Mediterranean, and one account claims, quote, Sargon crossed the sea in the west, and in the 11th year he conquered the western land to its farthest point, establishing that he ventured, of course, into the lands of the Amorites, and perhaps touched the coast. There is actually another anecdote, too, that Sargon set up statues of himself on the shores of the sea and washed his weapons, a ritual act signifying he had no further enemy in that direction, and that his conquest had reached the end of the land. Of course, once again, claims like that might contain a little bit of hyperbole, but archaeologically, we do have evidence that Akkadian influence reached the Syrian city of Mari, which Sargon had definitely conquered. You see, Mari is explicitly mentioned in year names as having been destroyed by him. The fall of Mari, a prominent trading city in the middle of the Euphrates, indicates Akkad's dominance extended well beyond the Mesopotamian heartland. Trade networks from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean came under Akkadian oversight, and this allowed Sargon to produce goods from distant regions. Some later traditions even assert that ships from distant lands like Meluha, that is the Indus Valley, and Magan, possibly referring to Oman, docked in Sargon's ports, bringing all sorts of exotic goodies. Of course, once again, direct evidence of Sargon reaching the Indus is pretty lacking, but it does show the idea that under Sargon's empire, international trade did flourish quite widely, or at least widely in terms of the geography and circumstance. In the northwest, one text suggests Sargon campaigned as far as Anatolia, a possible reference to conquering parts of Anatolia or sending expeditions there appears in chronicles that would align with Akkadian artifacts found in Turkey. It is conceivable that Sargon sought the valuable silver mines of Anatolia, as silver, of course, was the monetary standard of the time. To manage these vast territories, Sargon innovated in military organization. He is often credited with creating one of the first standing armies. A boast from his inscription states that 5,400 soldiers ate bread daily in his presence. Of course, this suggests that he maintained a core force of thousands of professional troops at his capital, essentially a full-time royal army that could be dispatched anywhere needed. And this was a notable departure from earlier reliance on militia levies from each city during civil wars. A permanent army, well, that gave Sargon a strategic edge, enabling rapid responses to rebellions or threats and continuous campaigning year after year. And modern historians generally see this as the birth of a professional military structure, something that later empires would take on board and maintain. Sargon's forces likely included a mix of infantry, perhaps some early chariotry or mobile troops, and auxiliary units from different parts of his realm. He's also said to have combined various types of soldiers in novel ways to maximize battlefield flexibility. An example of that is he could integrate spearmen, archers, and axemen from different ethnic groups into a single fighting force. Tactics like that allowed him to face diverse enemies, from mountain tribes to fortified city militias. The cumulative effect of Sargon's campaigns was the forging of an empire that stretched roughly from the lower sea to the upper sea, at least in Mesopotamian terms, In our terms, we can say from the Persian Gulf in the southeast to the Mediterranean in the northwest. And of course, no king before him, at least that we know of, I'm sure we would have heard about it if there was, had ruled so vast a domain in this region. But conquering an empire, that's one thing. Governing it long term, entirely different skill set, arguably an even greater challenge. Sargon demonstrated a shrewd grasp of administration and statecraft to keep his dominion intact, especially since he really had no point of reference. It's not as if anybody had ever done it before. But one of the primary strategies was to install trusted officials in key cities throughout the empire. He couldn't be in all places at once, so he had to have people go and do the job for him. Delegating, that kind of thing. A later Babylonian text speaks admiringly of the citizens of Akkad, whom Sargon placed as governors in over 65 cities. Now this indicates a centralized bureaucratic approach. Akkadian administrators, often ethnically Akkadian, or at least loyal to the Akkadian regime, were dispatched to rule conquered cities and regions on Sargon's behalf. By doing so, Sargon diminished the autonomy of local dynasties and tied the governance of each region directly to his throne. These officials likely collected taxes, enforced laws, and maintained their own garrisons. The empire of Sargon was the first to implement what we might call a federal system, over Mesopotamia. He had an overarching rule, but delegated day-to-day control to governors and ensi who answered to him directly. Evidence suggests that Akkadian became the lingua franca of administration across the realm, gradually supplanting Sumerian for official records. This linguistic shift to Akkadian, a Semitic language, from Sumerian, a language isolate, was a significant cultural change initiated during Sargon's reign. It meant that scribes from different cities could communicate in one language, and it reinforced the unity of the empire under Akkad's cultural influence. But even so, Sumerian did not disappear. It remained the language of religion and high literature, and Sargon himself had quite a respect for Sumerian traditions. In fact, Sargon patronized the city of Nippur, the religious capital of Sumer, by restoring and venerating its temples, thus aligning himself with ancient sacred institutions to legitimize his rule. We already mentioned the canny move of him appointing his daughter Enheduanna as the high priestess of Ur, and this was part of Sargon's broader policy of intertwining his family with regional power structures. Enheduanna's tenure as priestess solidified Akkadian control over Ur's immense religious and economic clout. Now you see, temples, of course, in those days controlled huge landownings and resources. Through her famous hymns which praised gods like Inanna and acknowledged the supremacy of the Akkadian leadership, Enheduanna also helped merge Sumerian and Akkadian religious identity. It's quite telling that Enheduanna refers to herself as, quote, the daughter of Sargon in her writings. Even in devotional literature, the royal family's presence was asserted. Sargon also developed practical infrastructure to manage the empire. Roads and communication. They were both improved to speed up the movement of troops and information across vast distances, and there were certainly vast distances to go across. There are two references to a system of posting stations or checkpoints. One chronicle notes that Sargon stationed his officials at intervals of a double hour along the roads, which implies some regular spacing of outposts, possibly for relays. This might be an embryonic form of the postal or messenger system, and in fact archaeologists have found that by Sargon's time, clay tablets, which I suppose we can look at as letters, were sometimes wrapped in outer clay envelopes marked with the recipient's name and a seal. a secure way to send correspondence that could only be opened by the intended party. It could be seen as the world's first postal system, at least quite in its infancy, ensuring reliable communication throughout the empire. The efficiency of such communication would have been crucial for controlling far-flung provinces, and of course, reacting to events like revolts or foreign incursions. And then we have another aspect of Sargon's governance, the standardization of weights and measures. It sounds a bit boring, but it's actually extremely important. To facilitate trade and taxation across diverse regions, Sargon's administration likely imposed uniform measures so that merchants from Akkad to Mari to Susa used the same units. Later tradition credits Sargon with establishing just taxation and fair trade practice, suggesting that he reformed economic management to keep resources flowing to his capital. Akkad, the royal city, accumulated wealth from across Mesopotamia in the form of tribute and taxes, grain, cattle, precious metals, textile, and of course labor for royal projects. And here's a telling sign of Akkad's central prominence, Sargon's relationship with the city of Babylon. There are conflicting accounts in Babylonian and later chronicles. One states that Sargon, quote, built Babylon in front of Akkad. Another says that he dug up earth from Babylon and made a new Babylon next to Akkad. These are clearly anachronistic tales. Babylon was a minor town in Sargon's day, but extremely important later on. So later scribes connected Sargon to it. However, the fact that Sargon is associated with building projects in Babylon hints that he paid some attention to developing cities beyond his capital. He possibly invested in fortifying or beautifying strategic cities throughout his empire, and that includes Babylon, of course. But we do know for certain that Akkad itself was enriched with the spoils of conquest. One chronicle describes Sargon ferrying the West's booty across the Euphrates on barges back to Akkad. Well, this treasure would have included cedar wood from Lebanon, metals, and other valuables. Sargon erected statues of himself in conquered lands too, as mentioned, and likely also in Akkad to display his victories. And then we have Queen Tashlul-Dum, Sargon's wife, who we should note here as well. Though little is said of her in surviving texts, records preserve her name, indicating she was an important figure at court. The knowledge of her name and the names of several of Sargon's children shows that Sargon established a dynasty with conscious intent. He was not a one-generation wonder. He laid plans for succession. Indeed, he had at least 2 sons who succeeded him, Rimush and Manishtushu, and daughters like Enheduanna in influential roles. Sorry about my Facebook notification going off there. Well, the Akkadian Empire under Sargon was a family enterprise in many ways, with royal kin placed in critical positions across the vast realm. But for all of Sargon's brilliant accomplishments, his reign was not peaceful to the end. Empire building tends to generate a bit of resentment, to say the least, and Sargon faced numerous rebellions from those he had subjugated. They weren't very happy with the boot being placed on their neck. The pattern of his rule involved constant warfare, either expanding the frontiers or quelling uprisings within them. Now earlier on, as we saw, the Sumerian city-states revolted almost immediately after Sargon took power, forcing him to reconquer some of them to prove his legitimacy. But even after his authority was established far and wide, discontent simmered beneath the surface. Ancient records, particularly a Babylonian chronicle known as the Chronicle of Early Kings, describe how late in Sargon's life trouble struck again on a grand scale. It says that, quote, "In his old age, all the lands revolted against him and surrounded him in Akkad." Well, one can imagine the aging king, perhaps in his 50s or 60s, suddenly beset by rebellion on all sides. A massive coordinated uprising was of the cities that had been forced into his empire. The chronicle goes on to credit Sargon with rising to the challenge, though. Despite his years, quote, "the old lion still had teeth and claws." Sargon allegedly proclaimed that no opponent would equal him and marched out to battle. He fought decisively and defeated the rebellion cities, crushing their vast armies. A more colorful narrative has him, quote, "knocking them over like reeds and destroying their hosts." Well, if this account is based on genuine tradition, it shows that Sargon's tenacity and personal leadership was even there in advanced age. He reasserts control through blood and iron one last time, proving that his earlier conquests were no fluke at all. I suppose we shouldn't really say iron at this time, but you get the metaphor. However, one revolt was hardly the end of his troubles. The same chronicle suggests that shortly after suppressing a widespread revolt, Sargon faced an invasion from a foreign region. This region called Subatu. That is a term that is often used for Upper Mesopotamian and Syrian areas. Subatu's forces attacked in full strength, Sargon using his tactical skills set an ambush and utterly defeated them, scattering their army and looting their camp. And this victory further solidified his legend. Even in the twilight of his reign, no enemy could defeat the great Sargon of Akkad. But despite victory after victory, these events, the mere presence of rebellions themselves, hindered underlying instability. The conquered peoples, they never really fully accepted Akkadian rule, and unity had to be forced repeatedly by arms. Sargon's own inscriptions perhaps allude to this when they emphasize how the gods Enlil and Inanna granted him no rival, a divine endorsement he likely invoked to quell doubts among the populace. The frequent revolts suggest that managing such a large realm was exceedingly difficult with the communication and administrative tools of the time. But it's a testament to Sargon's leadership that the empire held together through these crises. Ancient Mesopotamians, ever religious in their interpretation of fortune, later ascribed Sargon's late troubles to the wrath of the gods. There's one interesting little anecdote. It holds that Sargon committed an offense against Babylon's patron deity, Marduk. In the Chronicle of Early Kings, after mentioning Sargon's building of a, quote, Babylon next to Akkad, it comments again, quote, "Because of the wrong he had done, the great Lord Marduk became angry and destroyed his people by famine. From east to west, the subjects rebelled against him." Now this is a later mythic explanation, historically not accurate since, well, Marduk was not yet a supreme god in Sargon's time. But it is fascinating that later Babylonians felt that even Sargon must be chastened by a god for hubris. In this case, the hubris of trying to overshadow Babylon. They imagined a famine striking Akkad as punishment, and even that Sargon suffered from insomnia inflicted by the angry deity. Yeah, maybe Marduk's angry at me lately. I've been having trouble sleeping. How to fix that problem, I don't know. But such stories show that Sargon's reign had become a canvas for moral lessons by these subsequent generations. In reality, environmental or economic stresses could indeed have played a role in sparking revolts. For instance, a famine would make the populace restive. You know what I mean. And there is some modern evidence that towards the end of the Akkadian dynasty, Mesopotamia faced drought and climate shifts that disrupted agriculture. It's conceivable that late in Sargon's reign or shortly after that the harvests failed, weakening central control and fueling rebellions. People seem to get a bit angry when they're hungry, that's for sure. But if any of that began under Sargon, it would further explain the cascade of rebellions that he had to face. Well, ultimately, after quelling these late challenges, Sargon died in old age, likely of natural causes. What, were you expecting a heroic last stand in a battle? Not all kings go out, guns blazing. Sometimes it's just peacefully slipping away in their bed, or whatever they have that resembles a bed 4,000 years ago. The Sumerian king list affirms that he reigned for 56 years. Some copies say 55 or 54, but in any case, over half a century. This longevity hints that he must have established efficient structures and loyalists to stay in power so long despite so many conflicts. And when he died, around 2279 BCE by modern estimates, he was succeeded by his sons in turn. His immediate heir was Rimush, and after Rimush's short reign, another son, Manishtushu, took the throne. And guess what? They both faced further revolts, a sign that Sargon's passing emboldened subject cities for trying to get their independence back again. But the Akkadian Empire stayed intact through these reigns, but just barely. They were hanging on by a string. Sargon's vigorous presence was sorely missed. So how do we sum up the legacy of the first conqueror? I suppose we can take a twofold approach. The concrete historical legacy of the empire he founded, and the legendary aura that grew around his name for millennia. In strict historical terms, Sargon's creation, the Akkadian Empire, is regarded as the world's first true empire, meaning a multi-ethnic, centrally ruled domain extending over a large territory. That is, our general terms for the word. He proved that one king could rule dozens of cities and diverse peoples under a single administration. This model would be emulated by countless later figures, from Babylonian kings to Persian shahs and beyond. In Mesopotamia specifically, later dynasties like the Ur-3 kings, for example, Ur-Nammu of Ur around 2100 BCE, borrowed directly from the playbook of Sargon, even stylistically linking themselves to him. The Ur-3 kings revived a few of Sargon's strategies. They too appointed daughters as priestesses and maintained standing armies. They explicitly looked back to the golden age of Sargon and his grandson Naram-Sin as an ideal to recapture. Even the city of Babylon, which rose to prominence over a few centuries after Sargon, might have been influenced by the Akkadian template. Babylon eventually became the capital of the empire under Hammurabi sometime around 1750. And that empire can be seen as a successor in concept to Sargon's, uniting Mesopotamia under Semitic rule. And indeed, Hammurabi's scribes preserve the memory of Sargon. We find that Sargon's military exploits and maxims were copied in scribal schools throughout the old Babylonian period. One Babylonian text recounts Sargon's challenge to future rulers. After describing how he defeated all his enemies, Sargon purportedly says, "Now, Any king who wants to call himself my equal, wherever I went, let him go. Well, it's a bold dare, isn't it? A way to say that no later king could match Sargon's accomplishments unless they could literally reconquer the world just as he did. Now, in a cultural sense, Sargon's reign accelerated the blending of Akkadian, that being Semitic, and Sumerian worlds. The art from his period, such as steles and cylinder seals, show a fusion of styles. One famous artifact often associated with Sargon is the bronze head of an Akkadian king, discovered in Nineveh, though likely made in Akkad's time. It's an exquisitely crafted life-size head, with intricate beard and hairstyle, is thought by many to represent Sargon himself, though some do argue it could depict Naram-Sin, his grandson. But regardless, the Assyrians, who found it in the ruins of Nineveh in the 7th century BCE, treated it as a likeness of Sargon, and honored it accordingly. That piece of art has become an icon of Mesopotamian civilization. It symbolizes the majesty of the Akkadian kings. Its survival and later veneration in Assyria show how Sargon's memory endured as a symbol of power. Well, literature is another realm of his legacy. His daughter Enheduanna's writings were a direct, tangible legacy, the earliest literature by a named author, of course. Well, through Enheduanna, one could say that Sargon's lineage contributed to humanity's literary heritage, but beyond that, Sargon himself became a character in later literary works. That baby in the basket story that we mentioned, the Sargon legend, was copied by Assyrian and Babylonian scribes well over 1,000 years after he lived, showing that the populace continued to be fascinated by his origin story. And then another piece, the Chronicle of Sargon, and the epic King of the Battle, which might reference Sargon's deeds, indicate that a cycle of heroic tales surrounded him too. However, not all mentions of Sargon were glowing. Mesopotamian writers also composed works like the Curse of Akkad, a Sumerian poetic text from centuries after Sargon, which tells of how the gods became angry at Sargon's grandson Naram-Sin and destroyed the city of Akkad as punishment. In that tale, the downfall of Akkad is depicted as a divine retribution of sorts for the arrogance of the Akkadian kings. Well, this tells us that by the end of the Sargonic dynasty, which collapsed around 2190, there was a sense of hubris tied to Sargon's line, the idea that they had overstepped cosmic boundaries. Interestingly, in the Curse of Akkad, Sargon himself is portrayed in a somewhat positive light as a pious king, whom the gods once favored. It wasn't him, but rather his successor that erred. But in any case, the subtext is that the empire Sargon built did not last forever, and was ultimately brought down. And historically, indeed, after Sargon's great-grandson Sharkali-Shari, the Akkadian Empire did fragment, weakened by internal strife and foreign pressures. The Gutian invaders from the Zagros Mountains, often blamed by later accounts for, quote, destroying the civilization of Mesopotamia. Either way, within a century of Sargon's death, Mesopotamia entered a period of chaos and local rule, slipping back into what many have called another dark age. Yet crucially, the idea of an empire was not lost. When order was restored by new dynasties, or like the third dynasty of Ur and the later Old Babylonian Empire, they consciously modeled their kingship on Sargon's example. The kings of Ur III sometimes adopted epithets and practices reminiscent of Sargon and Naram-Sin. In Assyria, Much later, kings would even take Sargon's name. For example, Sargon II of Assyria in the 8th century BCE, to invoke that legacy of power. Being linked to Sargon of Akkad, it became a badge of legitimacy and ambition. So let's think about all of that. The life story of Sargon of Akkad. It is an archetype of a rise from obscurity to global dominance, a rags to riches kind of tale. In the strictest of historical terms, he transformed Mesopotamia by demonstrating how a centralized empire could be run. He pioneered military and administrative techniques that would reappear throughout ancient history, and the short-term impact of his conquest was the spread of Akkadian language and culture, a brand new political order in the East, too. At the long-term impact, nothing short of inspirational. He became a legend, a cultural memory of what a great king could achieve. The ancient storytellers cast him as that fearless conqueror, the clever commoner who became king, and even as the, quote, old lion who refused to be defeated by the younger generation. Well, from a modern perspective, he stands at the dawn of recorded political history as the first known emperor. His biography, insofar as we can piece it together, reads like a prototype of later legendary leaders. Mysterious birth, divine favor, dramatic reversals of fortune, a ruthless conquest, administrative genius, and eventually struggles. Lots and lots of struggles. I think we can all appreciate that there's a blend of fact and fable that envelops the character, and we can be reasonably certain that Sargon was indeed a historical figure who did pretty much most of what the ancient sources said that he did, unifying Mesopotamia by force and governing effectively. But we also acknowledge that the legend is polished by storytellers to inspire subsequent generations. But I don't think that's so bad, because when I look at it, I certainly am inspired. In the desert of southern Mesopotamia, amid the marshes and plains between the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, lay the ruins of humanity's first great cities. It was here, 5,000 years ago, that the Sumerians built an urban civilization that pioneered writing, monumental architecture, and epic literature. The story of Sumer, from its prehistoric villages to the mighty city-states of the Bronze Age, is a saga of conquest, innovation, and ultimately, collapse. Today we're going to go through the mythical origins of kingship in the antediluvian city of Eridu, to the glittering courts of Uruk and Ur, through to the periods of triumphant turmoil under native Sumerian and foreign Akkadian rulers, and finally to the Neo-Sumerian Renaissance and its ultimate end around 2000 BCE. And while we're at it, we'll examine together how Sumerians developed the world's earliest urban society, their advances in agriculture and trade, the invention of cuneiform writing, their stratified social order, and powerful priesthoods, along with their rich religious and literary traditions. So, you might be surprised what we find in our time together today, as this society, 5,000 years ago, was much more advanced than you might think. So, let me first welcome you to the channel. It's good to have you all on board for another Bronze Age video. And we're doing a chronological history of Sumer today. Now, that is a brief history. We could hardly fit it all into a video of this length, but perhaps we'll go into more details later on. Now, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, I invite you to do so. And thank you to those supporting on the Patreon and the YouTube memberships, along with the merch store. Now, welcome's out of the way. Let's get nice and relaxed, and we can go back to before the Bronze Age, the most ancient of ancient worlds. And indeed, we start in southern Mesopotamia in the 6th and 5th millennia BCE, a challenging environment of swampy wetlands and sparse rainfall. Yet, it was precisely here that the precursors of Sumerian civilization began to take root. Archaeologists refer to this early formative era as the Ubaid period, 5500 to 4000 BCE, when small village communities began to thrive by draining marshes and developing rudimentary irrigation techniques for agriculture. These pre-Sumerian inhabitants cultivated grains, wove textiles, fashioned simple painted pottery, and established the first communal institutions. Of course, over centuries, the settlements grew in size and therefore complexity, and that set the stage for the later Sumerians who would inherit that legacy and build upon the foundation. Now, interestingly, southern Mesopotamia at the time had virtually no forests or metal ores, but, if properly irrigated, the soil was extremely fertile, yielding abundant amounts of grain. The bounty, however, depended on communal efforts to dig canals and control the floods, which likely spurred the development of organized government and temple authorities quite early on. And here's something intriguing. The question of where the Sumerians themselves came from is still a matter of debate. The language they used was unlike any other in the Near East. Of course, there's plenty of opinions. Some scholars theorize that the ancestors of the Sumerians may have lived along the shores of the Persian Gulf, in what is now eastern Arabia, until, of course, rising sea levels at the end of the Ice Age drove them into Mesopotamia. Whether indigenous or immigrant, by the Ubaid period, these people had certainly fashioned a way of life that was steadily increasing in complexity. One of the most significant Ubaid period sites is Eridu, located near the old Persian Gulf shoreline in what is now southern Iraq. In Sumerian tradition, Eridu was revered as the first city ever created, the city of the first kings, where kingship was established on earth by divine decree. The Sumerian king list, an ancient record of rulers compiled long afterward, opens with the words, quote, "After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu." Names like Alulim as the first king, said to have reigned for a fantastically long 28,800 years. Well, perhaps no term limits back then. Clearly mythical in these details, such accounts show Eridu's status in Mesopotamian memory as a primordial city from which civilization itself sprang up from. And indeed, archaeology confirms its great antiquity. Excavations reveal a sequence of superimposed temples at Eridu, built in mud brick and repeatedly expanded over thousands of years. The earliest shrine on the site, dating to around 5500 BCE, was a modest 3 by 4 meter room with a simple altar. Up till now, it is the oldest known temple in Mesopotamia. Offerings of fish bones and ashes found on the altar floor suggest worshippers presented Enki, known later to the Akkadians as A, the god of fresh water and wisdom who was the patron of Eridu, with meals of fresh fish. As centuries went on, the humble chapel was rebuilt again and again, but always on the same sacred spot, each time a little larger, a little more elaborate, eventually becoming a massive mud brick sanctuary. Eridu's Temple of Enki, called the House of the Aquifer, thus stands as a tangible record of the nascent religious tradition that would characterize Sumerian cities. The idea that each city was home to a patron deity living in a grand central temple. In fact, Sumerian mythology even casts Eridu as a paradisiacal first city. Some later Mesopotamian writers described a primeval time when Eridu was a blissful garden, a concept that may have influenced the biblical idea of the Garden of Eden. By the late Ubaid period, Eridu had grown from a village into what we might think as a proto-city, with a population of several thousand. Pretty impressive for back then. But it was part of a network of emerging towns across the southern alluvium. Nearby sites like Lagash, Ur, and others show Ubaid phase occupation as well. Although true urbanization had not quite yet arrived, the ingredients were certainly assembling. Productive irrigated farms, communal centers for religion, specialized craft and long-distance trade for resources not available in the river valley, that is, such as stone, wood, and metal ores. There is even evidence of interaction between differing cultural groups. It's been theorized that in southern Mesopotamia of this era, ancestral Sumerian farming populations coexisted and fused with those nomadic Semitic pastoralists and fisher folk of the marshland. In fact, that might have given rise to the unique Sumerian culture and language. And it is at this point where Sumer's true urban revolution unfolds, in the Uruk period, about 4000 to 3100 BCE, named of course after the city of Uruk, which became the largest and most influential settlement of its time. Now a little bit more about Uruk. It's known as Unug in Sumerian, and later Erech in the Bible. It was initially a small Ubaid town, just like Eridu, but during the 4th millennium BCE, it underwent an explosive pattern of growth, transforming into a sprawling metropolis covering over 250 hectares, absolutely unprecedented in size. By around 34 to 3200, Uruk may have housed between 40 and 50,000 people, and that quite well and truly makes it the first city in the full sense if we're talking about population-wise. But what exactly drove such rapid urbanization? That's a little bit more difficult to quantify. The exact causes are debatable, but in terms of archaeology, we see signs of agricultural surpluses feeding population increase, as well as the concentration of political and religious authority drawing people to the city. Uruk itself was divided into districts, including the Eanna precinct, dedicated to Inanna, the goddess of love, war, later called Ishtar, and the Anu Ziggurat precinct, dedicated to Anu, the sky god. Massive temple platforms were constructed, such as the limestone paved terrace supporting the Eanna temple complex and the high terrace for the whitewashed brick sanctuary, the White Temple of Anu. These monumental buildings, some of the first true ziggurats in Mesopotamia, must have required organized labor on a massive scale, and they're truly a testament to Uruk's role as a ceremonial center. But even more crucial, Uruk period temples were not just religious edifices, but economic hubs. The city's patron gods were believed to own the land and its produce, with the temple administration managing grain harvests, herds of livestock, and workshops for craft production. Ordinary farmers bought their barley, dates, or wool as dues to the temple's storehouse, and in return received allotments of food and goods for their sustenance. In effect, the temple had functioned as a centralized redistribution system. It received, stored, and disbursed the community's wealth, maintaining reserves to weather bad years. Of course, managing a complex economy like this, you needed an administrative class. So in come the priests and the scribes. These officials kept accounts of temple incomes and outlays, initially using carved stone tokens and seals, but eventually an even more revolutionary tool: writing. You can't have civilization without that, can't you? So it is within these late Uruk levels, as 3400 to 31, that archaeologists have discovered the earliest known writing in the world. And just think about that. That's more than 5,000 years ago. Exciting, so exciting. Well, clay tablets from Uruk and a few other sites under Uruk's influence bear proto-cuneiform signs. That is, pictographic and numeric impressions that record transactions of grain, livestock, beer, and other commodities, certainly within its infancy, but it is what we can recognize as a written form of communication and record keeping. Of course, writing began as an extension of accounting. The Uruk bureaucracy needed a permanent way to track the flow of goods and labor rations in the temple economy. At first, simple drawings and tally marks sufficed. But over time, scribes got creative, and they developed standardized symbols and impressed them into the clay with a stylus, creating wedge-shaped marks. Certainly the beginnings of cuneiform script. By around 3200 BCE, these tablets even record personal names and titles, hinting at the first written administrative orders and ownership statements. The invention of writing had an enormous impact. It allowed the Sumerians to transmit information across time and distance with precision, facilitating more complex governance, and ultimately laying the groundwork for history and literature, which will come a little bit later. Uruk's ascendancy during this period was not only felt in Sumer proper. In what scholars term as the Uruk expansion, material culture from Uruk appears across a wide variety of regions beyond southern Mesopotamia. Archaeologists have found Uruk-style pottery, cylinder seals with Mesopotamian motifs, and even entire settlements established by colonists from Uruk in distant lands. For example, in Habuba Kabira in today's Syria, and at sites in southeastern Turkey and western Iran, Uruk period enclaves sprang up hundreds of kilometers away from Sumer. The outposts were likely trading colonies or administrative centers to secure vital resources: timber from the North Mountains, precious metals and stones, perhaps access to trade routes reaching as far as the Levant and the Indus Valley. By the late 4th millennium BCE, Uruk's influence, or at least its cultural style, extended from the Persian Gulf all the way to the Mediterranean. Technologically, the Uruk period saw plenty of important innovations. The potter's wheel came into use, enabling mass production of pottery, like the standardized beveled rim bowl. The Sumerians also harnessed the wheel for transport. Wheeled carts and wagons appear in this area, as does the use of the sail on boats, facilitating trade along rivers and the Gulf. And then there was the plough, that was improved for oxen to pull, greatly expanding agricultural output. With more food available, course, not everyone needed to be a farmer, and Uruk boasted full-time artisans such as metallurgists, leather workers, and priests, supported by all that surplus grain. Good times. One exquisite artifact from Uruk, the Warka vase, shows a procession of offerings brought to the goddess Inanna, carved in alabaster. The layers of imagery on the vase, the farmers, livestock, priests, and the goddess herself capture an organization of society still centered around the temple. The Uruk period also saw the first heroic figures emerge in Sumerian tradition. Although purely historical records from this time are pretty rare, later legends recall that Uruk's early kings were culture heroes. Of course, you know the name Gilgamesh. He's the most famous, who in Sumerian tales is the 5th king of Uruk. The Sumerian king list indeed names, quote, Gilgamesh, whose father was a phantom, i.e., of an unknown father, and credits him with a reign of 126 years in the distant past. Gilgamesh likely lived, if he was real, near the end of the early dynastic period, that's the 27th to the 26th century BCE, but by the Bronze Age, he'd certainly become a household name. Later epic poetry describes him building Uruk's monumental walls and going on fantastic adventures. The kernel of these stories may hark back to the pride Sumerians felt in Uruk's grandeur and at the dawn of cities. Even an early proto-epic fragment from Uruk, written centuries after the Uruk period but set in primordial time, lords the city's walls and temple precinct, suggesting that even by the Bronze Age, Sumerians looked upon Uruk's ancient achievements with reverence. But you know what they say about good times. They don't always last forever. By around 3100 BCE, the Uruk-centric system experienced quite an upheaval. Many of the distant Uruk colonies were abandoned, and Uruk's dominance within Sumer seems to have waned, possibly due to shifting river courses, climate stress, perhaps internal political change. In Mesopotamian legend, this era is punctuated by a great flood. The King's List notes laconically that kingship passed through several cities, and then the flood swept over, implying a break in history. A Sumerian poem, often called the Eridu Genesis, composed 2300 BCE, tells of gods deciding to inundate the land, and of one righteous man, Ziusudra, who built an ark and survived the deluge at the behest of the god Enki. Indeed, it's all familiar. These tales of flood and renewal likely echo real floods, though. We see them in a lot of different cultures. Certainly devastated parts of southern Mesopotamia, that's for sure. Indeed, archaeologists at Ur found a thick layer of water-laid clay separating the Ubaid and Uruk remains from the later strata, evidence of a significant flood event around 2800 BCE. Well, whether or not this specific flood underlies the myth, the end of the Uruk period did usher in a new chapter of Sumerian civilization. The stage was certainly set for the early dynastic period, a time when multiple competing city-states blossomed in Sumer, inheriting the legacies of that now gone Uruk age. Are you still with me? We're only just getting started. By circa 2900 BCE, Sumer had regrouped into a mosaic of independent city-states. Each city and its surrounding hinterland had formed a small kingdom centered on a cult of its patron deity and ruled by a secular leader. Lugal, meaning great man or king, or an ensi, a city governor. Now remember those words because you'll hear them come up a lot when you're talking about Sumer as Lugal and ensi, king and governor. The early dynastic period spans roughly 2900 to 2330 BCE and is traditionally divided into sub-periods, as being ED 1, 2, and 3 in modern chronology. During this time we find the first extensive written records, and I'm not just talking administrative tablets, but also inscriptions by kings bragging of their deeds, and possibly the earliest hymns and narrative texts. We also have rich archaeological evidence, including the spectacular royal tombs at Ur, which together paint a picture of a vibrant, competitive era in Sumerian history. But politically, there wasn't a single city that dominated all of Sumer in the early dynastic. Rather, the situation was that power rotated among the major centers. Alliances and rivalries were always changing. We have cities such as Uruk, Ur, Kish, Lagash, Umur, Nippur, Shuruppak, and Eshnuna. Now that's just to name the prominent ones, and they had their own dynasties of rulers. The Sumerians themselves viewed this period through a somewhat legendary lens. The Sumerian kings list, composed in the Ur-3 period, but reporting to record far earlier times, gives us a sequence of dynasties. After the mythical antediluvian kings, it says kingship resumed at Kish. Quote, after the flood had swept over, kingship came down again at Kish. Now, where exactly was Kish? Well, it was a city on the northern edge of Sumer, near the modern city of Tel el-Uhaymir, and is often listed first in the post-flood times. Indeed, King of Kish became a title that implied primacy or hegemony among Sumerian cities. Early dynastic rulers from various cities sometimes adopted the title King of Kish to legitimize themselves as the foremost leader, even if they had never even stepped foot in Kish or never weren't born in Kish. But it all indicates that Kish had an early prestige as a center of power, much like later on how we see the same for Babylon, this kind of thing. Well, some modern historians do suspect that Kish may have been an early hegemon, or at least symbolized a unifying kingship in Sumerian ideology. From early dynastic texts and excavations, we can begin to flesh out individual rulers who straddle myth and history. One of the earliest, whose historicity is evidenced outside the king's list, is Emne-Baragesi of Kish, who is said to have lived in ED 1, that is perhaps around 2600 BCE. Emne-Baragesi is credited by later tradition with capturing weapons from Elam, that is a neighboring land to the east, and significantly, archaeologists at Nippur found a vase fragment inscribed with his name. Now, that's a pretty hard piece of evidence that a king named Emne-Baragesi did exist. And then we have his son, Aga of Kish, who appears in a Sumerian story as a contemporary rival of Gilgamesh in Uruk, suggesting conflicts between Kish and Uruk were happening even in legend. Another key city-state rivalry that emerges in ED times is between Lagash and Umma, two cities in eastern Sumer, divided by a fertile boundary region called Gu-Edin. Now, this dispute over territory became one of the first recorded wars in history. We're fortunate enough to have detailed descriptions, at least from the victors. the kings of Lagash left behind inscribed stones and stelae recounting their fights with Uma. One of these is the famous Stele of the Vultures from Lagash. It dates to around 2450 BCE, that is, corresponding ED 3 period. Now, although it is fragmentary, its inscription and carved relief images celebrate the victory of Eannatum of Lagash over Uma. We learn that generations earlier, a border was fixed between the two by Meselim of Kish, a powerful earlier king who acted as a mediator. But Uma later violated the boundary. And so, according to the text, the god of Uma ordered its ruler to seize the contested fields of Lagash. The Patesi of Uma, by the command of his god, plundered Gu-Edin, the territory beloved of Ningirsu, that is from the text. Eannatum, the ruler or Ensi of Lagash, claims that his own patron deity Ningirsu, the god of war and agriculture, then commanded him in a dream to march to battle. In the ensuing war, Eannatum led the armies of Lagash to defeat Uma's forces. The Stele of the Vultures depicts vultures carrying off the severed heads of the defeated enemy. A pretty grisly trophy, but an effective image of triumph. On the carved relief, Eannatum's infantry advance in tight formation, wearing helmets and wielding spears and axes, while Ningirsu himself is shown in a mythological form, helping trap Uma's soldiers in a net. While one can certainly imagine the pride of Lagash's citizens at this divinely sanctioned victory, doesn't get much better than that. Eannatum's inscription not only boasts of piling up the bodies of Uma's soldiers, but it also records a treaty. The defeated Uma was made to swear not to encroach again and to pay heavy tribute of grain to the temple of Ningirsu. Lagash's archives reveal a surprisingly legalistic approach to the conflict. Eannatum's successor, Enmetena, of Lagash, records renewing the border markers and even suing for peace with a later ruler of Uma, indicating that written agreements and curses against violators were certainly a key part of intercity diplomacy in those days. And that really is noteworthy. The practice of using an inscribed stele to demarcate borders, and of invoking gods as guarantors of treaties, is first seen in this stele, setting precedents for later international law in Mesopotamia, and, of course, in the broader Bronze Age world of later times. We see the same sorts of things in the stele after the Battle of Kadesh, between the Hittites and the Egyptians under Ramesses II. Well, back to Sumer. The religious city of Nippur, home of Enlil's great sanctuary, held a special status throughout these centuries. Kings from different cities all respected Nippur. It was common belief that no man could rule Sumer legitimately without getting Enlil's blessing, and he had to get that from Nippur, of course. Thus, even when no single king dominated politically, a shared Sumerian cultural identity was maintained through common worship at Nippur and other holy sites. But while all the wars raged on, Sumerian society was also developing in its own sophistication. The economy in the early dynastic times remained centered on temple estates, but secular palaces were becoming powerful as well. Kings or lugals appear more prominently, often claiming divine favor or semi-divine lineage. We see the growth of a warrior aristocracy with bronze weapons and light chariots, but they were usually drawn by donkeys, not by horses. There is evidence also of a class of free men and laborers, and also slaves, often war captives or debt servants, at the bottom of the social pyramid. The construction of lavish royal tombs in this period suggests the elite commanded enormous resources. And nowhere is this more evident than at the royal cemetery of Ur, dating to roughly the early dynastic III period, 2500 BCE. British archaeologist Leonard Woolley's excavations at Ur in the 1920s uncovered tombs of extraordinary wealth, gold jewelry, musical instruments, ornate weapons, and all other grave goodies. You really had a bit of everything. All the luxuries of the ancient world, all in one nice, neat little hole. That's what archaeology is all about. Well, in some of these tombs, though, the main burial, a king or queen, was accompanied by a retinue of attendants who appear to have been sacrificed to serve their master in the afterlife. For instance, the tomb believed to belong to Queen Puabi, which is labeled at the site as PG 800, contained the bodies of dozens of servants and guards, dressed in fine garments and gold ornaments, who went to the grave with her. It's a pretty macabre ritual, sure, but it just drives home that point of the godlike status of Sumerian royalty. It's also perhaps a haunting glimpse at the world view of life's hierarchy continuing after death. I have a full video on Sumerian funeral practices, if you're interested in that. It goes into quite a lot of detail. Well, let's continue. From these royal burials also came artworks that reveal much about Sumerian life. For example, the Standard of Ur, a wooden box found in a royal tomb at Ur, bears intricate mosaics illustrating the dual roles of the ruler. On one side, a war scene, showing the king leading a Sumerian army. Chariots drawn by wild donkeys trample over enemies. Infantry with spears and copper helmets march in formation. And finally, the downtrodden prisoners presented to the king. But on the opposite side, there is a scene of peace, depicting a banquet with the king and nobles drinking while a musician plays a lyre. And lower registers show laborers bringing animals, fish and produce as tribute. Either way, it makes the message pretty clear. An image tells 1,000 words. The king protects the city in war and ensures prosperity in peace. Despite the focus on rulers and temples, ordinary life in Sumer thrived under this urban order. Citizens lived in mud brick houses along narrow streets. Excavations show multi-room homes, often centered on a courtyard, with kitchens, storage, and living quarters. A clay figurine might be set in a household shrine to offer prayers to personal gods. The Sumerians were also renowned for enjoying life's pleasures, too. Archaeological finds include a royal game of Ur, a board game with checkers and dice, and even evidence of prolific beer brewing. Of course, back then, you wouldn't be drinking normal water. That's dangerous. It's far safer to brew it into beer, something like that, and then consume it. But do remember that back then the alcohol content was much lower. People would usually have beer for breakfast, especially in the case of what we found at the rations list at the pyramids for the workers. Usually they were paid in grain and beer, sort of thing. Well, in fact, a famous Sumerian hymn to the goddess Ninkasi doubles as a recipe for beer, describing in poetic terms the step-by-step process of how to make the best Sumerian beer. Of course, it's a staple drink for all classes, consumed with straws from large jars. Music and song were beloved. Harps and lyres were played both in palaces and taverns, and by this period, the cuneiform record even preserves the first known musical notation and lullabies. All these details, they don't portray a society of Bronze Age cave dwellers or anything like that, but rather a very human picture. Sure, devout and hierarchical, definitely, but they certainly knew how to celebrate the joys of feasting and entertainment. The richness of material culture in the early dynastic age also reflects a burgeoning long-distance trade system. Many precious materials found in Sumer had to be imported. We're talking lapis lazuli and gold coming from as far as Central Asia, the modern region of Afghanistan. Tin as well to alloy with copper for bronze, possibly from Iran or beyond. Cedar wood from the forests of the Levant, Lebanon and Syria, and diorite stone from Magan in the Arabian Gulf. Now, Magan is roughly modern-day Oman. Sumerian inscriptions proudly list these acquisitions. The rulers of Lagash, for example, describe bringing timbers from the Amanus and Lebanon ranges, copper and gold from distant lands, and indeed diorite from Magan. One Lagash king, Gudea, who ruled slightly later during the Gutian interlude, around 2140 BCE, recorded how he obtained cedar logs, imported rare stones, and welcomed ships from Dilmun, laden with exotic goods. Now, Dilmun, by the way, that's roughly around Bahrain. Now, such records show that by the mid-3rd millennium, Sumer was indeed a hub of the trading world that connected the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean. Merchants from Sumer, sometimes acting on behalf of the temples, traveled or at least sent emissaries abroad, exchanging Sumer's textiles, wool, grain, and crafted wares for the metals and timber that their homeland lacked. The Sumerians progressively extended their cultural reach and also developed their intellectual life. Short hymns and temple songs have been found, as well as early versions of tales about heroes like Gilgamesh, Lugalbanda, and Enmerkar. Sumerian scribes by the ED3 period were recording their heroic traditions. Kings like Etana of Kish and Gilgamesh of Uruk, who appear in the King's List and now in epic tales, certainly show how history and myth sometimes have a bit of a blurry line between. Think about it with a bit of Greek mythology as well. The ancient world, it just goes hand in hand like that. Now, Gilgamesh, likely a historical king around the 26th century BCE, was already being immortalized in poems as a demigod who battled monsters and sought immortality, indicating a rich oral lore being committed to writing. In cultural terms, the early dynastic period laid the groundwork for what we now recognize as classical Sumerian civilization. The Sumerian language was at this time in everyday use. Schools, or as they called them, eduba, tablet houses, were established to train scribes, who had to master hundreds of signs to produce neat-looking tablets. From scribal training exercises and school texts, we see the first proverbs and fables, indicating a tradition of wisdom literature. For example, one Sumerian proverb admonishes that, quote, "He who may possess much silver may be happy. He who possesses much barley may be happy. But he who has nothing at all can sleep." A wry commentary on wealth and contentment. The Sumerians also began writing down their myths and epics in this period, or at least circulating them orally. By the end of ED3, short narrative poems in Sumerian existed about legendary kings. 5 separate Sumerian poetic tales about Gilgamesh are actually known from later copies, although the fully developed Sumerian literature would blossom in the subsequent Old Babylonian period. Its seeds were certainly planted in the early dynastic times. As far as religion, well, no surprises, it continued to dominate intellectual life. Each city's temple was not only an economic center, but the literal seat of political power. In many cases, early rulers governed as priest-kings. The Sumerian title En denoted a priestly lord. For instance, the city of Uruk had a female high priestess of Inanna who were royal family members, indicating the intertwining of sacred and royal authority. Not unique to Sumeria. Well, the pantheon of the Sumerian gods took on a more fixed form. An, sky; Enlil, air, storm, king of the gods, whose main temple was at Nippur; Enki, water and wisdom, at Eridu; Ninhursag, earth and fertility; Nana, the moon, at Ur; Utu, sun, the sun rather, at Larsa or Sipar; Inanna, love and war, based in Uruk, and many other minor gods. Sumerian religion was anthropomorphic. Gods were thought to live in their temple houses, to eat the food offered to them, and to engage in very human-like dramas according to myth. Maintaining the favor of the patron deity through proper rituals, offerings, and temple upkeep, well, that was essential to a city's good fortune. When kings boast in inscriptions, they often credit their successors to the will of their city's god, and lavish praise on building that god's temple. This close god-king relationship is epitomized in the sacred marriage rite that some cities practiced, where the king would actually marry the goddess in a ritual embodied by her high priestess to ensure fertility and prosperity for the land. By the end of the early dynastic period, one city-state had managed to assert itself above all the rest, albeit briefly, and that was Umma, under its ambitious king, Lugal-Zaggisi. Ruling circa 2350, Lugal-Zaggisi claimed to have conquered the entirety of Sumer, and even lands beyond. In a boastful inscription, he states that Enlil granted him kingship over the nations, and that he had made the lands from the upper sea to the lower sea, that is, a reference to the Mediterranean and Persian Gulf, obedient to him. We may presume that it's a bit of exaggeration, but what is certain is that Lugal-Zaggisi defeated his long-time rival Lagash, and that ended Lagash's dynasty, which had endured for generations since the time of Eonatum. He also established his rule over Ur, Uruk, and several other Sumerian cities, making Uruk his capital, perhaps harking back to its ancient prestige. It seemed as if Sumer might finally be united under one native ruler. But hold your horses. Lugal-Zaggisi's triumph would become quite short-lived. There was a new power on the horizon, rising in northern Mesopotamia, and one that would dramatically end the independence of the Sumerian city-states, the first conquerors. Mid-24th century BCE, a talented and ruthless Semitic chieftain from the north swept down into Sumer and forever changed its destiny. I'm sure you've heard of him. They called him Sharukin, meaning true king, but in our modern vernacular, he is Sargon of Akkad. He founded the world's first recorded empire. His rise marks the start of the Akkadian Empire, circa 2334 to 2154, and represents the first time Sumer was conquered and united by an outside force. Yet, Sargon shrewdly wove together Sumerian and Semitic elements, and the Akkadian Age became a time of cross-pollination. Sumerian culture would influence the conquerors, even as Akkadian language and rule spread over Sumer. According to later legends, Sargon had quite humble origins. A Babylonian birth myth portrays his mother as an unwed priestess who gave birth in secret and set her infant adrift on the river in a basket, only for the baby to be rescued by a water drawer and raised as his son. Pretty common myth, isn't it? Well, this Sargon legend not only inspired the biblical story of Moses, but it also shows Sargon's aura as a man of destiny, a self-made king. Now, historically, Sargon first appears as an official, a cupbearer to the king of Kish. Around 2334, however, he rebelled, seized power, and then from Kish launched a series of campaigns to subdue the rest of Sumer. The decisive clash came when Sargon defeated Lugal-Zaghazi of Uruk, the would-be master of Sumer, capturing him in chains and parading him in humiliation, which was the style at the time. With Uruk, Ur, Lagash, and other major cities fallen, Sargon effectively became the king of Sumer. He established a new capital city, Akkad, and at a strategically central location, though its exact site is unfortunately unknown today. Perhaps it's another place we can find, like how we found Troy back in those old times. Well, from Akkad he ruled over not only Sumer, but vast territories beyond. An empire, in its true sense, that eventually stretched north into Syria and Anatolia, west into the Mediterranean, and east into Elam and Iran. His conquests are recorded in later chronicles, and possibly in his own commemorative inscriptions. One Akkadian text, preserved in copies, has him boast, Sargon, king of Kish, triumphed in 34 battles, and that he crossed the sea, likely the Persian Gulf and beyond. He is said to have set up his statues in distant lands, a way of declaring his domination. There are references to his army reaching Mari on the Middle Euphrates and Ashur on the Tigris, taking treasure from the Elamites, and even sending ships from Akkad to sail to Dilmun and Maluha, which may correspond to Bahrain and the Indus Valley. While some of these claims might be propagandistic hyperbole, there is no doubt that Sargon forged a realm far beyond anything he had seen before. For the first time, Sumer was but one core province in a larger multi-ethnic empire, ruled from a new city called Akkad. But how exactly did Sargon maintain control of Sumer and all these other lands? It wasn't like he had any point of reference. Well, he got to work. He pioneered new methods of imperial governance. He stationed trusted governors, Ensi, many of them Akkadian officials or his own kin, to oversee key cities. For example, in the city of Ur, he installed his daughter, Enheduanna, as high priestess of the moon god Nana, a brilliant move that secured religious loyalty. Now, in fact, Enheduanna, who served as priestess in Ur for decades, is famous in her own right, not just for being Sargon's daughter, but as the world's earliest known author by name. She composed numerous Sumerian hymns and poems, including passionate hymns to the goddess Inanna, which have survived on clay tablets. In Eduana's writings, not only show a royal woman actively shaping religious culture, but they also exemplify how Akkadians embraced Sumerian language and religion. She wrote in Sumerian, the sacred tongue, invoking Sumerian deities, yet she was the daughter of a Semitic conqueror. Now, if that's not a symbol of the fusion of cultures under Akkad, I don't know what is. Now, what about the Akkadian administration? Well, they likely collected tribute and taxes from Sumerian cities to fund the imperial center. There is evidence of Akkadian officials taking over temples and palace estates. However, rather than attempt to suppress Sumerian culture, the Akkadian kings often presented themselves as heirs to Sumer's legacy. Sargon took the title King of Sumer and Akkad, signaling a dual heritage. His grandson, Naram-Sin, even went a step further. After winning major victories, including a crushing coalition of rebellious Sumerian cities, that was a failure, well, Naram-Sin assumed the unprecedented title, King of the Four Quarters of the Earth. And, as mentioned, he did declare himself a living god, too. Stelae from Naram-Sin's reign depict him with the horned crown of divinity. While some Sumerians saw this as, frankly, blasphemous, it shows how the ideology of kingship had evolved under this new empire. The ruler now claimed near absolute divine status over an immense realm. In fact, Naram-Sin's boldness was commemorated in his victory stele, which depicts him wearing a godlike helmet and climbing a mountain above his defeated foes, the first Mesopotamian king shown as a deity in art. But, in Sumerian memory, this hubris was punished. A famous Sumerian poem, The Curse of Agade, Agade was their word for Akkad, blames Naram-Sin's sacrilegious attack on Enlil's temple for the entire downfall of the empire. That's right, the whole thing is his fault, betraying the gods themselves, withdrawing support, and sending the Gutians to ravage Akkad. Sorry about the spoiler alert, but we're about to get to that section. Now, forming an empire, that's one thing. Keeping an empire, that is an entirely different skill set. After Sargon's long reign, said to be about 56 years, pretty long, but, and that of his sons too, internal dissent and external pressures began to mount. Sumerian cities, used to their autonomy, began to grow weary of their Akkadian governors. There were revolts. One chronicler says that, quote, in every city the son rebelled against his father during the reign of Sargon's grandson Shar-Kalishari. It seems that the golden age of the Akkadians was well and truly coming to an end. It didn't help that foreign enemies were pressing in as well. In particular, groups of mountain people from the northeast, known as the Gutians, began raiding Mesopotamia. They are depicted in Sumerian sources as wild, uncivilized highlanders, quote, not classed among people, with human intelligence but canine instincts and monkey features. Pretty harsh description, but okay. These Gutian incursions, combined with perhaps a period of drought and famine around 2200 BCE, led to the Akkadian Empire's fragmentation. Around 2154, Akkad's last king fell, and the empire was collapsed into chaos. And here, Mesopotamia proper enters a dark interval, often called the Gutian period. Okay, the Akkadians are gone. Good news, right? Well, not really. With Akkad gone, Sumer was left in disarray. Contemporary Sumerian laments describe this time as one of famine and despair, and they blame it all on divine wrath. Now, we've mentioned that text, the Curse of Akkad. It recounts how the Akkadian king Naram-Sin angered the patron deity Enlil by attacking the holy city of Nippur, resulting in the gods withdrawing their favor and sending the Gutians as a scourge. Well, the Gutians poured out of the Zagros Mountains, and they're portrayed as a plague of barbarism. They filled the land with wickedness, took away the wife from him who had a wife, took away the child from him who had a child. They had no kingship traditions, no understanding of rights, that is, R-I-T-E-S, and brought the thriving fields of Sumer to ruin. Well, there is maybe a little bit of hyperbole in these accounts. Centralized rule and maintenance of infrastructure faltered under Gutian disruption. Sumerian texts emphasize this disruption without a strong king. The roads grew tangled and impassable, and the fields yielded weeds. A poetic way to describe famine and lawlessness. Indeed, one copy of Utu Hengal's victory inscription recounts the Gutian rule had blocked the roads and caused the tall grass to grow on the highways, so commerce and communication simply ground to a halt. But you could probably tell the video's not over yet, so hold your horses. It's not the end of the story. Not all is lost. Even in this troubled period, pockets of Sumerian leadership persisted. The city of Lagash, in particular, experienced a local revival under a line of independent rulers. Most famous among them is Gudea of Lagash, circa 2140, who was not subjugated by the Gutians. Gudea, though only styling himself NC, governor, effectively ruled a small kingdom centered on Lagash. He's remembered for devoutly rebuilding temples, especially the great temple of Ninkirsu, and for bringing prosperity back to his city. His numerous statues and inscriptions depict a pious and just ruler. But he doesn't just boast of conquests. Instead, he emphasizes piety and the well-being of the people. One description describes Gudea bringing in cedars from the mountains and diorite and gold from distant lands for the temples, showing that trade was well and truly still alive. Under Gudea and his predecessor Ur-Baba, Lagash was kind of a refuge of Sumerian tradition amid that foreign domination. Ultimately, the Sumerians would reclaim their political autonomy. Around 2110, a southern Sumerian leader named Uta Hengal, the king of Uruk, rose up and finally expelled the Gutian invaders. Utu Hengal's victory is recorded in a dramatic royal inscription known from later copies. It relates that Enlil, the chief god, commissioned Utu Hengal to eliminate the Gutians, metaphorically called, quote, the fanged serpent of the mountain who carried off the kingship of Sumer to the mountains. Utu Hengal rallied the Sumerian cities for a final battle. In the text, he prays to Inanna for aid, and then engages the Gutian army led by their king Tirigan. He manages to trap Tirigan, who fled to the mountains, and capture him, bringing him back in a neck stock. With this, the Gutian yoke was finally cast off. Utu Hengal proclaimed the restoration of order, the kingship of the land of Sumer was brought back from the mountains to the cities. After years of neglect, canals were finally being redug. The roads were safe again, and the fields returned to cultivation. He was going to make Sumer great again. Well, tragically for Utu-Hen-Gal, he enjoyed the triumph only for a short time. Perhaps only 7 years. Fate struck. An accident, in which he is said to have drowned in the Euphrates River. But the torch of Sumerian revival was taken up by other dynamic leaders. One who may have been Utu-Hen-Gal's military commander or an ambitious governor. Ur-Nammu, the ruler of Ur. Ur-Nammu deposed Utu-Hen-Gal's heir around 2112 BCE and founded what is known as the Third Dynasty of Ur, also called the Neo-Sumerian Empire. The establishment of the Third Dynasty of Ur, or just Ur-3, is the final great flourish of Sumerian civilization. A century of strong centralized rule, cultural resistance, and relative peace, often seen as a Sumerian golden age, at least before the final decline. Ur-Nammu, 2112 to 2095 BCE, and his successors, Shulgi, Amarsin, Shusin, and Ibisin, ruled over a united Mesopotamia. From roughly 2112 to 2004 BCE. Though Semitic Akkadian influence was present, the kings proudly embraced that Sumerian heritage. They presided over what one might even call a national revival of Sumerian language, literature, and religion, all while running an efficient state apparatus, and that is a difficult balancing act. Ur-Nammu began by firmly securing Sumer and Akkad, that is the northern regions. He took the title King of Ur, King of Sumer and Akkad, deliberately invoking both traditions. Militarily, he pushed back any remaining Gutian threats, and also campaigned against pockets of local rebellion. But Ur-Nammu is remembered less for conquests than for construction and law-giving. He sponsored an ambitious building program, including the earliest monumental ziggurats, that is the stepped pyramidal temples. At Ur, he constructed a magnificent ziggurat dedicated to the moon god Nana. The ruins of this edifice, a massive 3-tiered platform of mud brick faced with bitumen and brick, are still quite impressive today as a testament to the engineering of the time. Similarly, he built or restored temples in Eridu, Nippur, and Uruk, and other cities, effectively stamping his authority across Sumer through bricks and mortar. Each brick from each of his projects was stamped with an inscription of his name and titles, a practice that reinforced his pious image and certainly helps identifying who built the structures. But, perhaps most remarkably, he's credited with issuing one of the earliest law codes in the world, that is the Code of Ur-Nammu, fragments of which have been discovered, and it even predates the famous Code of Hammurabi by over 300 years. But only parts of it survive, unfortunately. But still, its prologue speaks of Ur-Nammu as the king who, quote, established equity in the land and protected the weak. The laws, written in Sumerian, address various offenses and their punishments. Notably, the code imposes monetary compensation for injuries, rather than the later eye for an eye lex talionis physical retaliation. Significantly, Ur-Nammu's code shows a shift from the vengeance-based justice of earlier times to a system of fines and restitution. suggesting an advanced concept of fairness. Let's take an example. If a man caused another man's eye to be lost, the code prescribed a payment of silver rather than bodily retribution. This early legal text shows the Ur-3 king's ideology of ruling as protectors of the weak, rather ahead of its time, I must say. But Ur-Nammu died in battle, according to one account, fighting an eastern enemy, and was succeeded by his son Shulgi, reigning from 2094 to 2047. King Shulgi took the Neo-Sumerian state to its zenith. Reigning for 47 years, he proved to be a multifaceted ruler, a brilliant administrator, a self-promoter, even a patron of culture. Early in his reign, he continued his father's projects, completing ziggurats like the Great Ziggurat of Ur, and expanding the empire's borders further into Assyria and Elamite territory. To better control his territory, he instituted an efficient provincial system and an elaborate bureaucracy. He then reorganized the empire into about 20 provinces, each overseen by a trusted governor, often family members or in-laws, and each with his responsibilities to send regular taxes in kind to the central treasury. He also reinstituted the Bala system, which is a rotating tax and tribute burden shared amongst provinces, to ensure a steady flow of resources to Ur. The Ur-3 state kept meticulous records. Tens of thousands of clay tablets from this period have been found, and I'm sure we're going to find plenty more. They record everything from temple offerings to the number of sheep delivered by each province annually. It appears to have been a highly bureaucratized economy, too, with standard units of measure and a unified calendar that Shulgi introduced for the whole realm. But he didn't just excel at administration. He cultivated an almost legendary persona. In a series of royal praise hymns, likely composed by court scribes or perhaps Shulgi himself as he claims, the king boasts extravagantly of his prowess. These self-laudatory hymns present him as a kind of superhuman. Let's take this one passage for example. Quote from the text, "I, Shulgi, was a hero already in the womb. I am a fierce-looking lion, begotten by a dragon. I am the king of the 4 regions. I am the herdsman and the shepherd of the black-headed people." The black-headed people, of course, is a reference to what the Sumerians called themselves. Well, he describes himself too as a learned scholar. Quote, "I am a knowledgeable scribe of Nisaba. I have perfected my wisdom." And also as a high priest of the gods, performing every ritual correctly. Famously, he bragged about his physical endurance. One hymn relates how he strengthened the roads and built rest houses, and then ran a distance of 100 miles from Nippur to Ur and back in a single day to prove his speed, outpacing the sun god Utu. Well, I think we can pretty much put that down to poetic hyperbole. But it does convey a message that Shulgi was tireless in serving the gods and his kingdom. He also mentions improving the roads and way stations, and yes, indeed, he established a system of royal post roads with lodging stations, an ancient precursor to a postal service that kept his realm connected. By declaring himself divine late in his reign, having temples and offerings in his name, Shulgi sought to cement loyalty and inspire awe. The cult of the king became an element of Ur-3's statecraft. Offerings were made to Shulgi's statue, and he was referred to as the god of the land in official documents. Despite this, somewhat egoistic turn, he appears to have been genuinely effective. Under his rule the economy prospered, and there was a flourishing of the arts. Scribes copied and canonized Sumerian literary works and composed new ones. Many of the Sumerian myths and epics have come down to us were preserved through the old Babylonian copies of texts set in Ur-3 times. Well, by the time of Shulgi, Sumerian was no longer the mother tongue of much of the population. Akkadian had replaced that. Yet Shulgi's court championed Sumerian as a classical way of communicating, commissioning scribal academies to preserve it. He placed royal daughters and sons as priestesses and governors throughout the land to tighten cultural unity, and his reign saw a renaissance in Sumerian literature. Scribes in cities like Nippur and Ur compiled extensive lexical lists, bilingual dictionaries, hymns, and songs in Sumerian, ensuring the legacy of Sumer's language and lore would live on. Certainly sounds like a hard act to follow, don't you think? Well, that's precisely because it was. After Shulgi's long and successful reign, his successors had shorter rules and increasing troubles. Amar-Sin and Shu-Sin, who ruled in the 2040s to 30s, continued to hold the empire, sure, but they faced growing external threats, especially from the Amorite tribes pressing in from the west, and renewed pressure from Elam in the east. Well, who were the Amorites? They were West Semitic, semi-nomadic groups. They gradually infiltrated Mesopotamia. To hold them off, Shu-Sin constructed a massive defensive wall along his western frontier, stretching perhaps 170 miles between the Tigris and Euphrates. We hear of Shu-Sin's wall as a great fortification project, but such lines are hard to man completely, and nomadic Amorites likely just circumvented it. So despite these efforts, the incursions continued, and provinces on the empire's edges began to be slowly eaten away at. The last king, Ibi-Sin, 2028 to 2004 BCE, saw the unraveling of Ur's control. One by one, peripheral territories stopped sending tribute, or just broke away. Texts from Ibi-Sin's last years depict a desperate situation. Grain shipments from the breadbasket regions were cut off, causing famine in Ur. A series of letters between Ibi-Sin and his officials paint a dire picture. The king in Ur begs for grain from the governor of Isin as starvation worsens, while that governor, Ishbi-Era, uses the crisis to declare independence and move the precious grain stores to his own city. It was a perfect storm of betrayal from within and attack from without. Ibi-Sin apparently couldn't do much as the empire he inherited fragmented all around him. Finally, around 2004 BCE, an alliance of the Elamites with some Semitic auxiliaries attacked Ur itself. It was sieged, sacked, and reduced to ruins, and its people were slaughtered or deported. And King Ibi-Sin himself was captured and carried off to Elam in chains. Well, that's certainly a very sad end to the third dynasty of Ur, and with it, the last flowering of Sumerian political power. Well, the fall of Ur was commemorated by the Sumerians in a heart-wrenching poetic lament. One, the lamentation over the destruction of Ur, gives a vivid sense of the catastrophe from a Sumerian perspective. It describes how the patron god Nana deserted his city, allowing the enemy to enter unchecked. Quote, "Upon the city which the sun god Utu loved, dust has fallen. Upon the temple of the great gods, dust has fallen. The people are scattered abroad. and the city has become a wasteland. This image of Ur, once the seat of a mighty empire, now desolate, wind blowing the dust throughout the ruins, is perhaps one of the most haunting in ancient literature. The Lamentations also mention how the gods of Sumer, one by one, abandoned their cities to the storm of destruction. Enlil unleashed the evil storm, and the people groan. It's an uncanny awareness of the tragedy of lost civilization, as if the Sumerians themselves knew how profound their own collapse was. Though the political power of the Sumerians ended with the collapse of period of Ur III, the legacy didn't vanish overnight. A native dynasty at Isin picked up the kingship after Ur's fall, and Isin's rulers maintained Sumerian traditions and language for a time, even as the demographic balance shifted with more West Semitic Amorites settling in the cities. In the following centuries, the Isin-Larsa period and Old Babylonian period, as 2000 to 1600, Amorite rulers took control of the south. They increasingly spoke the Akkadian language in daily life, yet these successors saw themselves as heirs to Sumerian culture. They preserved Sumerian titles and rituals. The kings of Isin still called themselves kings of Sumer and Akkad. The scribal elite continued to teach and use Sumerian. Centuries of school tablets from Babylonian cities show scribes diligently learning Sumerian grammar and copying Sumerian myths and hymns. Even in the first millennium BCE, Assyrian scholars in Nineveh were still referencing Sumerian texts for wisdom. In essence, Sumer became the classical foundation of Mesopotamian culture. The continuity of Sumerian learning is exemplified by a charming old Babylonian story called School Days, written in Sumerian, which recounts a pupil's woes in the tablet house. The student endures a day of chastisements for poor writing and showing up late, only to have his father invite the teacher home for dinner and gifts. Placated by the hospitality, the teacher returns the next day with gentler treatment. Such a narrative shows a more human side of Sumer's legacy, the educational values and humor of those ancient people, transmitted long after their power had faded. The Sumerians' influence extended to their Semitic successors' religion, lore, and literature. Major Sumerian works, hymns, lamentations, epics, were copied and studied by later Babylonians and Assyrians, becoming the core of the Mesopotamian scholastic tradition. For example, the Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh was built upon earlier Sumerian stories, and Sumerian deities like Inanna, Enlil, and Enki continued to be worshipped, although under Semitic names like Ishtar, Elil, and Ea. The very institution of kingship in Mesopotamia carried a Sumerian imprint. Titles such as Lugal and the ideal of the just, temple-building king, were inherited from Sumer. In a Sumerian city, around 2500 BCE, a ziggurat temple towers above the mud brick houses, its people looking up at the terrace gleaming in the sun. What happens inside this sacred compound each day? Today, we'll find out. We will explore together how the Sumerians, one of the earliest urban civilizations to exist, worshipped their gods through elaborate temple rituals, devoted priesthoods, and daily acts of reverence. But Sumerian worship was not a casual affair. It was the central duty of a deeply pious society. According to an ancient maxim, reverence begets favor, sacrifice prolongs life, and prayer atones for guilt. It was this belief that underpinned every offering and every hymn. And so by examining their rituals, temples, and priests, we can gain an insight into a civilization whose entire worldview was centered on serving the divine. But before we go deeper, consider this. Why did the Sumerians invest so much in worship? The answer lies in their cosmology and sense of purpose. You see, the Sumerians believed that humans were created to take care of the gods' material needs on Earth. In return, the gods would sustain the world with order, fertility, and protection. Therefore, the system of worship was not merely just a pious exercise. It was humanity fulfilling its role within the cosmos. And with that in mind, how about we go together through those ruined temple gates and try to piece together from the evidence that we have left how Sumerian devotion was carried out. But first, I'll welcome you to the channel. For those new coming, good to meet you. Those returning, thanks for coming back. And those who have not subscribed yet, I invite you to do so along with liking the video. Thank you once again to those who have checked out the merch store and supported on the Patreon. Now, let us begin. In every Sumerian city-state, the Grand Temple complex stood at the center, both physically and spiritually. In fact, the Sumerians called a temple a house, quite literally, God's house. These temples began as simple one-room shrines, up on raised platforms. But over the centuries, things evolved. They changed. They grew into large multi-room sanctuaries atop terrace bases. By the late 3rd millennium BCE, many temples were built on stepped pyramid towers, but we don't call them pyramids in this context. We call them ziggurats. They're a little bit different, the iconic form of Mesopotamian architecture. I'm sure you've seen them before. A famous example is the great ziggurat of Ur, a massive staged tower dedicated to the moon god Nana, built around 2100 BC by King Ur-Nammu. Climbing its stairways was a symbolic ascent toward the divine realm. But why would they bother building temples so high? What's the point of it? It's certainly hard work, so there better be a good reason. Well, they likely felt that an elevated, imposing structure befit a god's abode, served as a bridge between heaven and earth. One ancient temple hymn describes a sanctuary as, quote, a great crown reaching heaven, whose foundation is fastened on the Abzu, that is, the deep waters below. The temple connected cosmic domains, sky, earth, and the underworld, and that made it the perfect meeting point for the humans and the gods. Its architecture often reflected this cosmic role. For example, the temple of Enki at Eridu was associated with the Abzu, that freshwater abyss, while Enlil's temple in Nippur was called E-Kur, House of the Mountain, anchoring heaven and earth. Inside the temple complex, there were courtyards, storerooms, kitchens, living quarters for priests, and even workshops, completely self-contained, everything you'd need. The most sacred area was the inner sanctuary. That was where the statue of the god resided, or lived. Ordinary people might only enter the outer courtyard at best, but the innermost chapel was usually accessible only to the high priest or the priestess, and perhaps select clergy. As far as archaeological remains, Well, they show altars and offering tables, and the texts mention doors sealed with locks or clay seals each night, protecting the holy space from any unwanted guests. I'm sure there was plenty of curious people trying to look through the cracks of the doors, one can imagine. And so the temple truly was a house, not just in name. I mean, it had bedrooms, kitchen, and even bathrooms for the divine resident, believe it or not. And it was all carefully maintained by those devoted priests. To support these houses of the gods, each temple owned land, herds, orchards, and workshops. It wasn't a cheap operation. They had to pay for it somehow. Think of a temple as kind of like a large estate, or a small, walled-off city within a larger city. Fields were cultivated for the god. Livestock was raised, with the produce being bought as offerings. The temple of a major deity could control vast resources and workers. For example, the temple of the goddess Inanna in Uruk had its own weaving workshops and storehouses, while the temple of Ningursu in Lagash managed extensive irrigation works. Irrigation works that were quite advanced for the time. I mean, we are talking early Bronze Age. But before the rise of kings, many Sumerian city-states were essentially governed from the temple, a system that you can pretty much equate with a theocratic rule. The city's chief priest, as we will discuss later on, functioned as both a religious and also an administrative leader, ensuring the temple's economic health, which in turn sustained the populace. So pretty much, the temple was the heart of worship and the heartbeat of the city's economy and governance until later periods where things would change somewhat. At the core of Sumerian worship was the belief that the god literally dwelt in the temple in the form of a cult statue, a sacred icon. The statue was not a mere representation, it was a seat for the deity's presence. Though it's important to mention that the Sumerians acknowledged that the god was not bound to it. It wasn't like he was stuck in the statue and couldn't leave. It was typically made of wood and adorned with gold and precious stones. The statue stood on an altar or in a niche in the sanctuary. Before it, offerings were presented, prayers recited, as if in the very presence of the god or goddess themselves, speaking directly. So how did a wooden statue become the living embodiment of a god? Well, that answer lies in special consecration rituals. When a new idol was made, priests performed ceremonies known in later Mesopotamian tradition as the washing of the mouth and the opening of the mouth. In these rites, they usually animated the statue somewhat, purifying it with water and incantations, opening its eyes and mouth to receive life. Although our records of these rituals come from slightly later sources, we're talking Assyrian and Babylonian periods, scholars do believe that similar practices existed in Sumer. Once, quote, brought to life, the statue was believed to be a kind of host for the deity's essence. From that moment, the god required all the care that a living sovereign would need. Every day, the god's needs had to be met: food, drink, clothing, hygiene, even entertainment. And so, imagine as dawn breaks, the priests enter the sanctuary, perhaps whispering some prayers as they unseal the doors. They might ring a small bell or play a musical cue to wake the deity. First things first, light meal offerings to break the god's fast from the night. In a typical major temple, a full kitchen staff was on hand. Cooks and bakers who prepared bread, beer, and roasted meats from the temple's own flocks. Fruits, dates, and honey from temple orchards, and fresh milk from the herds might be laid on the offering table. These were presented to the statue with a solemn ceremony. A priestly officiant would present each item, speaking a formulaic prayer, and perhaps ring a libation vessel or raise his hands in homage. But do we think that Sumerians literally believed the statue ate this food? They understood that the god consumed the essence of the offering, not the physical substance itself. After being ritually offered, the food and drink were removed, typically to be distributed to the temple staff or the poor. In a sense, it was a divine meal that fed the humans as well, reinforcing the god's role in sustaining the community. Think of it kind of like you give it to the god perhaps takes what he needs of the nutrition from it, and then the rest goes back to the people. However, the care for the statue went beyond food. Temple records indicate that the statue was dressed in fine garments, which were also changed regularly. You couldn't leave him in the same clothes, of course. Just as a king would don regal attire, the god's idol wore linen or wool robes, sometimes dyed in sacred colors or embroidered. Jewels, crowns, and other regalia adorned the figure, and yes, the statue was bathed and anointed with oils. Of course it was. The Sumerians had to treat their god as an honored, living guest in the house. And we do have one remarkable text from later periods of Mesopotamia, called the Hymn of the Washing of Nana. It describes the washing of the hands and mouth of the god statue each morning with pure water from the Euphrates, accompanied by hymns. We can imagine a Sumerian priest gently wiping the gold-covered face of the idol, murmuring blessings, as if attending to a royal personage. Each night, after the evening offerings, the god was ceremonially put to rest. In some temples, the innermost sanctuary might even have a bed or a special retreat for the statue. In Babylonian temples of later periods, the deity statue was said to retire to a bedchamber on top of the ziggurat, the penthouse, I suppose. In Sumerian times, temples like the ziggurat at Ur featured a room at the summit, which could have been a symbolic marital chamber for the god and his consort, or for the ritual of sacred marriage, which we will get to. So as night fell, priests might sing lullabies or play soothing music. Indeed, some temple staff were elegists, tasked with singing laments or calm songs to soothe the deity. A kind of lullaby, that sort of thing. Who knows, maybe the deity had his own version of ASMR historian, telling him little stories of older times as he drifts off to sleep. Who knows? The sanctity of the cult statue meant that access was of course highly restricted. They couldn't let any old riffraff in. This isn't the bloody Fleece and Firkin after all. Only ritual pure priests could come near. One ancient hymn dramatically warns the faithful, "Draw near, man, to the house of Kesh, but do not draw near." A repeated caution that although the temple invites worship, only the worthy may approach its divine inhabitant. This aura of mystery surely inspired awe in worshippers too. On festival days, when the statue was brought out in procession, crowds might finally see the golden visage of their god, usually hidden deep in that forbidden shrine. And so imagine the impact of that moment. The god himself emerging from the temple, carried on a big altar by the priests, shimmering in gold, preceded by musicians and incense bearers. A procession like this would have been pretty rare. and of course pretty sacred. It reinforced that the everyday presence of the god remained inside the temple, in that silent inner sanctum. So who exactly was in charge of these demanding rituals and guarding those sacred spaces? A whole hierarchy of priests and priestesses. They were the ones that made the whole Sumerian worship system possible. In early Sumer, before 2500 BC, that is, city-states did not yet have separate secular rulers. Instead, the cities were simply governed by the priest-kings. These leaders, often titled En, meaning lord or high priest, or Ensi, the city governor or priest-king, were considered chief intermediaries with the patron gods. The En of Uruk, for example, was essentially the high priest of Inanna, responsible for her worship and the city's well-being under her gaze. Over time, as military lugars, or kings, took power, the roles seemed to have split. The kings, well, they were in charge of warfare and secular administration, but they still took great care to legitimize themselves through temple building and ritual. They appointed high priests or priestesses to lead the cult on their behalf. So let's first focus on the priestly officers themselves. At the top of the temple administration might be an Ennu or Sangu, temple administrator priest, and specialized priests under them. Each deity's cult had a high priest, who was male, or a high priestess, female. For instance, the moon god Nana at Ur had an Entu priestess at the head of his cult. One famous holder of that office was Enheduanna, the daughter of King Sargon of Akkad himself. He's pretty famous, by the way. Enheduanna, around 2300 BC, is renowned as the first named author in history. She composed hymns and served as high priestess of Nana, bridging religious devotion and royal politics. And her role shows that women could hold a very high status in Sumerian religion, directing large temple staffs and ceremonies. The title Entu also carried prestige, often translated as high priestess, and such a woman would participate in the most important rituals, including possibly the sacred marriage rite as the human representative of the goddess. Beneath the high priest and priestesses was a diverse cadre of clergy. Some were ritual specialists, ecomiasts, song leaders who chanted praise hymns, lamentation priests who recited laments and prayers of supplication, and even musicians who busied themselves playing lyres, harps, horns, and drums during worship. In fact, in Lagash, records from the Ur-III period note an astonishing 62 lamentation priests, accompanied by 180 singers and instrumentalists for temple ceremonies. Basically an entire orchestra employed in divine service, all for the little wooden statue. And he didn't even clap when they were finished. Well, other priests served practical roles in the temple household. Cooks to prepare offerings, butchers to ritually slaughter the sacrificial animals, bathers to wash and anoint the god statue, and of course gatekeepers to guard the doors. Couldn't do without them. Then of course they had the scribes to record the temple's income and outlays. The temple was like a palace. The priests, the royal servants of the god. But it was hard to get into. You couldn't just rock up and hand in your resume and get a job as a priest. You had to go through lengthy training. But even so, many positions were hereditary, passed from father to son, mother to daughter, creating families of priests who served for generations. Purity laws governed their lives. For instance, before performing rituals, a priest might have to abstain from certain foods or sexual activity for a time and cleanse themselves thoroughly with water. In fact, we have evidence that priests wore specific garments, like linen robes and headbands while on duty, to mark their sacred status. A priest's day was filled with busy tasks. At dawn they would open the shrine, light oil lamps and torches inside, burn fresh incense, and begin the first round of prayers. All this had to be done exactly by the book. Any mistakes might offend the god, and you wouldn't want him to be offended. Sumerian temple inscriptions sometimes list penalties for errors in ritual, highlighting how seriously precision was taken. And I should also mention that priestesses and other female participants, well, in addition to high priestesses like Enheduanna, there were orders of women dedicated to the gods, including temple singers and caretakers. Some women served as Naditu, and in later periods these were cloistered women of a deity, though more common in Babylonian times, and possibly earlier equivalents existed too. In the early city of Uruk, a legendary hero, Gilgamesh's father, was said to be a priest and his mother a priestess of Ninsun, suggesting priestly families. Women likely took part in preparing offerings and weaving sacred garments for the gods. A hymn from Enheduanna's temple hymn collection praises the dedication of Nindingir, a priestess, who makes the ephod-like garment for the goddess. So, the priesthood, while hierarchically organized, sure, was a community unto itself, with both men and women contributing to the god's service in equal but different roles. The authority of priests extended beyond the temple walls. They were seen as mediators, not only between the people and the gods, but also custodians of tradition and learning. Wise men and women, this kind of thing. Sumerian schools, called edubas for scribes, were often attached to the temples too, and many priests were learned in mathematics and astronomy, since maintaining the calendar of festivals and timing rituals depended on celestial observation. When people sought divine guidance, it was the priests who performed divination, inspecting the liver of a sacrificed sheep or casting lots and interpreting omens. Through these acts they delivered the god's message to kings and commoners alike. Thus priests stood at the nexus of religion, governments, and knowledge in Sumerian society. All in all, they were pretty important. But religious life in Sumer revolved around daily rituals as much as it did the grand festivals. You couldn't just wait for the yearly or seasonal big party to show your piety. Every single day, from sunrise to sunset, and even through the night, the temple conducted a cycle of worship to sustain and please the gods. The regularity was crucial. The Sumerians believed that neglecting even a day could displease a deity and upset the order of the cosmos. An old Mesopotamian commentary stresses that, quote, every day the sacrifice was offered, accompanied by a special ritual. But what do you mean, the sacrifice? What do you mean, the ritual? Well, let's try and use those sources and a little bit of imagination to piece together what a typical day's worship would be like. Before dawn, the chief priest or an assistant would purify the sanctuary. This might involve sweeping the floors, sprinkling water, that is, symbolically cleansing with water from the Euphrates or the Tigris considered pure, and renewing protection by burning juniper resin or incense. As the sun rose, they broke the seal on the shrine doors. Temple doors could be sealed with clay each night to ensure no one entered except the god's spirit. Upon entering, the priests likely prostrated themselves before the deity's statue. An ancient text does note that worshippers would kneel or even lie flat, and then rise with hands raised in adoration. This gesture of raising hands was pretty standard for greeting the god each day, and thus they would greet the deity with hymns and chants. Following the greeting came the offerings of food and drink. In a large temple, offerings might occur multiple times a day, that is morning, midday, evening, kind of like a breakfast, lunch, and tea arrangement, but for spiritual nourishment. So let's focus on the morning offering. Fresh bread, dates, and beer, those staples of the Sumerian diet and pretty much the broader Near East Bronze Age diet. Well, they were all brought in on trays. Now, beer was a common offering. Indeed, a special brewer priest might have overseen the fermentation of barley beer for the god. Meat from an overnight or early morning animal sacrifice could be included. A prime cut of a bull or a lamb roasted over the temple hearth, yielding an aroma the texts call the pleasing scent for the gods. Milk, butter, and cheese from the temple cows, well, that might be also placed in bowls. And of course, water and wine if available. Each item was presented with a recitation. A priest might say, "O Inanna," or whichever god, "accept this bread, the bounty of your land," indicating that it was given in the god's honor. Of course, you can't have a honoring of the gods without music. Temple musicians played lyres and harps. Sometimes a temple hymn was sung as the food was displayed. In fact, specific hymns coexisted for different times of the day. We have discovered some cuneiform tablets with musical notations and hymnic songs, for example, the Kesh Temple Hymn, which is one of the oldest known, about 2600 BC, not only praises the temple's architecture, but also references music, stating the wild bull's horn was made to growl, the tiki drum to thud during ceremonies. Well, after that offering, there was a moment of prayer, or perhaps silent communion. The priest might step back and leave the food for a short time, allowing the deity to absorb its essence. Then they would ritually lift the dishes and remove them. Of course, nothing went to waste. Temple records showed that after the gods were done with the food, the remainder of the food, which was, well, all of it, was appointed to the clergy, with certain portions possibly given to widows, orphans, or poorer citizens, depending on the temple's charity. In this way, the god's bounty flowed back to the community. It's been described as, by Thorkild Jacobson, the temple staff were effectively the god's household servants, ensuring that the god was well fed and content. Sumerians saw this as humanity doing its divinely assigned duty. Later in the day, smaller offerings or libations might be made. Incense was burned periodically to refresh the atmosphere of the sanctum. The statue might be tended again, perhaps fanned to keep cool in summer, or warmed with coals in winter. One text from Babylon actually mentions warming a deity with a brazier in colder months. In the evening, a substantial offering was made, pretty much like a big dinner, the main event of the day. This could coincide with the time of sunset, a symbolic closure of the day. Afterward came a ritual putting of the god to bed. The priests would recite hymns of praise and closure. We have references to lullaby-like hymns, or even evening prayers in cuneiform literature. For example, a lullaby for a baby god, or the soothing of the heart for a goddess with music. They likely undressed any ceremonial garments on the statue to a more simple attire for the evening, or perhaps covered the statue with a veil. Lamps were extinguished, and the sanctuary was closed, sealed up until the next morning. One intriguing detail: temples often had a richly decorated bed or couch for a god and his spouse. In Ur, the ziggurat complex included the House of Great Light, interpreted as a place where the moon god Nana spent the night with his wife Ningal. Texts speak of escorting the god to the bedchamber. Indeed, an ancient Babylonian letter describes how in one city the people would consecrate the couch of the god, and the god will enter the bedchamber. On the fourth day, the god will return to his temple. This indicates a ritual where the statue was moved to a special bedroom for the festival night. In Sumerian times, similar practices may have existed during festival nights, especially at New Year or other fertility festivals, as we'll see with the sacred marriage ritual. Thus, from morning's first light to the dead of the evening, the gods were attended without cease. An observer would note that not a single day went by without prayers, offerings, and songs resounding from deep within the temple precinct. But don't just boil the worship down to a matter of physical offerings. It was also performed through words and sound, and the Sumerians left behind a rich corpus of prayers, hymns, and incantations that give us a pretty good look into their devotional life. Many of these texts were likely recited or sung in the temples by priests and choir members, often accompanied by musical instruments. So, if we do engage in a little bit of speculation and imagination, it's entirely within the context of these hymns that are left behind. But we'll try to keep it as strictly academic as we can, while keeping it kind of fun for you. One category of text is the temple hymn, exemplified by the Kesh temple hymn and a collection of 42 hymns attributed to Enheduanna, that aforementioned daughter of Sargon of Akkad. These were poetic praises for individual temples and their deities that lived within. For example, Enheduanna composed hymns for temples all across Sumer, praising their grandeur and the god's glory. A temple hymn would typically enumerate the temple's features: house of splendor, bedecked with jewels, standing tall, and Lord the deity, i.e., words like, O house of Enlil, your lord is the prince of all lands, things like this. They're pretty common openings and endings for these sorts of hymns. But of course, they would also end with a plea for continued divine favor. These hymns could be chanted during rituals of temple dedication, or at regular services rather, to reaffirm the sanctity of the place. In fact, the Kesh hymn ends with a refrain inviting but cautioning approach. As we already mentioned that praise be to well-built Kesh, draw near but do not draw near. A kind of poetic paradox device that may have been recited to onlookers at the temple threshold, instilling some kind of reverence. So Sumerian religious ceremonies also heavily featured music. From clay tablets and depictions, we know they had harps, lutes, lyres, pipes, drums, and rattles. Hymns were likely sung by a choir of priests or priestesses. And so imagine that echo of a chorus in a high vaulted hall singing the praise of Inanna. Inanna, great light of heaven, excellent is your glory, and so on. It must have been pretty mesmerizing, don't you think? Certain hymns were possibly call and response, or had refrains from the congregation to hum along with it. The use of instruments like the harp and the drum, called the balag and oud respectively, are often mentioned in texts, indicating that structured musical liturgy was a hallmark of Sumerian worship. One text describes a performance actually. The Alga instrument thunders. The drum and cymbals accompany the hymn. These auditory elements helped create an immersive spiritual experience, much as organ music or choral singing might do for us in a modern-day cathedral. It just adds to the atmosphere. But aside from praise, Sumerians also engaged in prayers of petition and, of course, lament. People in need might come to the temple to present prayers for healing, mercy, or perhaps the god's intervention in some kind of crisis, an illness, drought, or perhaps even an eclipse. However, as the Metropolitan Museum's Ira Spar had noted, ordinary people usually prayed to personal gods at home, since direct contact with the great deities was managed by priests. But still, there were times when laypersons would join public prayers or processions. It was in those moments that everyone might recite a common supplication. For example, during a city's collective mourning, let's say, I don't know, after some disaster, a drought, something like this, the temple's lamentation priests would chant dirges, and the people would chime in with refrains perhaps like, "Oh, my city, when will it rise again?" And actually, we have proper Sumerian lamentations that were used in rituals. A famous set are the city laments, etc., the laments for Ur, which mourn the destructions of cities and temples by invaders, or by the god's wrath. These laments were likely performed with harps and voices crying out by the priests to appease the gods and invite them to return and make things right again. One moving excerpt from a city lament, paraphrased, of course, says, "The smoke of incense no longer rises in the holy places. The offerings have ceased. The voice of prayer has fallen silent in the ruined temple." Doesn't sound very good. Certainly lives up to its name as a lament. And such lines tell us what an ideal temple sounded like, full of incense, smoke, offerings, and voice, by highlighting their absence as such a tragedy. The emotional power of these laments was a form of worship through sorrow, I suppose, acknowledging the god's absence and begging them to come back to their homes in the temple. But there were also incantations, specialized spoken rituals often for protective or healing purposes. If someone was ill or believed a demon was afflicting them, pretty common belief back then, a priest, often called an ashipu or a healer, would recite incantations, invoking gods to drive out the evil. While these might not be worship in a celebratory sense, they were part of religious practice. An incantation might address a god like Enki or a healing goddess like Gula, praising their power and asking for help. For example, a priest might chant something like, "Enki, lord of the deep, wise among gods, your waters bring life, cleanse this illness." Rituals could involve symbolic actions too, burning a doll that represented demon, etc., but always accompanied by the spoken word. Through such acts, everyday life events were tied back into worship, illness and health, birth and death, and they all had their proper prayers and ceremonies. The combination of beautiful hymns, formal prayers, and potent incantations meant that a Sumerian temple was certainly not a quiet place. It was filled with words addressing the divine, pretty much at all times. Even when not singing or speaking, a visitor might hear the quiet murmuring of a priest reading, or the faint echoes of a hymn practiced by trainees. Worship was an audible, performative experience, all aiming to please the god's senses. In Mesopotamian ritual, the god's ears were as important as his stomach was, and that means that the praises and prayers were as necessary as the food offerings to keep the deity as satisfied as possible. While daily rites kept the gods content on an ordinary day, the festivals were of course the highlights of the year, and everybody looked forward to it. In fact, Sumerians had a calendar full of holy days, often tied to seasonal changes and agricultural cycles. Each major city had its own calendar, and festivals dedicated to its patron deity, and these could range from modest monthly observances, like the new moon feast for the moon god, or specific days of rest and purification, to multi-day extravaganzas where the entire city dropped everything and participated together. One of the most important types of festival was the New Year celebration, which in some Sumerian cities included the famous sacred marriage rite. This ritual, known as hieros gamos, symbolically married the god and goddess to ensure fertility and prosperity for the coming year. In the city of Uruk, for example, the new year, basically springtime at the barley's harvest's beginning, was marked by a ceremony where the king took on the identity of the shepherd god Dumuzi, also known as Tammuz, and a high priestess represented Inanna Ishtar. In a secluded part of the temple, or possibly on top of the ziggurat beneath the stars, they would enact a ritual union. Texts, including Sumerian love songs, believe it or not, some attributed to King Shu-Sin of Ur, 2000 BC, describe such a scenario in romantic and poetic language. It goes like this. Bridegroom, let me caress you. My precious caress is more savory than honey. Now, this isn't a salacious detail for its own sake, but deeply religious symbolism. The union was thought to revitalize the land, just as the union of Inanna and Dumuzi brought the spring growth. Afterwards, the couple, the king and the priestess, would present themselves to the populace amid the feasting and rejoicing, as a divine marriage had taken place, ensuring blessings for all. Another common festival was the procession of the gods. At certain festivals, the statue of the god would be removed from the inner sanctum and carried through the streets, or perhaps to another holy site. Often this involved visiting the temple of a related deity. For example, during a festival in Nippur, the statues of gods from other cities might travel to Nippur to honor Enlil, chief god. The logistics were complex, to say the least. Moving a deity's statue itself was a ritual, with precautions and prayers at every step, and for God's sake, don't drop it. Could you imagine? Well, that would definitely get you fired from your priest job. I could imagine that. A letter from much later, that is 8th century BC, describes how a statue of Nabu was taken from a palace shrine out to a special location and back, accompanied by priests and musicians. And we can use that to somewhat imagine a Sumerian precedent. So you can imagine an entire city pretty much in holiday mode, citizens lining the processional road, women with their children upon their shoulders straining to see, merchants giving out dates and beers to passers-by. The statue of the gods, perhaps standing on a decorated boat-shaped platform, some gods were carried on model boats or chariots, finally comes into view. Drummers beat the steady rhythm. Men carry offerings of flowers and breads in front. High officials carry incense burners. The air is absolutely electric with devotion and excitement. For once, the god leaves his sanctum and is among the people, right there, in a rare and blessed experience. Festivals also included public sacrifices and feasts, too. On ordinary days, sacrifices might be conducted behind the scenes, but during festivals, they'd be a little bit more communal. A king might personally slaughter a bull in front of the god, or more likely oversee while the priests did the act. All this done in front of a crowd to demonstrate piety. The meat from these sacrifices would then be cooked and shared in a grand feast, literally a feast with the gods, as the divine portion was offered and then the rest given to the celebrants. There were processional songs were unique to festivals, and likely dramatic reenactments of myth too. Some scholars think that certain myths, like Inanna's descent into the underworld or the Epic of Gilgamesh, might have been even performed by temple actors or priests during the festival times to edify the public and honor the gods through storytelling. It's a compelling thought that we don't have too much evidence for, but perhaps a kind of sacred theater may have been part of their worship. Additionally, there were seasonal agricultural rites. Many month names reflected agricultural events too. For instance, a festival at plowing time might involve hitching up the oxen in a ceremonial way, asking the earth god and the sky god to bless the new planting season. Harvest time would see offerings of first fruits and grains. We also see evidence of lamentation festivals. If a drought or misfortune hit, people organized special days of fasting and lament to appease the offended deity. Such days like these, the usual joyful songs gave way to mournful prayers. The whole atmosphere is a little bit different. The temple might only offer water and incense, no rich foods, as if the gods themselves were in mourning. And the people didn't show up wearing their Sunday best either. It was simple clothing. And one particular set of holy days was the so-called Sabbath, Sabbat. Yes, we get the word from there. It goes back a long time. Ancient Mesopotamians observed the new moon and 7th, 14th, 21st, 28th days of the month as days of rest or reduced activity. The term Sabbatu or Shabbatu in Babylonian means a day of rest dedicated to appeasing the heart of the gods. While the concept is not identical to the later Judeo-Christian Sabbath, it shows a concern for a regular cyclic observance where certain work was forbidden and presumably extra prayers were offered to avoid angering deities on those critical days. In a Sumerian city, on those days the king and priests likely took part in more intense purification rituals, and the public might gather for additional prayers or simply refrain from normal business, acknowledging the sacredness of the time. So in essence, the festivals were times when the whole community came together to engage in worship, not just the priests. They reaffirmed the bonds between people and their gods, and between the city and its patron deity. The excitement of a festival would break the routine of daily offerings with color, noise, and even a carnivalesque kind of joy. Yet underlying all the merriment was a serious purpose, and that was to renew the world, thank the gods, and ask for continued bounty and protection. From the quiet daily prayer of a humble farmer in his field to the king himself leading a procession, worship spanned the gamut of human emotion and activity, truly permeating life and class. Well, so far we've focused on official temple practice, but what about the man on the street, the ordinary Sumerian? How did they worship in daily life? Well, aside from attending all the big festivals. Now this question leads us to the realm of personal piety, doesn't it? And household religion in Sumer. Most Sumerian individuals had what we would call, at least in our modern concepts, of a personal god. A deity, often a lesser god or god associated with a major one, who acted as their protector or patron. They conceived of this personal god almost like a guardian angel, who might intercede with the higher gods on their behalf, sort of like a middleman. Think of a farmer. He might regard the god Dumuzi or a local agriculture deity as his personal god. A mother might pray to a goddess like Ninhursag or Gula for her family's health. People felt a direct connection to these personal gods and would set up small shrines in their homes for daily prayer. And think about it. If you're a farmer, you probably want to pray to a specialist. Sure, you've got the big gods sitting on the main throne, But when you got a specific problem, you want to go to a specific person, right? A mother nervous about childbirth, or even somebody just having some kind of general problem. You want to go to the expert. Archaeologists have indeed found small statuettes of gods and altars in private houses. Many homes at sites like Ur and Nippur had these kind of little wall niches, presumably to place a figurine or a clay relief of a deity. These home altars were where families prayed every day, lit oil lamps or incense and made tiny little offerings, perhaps a bit of bread or beer before their meal, dedicating it to that personal god. And it's actually quite human to think of it. A Sumerian family, thousands of years ago, gathering in the evening, kneeling in the main room, a little bit of incense, saying a prayer together to bless their house. A deeply human scene. And it was that scene that was the grassroots level of Sumerian worship. It did not involve the grandeur of temples, sure, but it was likely very widespread and equally as heartfelt. In these personal devotions, gestures mattered too. Mesopotamian art shows worshippers with hands raised or one hand over the mouth, a sign of respect or silence in the presence of divinity. A commoner might not understand all the learned hymns that the priests used. They're a bit complicated, but they certainly had their own simple prayers. They might not be as wordy, but certainly be honest. One might say, "Dear personal God, speak a good word for me to Enlil, if they need a general fortune, or please protect my children and the house." We even have records of prayer letters too, believe it or not. Clay tablets where people wrote to the gods about their little troubles. In later old Babylonian times, some wrote letters to gods like Marduk or Shamash, complaining about injustice or illness, effectively prayers in written form. The roots of that custom might go well back to Sumerian times too. In fact, some Sumerian letters to gods exist as well. Not as much as in Babylonian times, but we have a few. Another way common people participated was by depositing votive offerings in the temples. A votive, if you don't know, is a gift to a god given in hope or thanks, kind of like a donation. And many wealthy worshippers indeed donated jewelry or precious vessels inscribed with their name and a prayer to be placed in the temple treasury. But even those of modest means could give something. For instance, one could dedicate a small votive statue of themselves. The famous discovery of the Tel Asmar votive statues gives us a glimpse at that. These are a group of statuettes from around 2600 BC, depicting men and women in the pose of worships, that is, hands clasped together, a wide-eyed gaze. They were found buried under a temple floor. They had been dedicated to stand in the temple, praying perpetually on behalf of the donor. So imagine commissioning a little caricature of yourself in alabaster or gypsum to live in the temple and pray for you, even when you're not there. That was pretty much the idea they were going with. The big eyes of those statues likely symbolize the attentive gaze toward the god. In essence, if you couldn't always make it to the temple, you'd still have your statue there. It maintains your devotion, albeit symbolically. Moreover, everyday life had many informal rituals. If someone embarked on a journey, they might sprinkle flour or drink a libation in honor of Nana or Utu, the moon and sun gods who watch travelers by day and night. If a child was born, midwives might speak a blessing, invoking a protective deity or spirit. When building a house, people buried foundational deposits, little offerings to the earth gods, and local deities too, so that their house would be blessed. All such acts were part of worship in a broader sense, acknowledging the gods at every turn. And it's important to note that ordinary people generally did not enter the god's inner sanctum or perform complex rites, as we have mentioned. They were the domain of priests only. But that did not exclude them from worship. They engaged through prayers at temple courtyards, processions, festival observances, and of course at home, and crucially, they trusted the priests to represent them. When the priest made the daily offerings, it was on behalf of the entire community, not the priest himself. Many offerings were funded by the city or the king as a representative of the people. So, that farmer in the fields of Lagash could feel secure that even if he didn't personally present bread at Ningirsu's altar every single morning, the temple priests were doing as good a job of it for him, maintaining divine favor for the crops and livestock. In a reciprocal manner, the temples often gave back to the people. During festivals, temples distributed food and beer to the populace, a kind of communal meal with the god, and they also cared for orphans and war widows at times, functioning as charitable institutions. There is evidence that in some periods the poor could eat from the temple, possibly a practice of allowing the needy to have a portion of the daily offerings, or to glean from temple fields, which echoes later practices in many religions. Thus worship was not only vertical, the people looking up to God, but also horizontal, within the community. It all helped to foster quite a bit of social cohesion. So by now, I'm sure you've got a pretty comprehensive picture of how the Sumerians worshipped. At least I hope you have. From the awe-inspiring temple ceremonies, to those humble household prayers said before dinner, with the wife and kids gathered around. But one might ask, how on earth do we know all of this? Well, it's a combination of archaeology and thousands of cuneiform texts, temple administrative tablets listing offerings, hymns and prayers etched on clay, royal inscriptions boasting of temple constructions, and even literature that indirectly references rituals. And it's through all of these sources, our primary texts, that let us reconstruct the spirituality of a world long past. A crossfire of legend and history. A wedding feast on Mount Pelion is crashed by the goddess of discord. A golden apple thrown out into the crowd, and 3 goddesses quarrel over which one is the fairest. A simple vanity, but it kindles a chain of events leading to one of the most famous wars in literature. It is the Saga of Troy, a grand city besieged for 10 years by an alliance of Greek kings, straddling that boundary between myth and reality. In fact, for millennia, the Trojan War was only known through poetry and drama. The wrath of Achilles immortalized by the poet Homer, and the fall of Troy lamented by Virgil, the fates of its heroes woven into Greek tragedy. But that was until the late 19th century, where a spade-wielding adventurer, inspired by the tales of Homer in the trenches of northwest Turkey, claimed to uncover the very ruins of Troy itself. And all of a sudden, a legend of Greek myth stepped off the page and into the realm of real history. And that is our topic, history and myth. It invites us to navigate between the two worlds. On one side, we have the ancient mythological sources of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, Virgil's Aeneid, and the lost epic cycle, the Greek plays by Euripides and others. And these works sure give us rich narratives of gods, heroes, and epic battles. But on the other side, we have the very human element, the modern historical and archaeological findings, clay tablets from Hittite archives that mention a city called Wilusa, that is strikingly similar to Ilios, Troy's Greek name, but also the burnt remnants of a Bronze Age city at Hisarlik in Turkey, and artifacts unearthed by Heinrich Schliemann and subsequent archaeologists. The challenge, and possibly the thrill, is to see where these two sides converge. How much of Homer's tale is poetic fiction? And could it be rooted in a real events around 1200 BC? Did a Trojan War actually occur? And if so, did it resemble the saga that has captivated audiences for over 3,000 years? Well, there's no doubt that Troy is right there to be seen, but we're going to journey through the full mythic cycle of the Trojan War, from the judgment of Paris to the fiery fall of Troy itself. And along the way, of course, we'll have to cross-reference all of that with the historical evidence. Now, the introduction of any story should seize attention, of course, and Troy's story certainly provides the material. So picture the final night of the war, Troy's skyline engulfed in flames, the great wooden horse standing amid the chaos, and King Priam cut down at his own altar. Now that's a scene of dramatic closure, if there ever was one. But our introduction is in fact a beginning, an invitation to peel back those layers, much like an archaeological dig would, and explore how a mythic war can be read on two different levels. On one level, a timeless human story of pride, war, love, and fate. And on another, a historical puzzle, scholars sifting through the charred debris and Hittite inscriptions, always debating if the war was fact or fiction, what really happened in Troy. And so as we proceed, with the Iliad in one hand and a trowel in another to speak, we'll let Homer and his fellow storytellers speak, and then we'll consult the mute testimony of ruins and archaeology. I hope we can tackle these scholarly debates and controversies head on. The question's pretty simple. Did the Trojan War really happen? Can we trust Homer as a quasi-historical account? Where exactly was Troy? And could the legendary war be a patchwork of many conflicts rather than one great siege? These are all the questions that have fired up academic debates for decades, and we're going to get to them all shortly. And with that roadmap set, let's step back into the Bronze Age, where gods meddle in mortal affairs, and a single moment of divine discord sets the stage for war. But let me welcome you to the channel first. Just quickly, I know, it is all in good manners. Anyone who's new to the channel, if you've not hit that subscribe button again, well, not again. If you hit it again, you'll unsubscribe. Just hit it one time, and that will suffice. That way, you'll get more content like this. And leave your comments for the algorithm. Thank you for everyone for supporting on the Patreon and YouTube memberships, the merch store. That's why this entire video is ad-free. Generous contributions from generous people, surely in the favor of the gods. All right then. Well, let's get serious, shall we? Relax, settle in. It's going to be a long one. So let's start with the Apple of Discord and the Judgment of Paris. The legend of Troy's fall begins not on the battlefield, but at a wedding, a divine banquet. All the gods were invited to the wedding of Peleus, a Greek hero, and the sea nymph Thetis. All of them, except Eris, the goddess of strife. In all fairness, though, You probably wouldn't want the goddess of strife at your wedding. That's just inviting trouble. Well, you would imagine too that a goddess of strife would be quite insulted by this. So, Eris arrived anyway, and tossed a golden apple among the guests, inscribed with the words, "To the fairest." 3 powerful goddesses claimed the prize, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, and they put Zeus in a rather difficult situation to judge who truly deserved it. Well, poor old Zeus perhaps wisely abstained and passed the decision to a mortal, Paris, a prince of Troy who was at the time living as a shepherd on Mount Ida. Each goddess offered Paris a tempting bribe. Hera promised power and kingship. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle. And Aphrodite, in her true fashion, whispered of love. She would give him the most beautiful woman in the world as his wife. Of course, Paris, being a strapping young lad, chose Aphrodite, awarding her the apple. And in return, Aphrodite ensured that Paris would have Helen, the famed beauty who happened to be the queen of Sparta, as his consort. Thus, the judgment of Paris awarded the prize to Aphrodite, but it earned him the eternal enmity of the 2 other goddesses, and set the stage for a human conflict, because there was a problem. Sure, Helen was the most beautiful in the world, but she was already married, and her elopement, or in some people's eyes abduction, would be the premise for a massive war. Ancient writers like Homer do not directly narrate the judgment of Paris. The Iliad actually begins in the war's 10th year, but this story was well known in Greek oral tradition, and later written in the summaries of the lost Kypria epic and in Apollodorus's library. The judgment of Paris is a mythological, etiological tale, a story explaining the cause of a great event that neatly assigns divine blame for the Trojan War. Interestingly, even within myth, there were alternate tellings. For example, one version is in Euripides' play Helen, and it suggests that Helen never went to Troy at all. The gods sent a phantom double to Troy, while the real Helen stayed safe and sound in Egypt. A plot also reported by Herodotus as a rationalized account. Now, speaking of Herodotus, that 5th century BC historian, he relates that Egyptian priests told him Paris did go to Troy, but bought only a phantom Helen, and the real Helen was back with them during the war. The Trojans repeatedly swore to the Greek invaders that they did not have Helen, but the Greeks just refused to believe them and destroyed Troy in vain. Well, such variations show that even the ancients questioned elements of the standard tale. And according to the most popular account, Paris, bolstered by Aphrodite's favor, traveled to Sparta on a diplomatic mission, and there won the heart of Helen, or spirited her away, perhaps. Helen's husband, King Menelaus of Sparta, was so outraged by this betrayal of hospitality. In fairness, going to someone's house and stealing their wife is not being a very good house guest, I suppose. Well, he invoked an oath that had been sworn by all of Helen's former suitors. The legendary Oath of Tyndareus bound those Greek princes to defend the chosen husband's rights. Basically, to come to the aid of Menelaus if Helen was ever stolen. Thus, Menelaus turned to his brother Agamemnon, the High King of Mycenae, and together they rallied the kings and heroes of Greece to form a great expedition. Target: Troy. Among these were the famed warriors like Odysseus, the king of Ithaca, known for his cunning, Achilles, a peerless warrior of Phthia, son of Peleus and Thetis, Diomedes of Argos, Ajax of Salamis, Nestor of Pylos, and many more. A real who's who roster of heroic legend. It's kind of like that movie The Expendables with Jason Statham and Sylvester Stallone in it, that kind of thing. Just in ancient Greek terms, I suppose. But before they could set sail, however, the fleet gathered at Aulis and was becalmed by Artemis's wrath, according to one popular mythic episode. The seer Calchas revealed that Agamemnon had offended the goddess, and only the sacrifice of Agamemnon's own daughter, Iphigenia, would appease Artemis. Well, in a grim prelude to the war, Agamemnon carried out this sacrifice, though some versions say Artemis saved the girl at the last moment. This story, powerfully dramatized in Euripides' Iphigenia at Aulis, underscores the idea that the Trojan War was shadowed by divine machination and tragedies from its very inception. Finally setting sail, the Greek armada of 1,000 ships, the traditional number immortalized by the phrase, "the face that launched 1,000 ships," referring to Helen, crossed the Aegean to Asia Minor. According to Homer's Iliad, catalogue of ships, over 1,000 vessels from various Greek kingdoms took part. Of course, the theme continues with modern historians seeing this as poetic exaggeration, but perhaps rooted in the geography of Mycenaean Greece. The Greeks, who called themselves Achaeans in Homer's poems, landed on the coast of Troy's kingdom, the Troad. One early clash at the beach saw Achilles defeat Cycnus, an invulnerable son of Poseidon. The Trojans, led by Prince Hector, Paris's brother and Troy's greatest fighter, retreated behind their mighty city walls. And thus began the siege of Troy, which famously lasted 10 years in mythic time. It is worth noting that extended sieges were not typical in the Bronze Age warfare as we understand it historically. Maintaining thousands of troops far from home for a decade, it certainly strains credulity. Some scholars suspect the 10 years is a formulaic number, 10 being a symbol of completeness, or that the war may compress multiple raids over years. In the Hittite records, there isn't a direct account of the 10-year war, but intriguingly, there are hints of repeated conflicts in the region. The city we identify with Troy, called Wilusa in Hittite texts, appears to have faced political and military troubles more than once. For instance, a Hittite letter alludes to a rebellion or usurpation in Wilusa, and another recalls a matter concerning Wilusa that caused strife between the Hittites and, very likely, the Achaeans, known in the Hittite text as Ahyawa. These could be echoes of conflicts that later filtered into Greek epic as one grand war, but to the Greek bards, it was one war with a clear cause and an epic scope. Of course, the richest source for the war's events is the Iliad, an epic poem of 24 books that zooms in on a brief period in the final year of the siege. But the Iliad does not recount the entire war, rather just the wrath of Achilles and its consequences. And speaking of Achilles, he was the mightiest of the Greek warriors at the time. He feels dishonored by Agamemnon and withdraws from battle, which of course leads to disaster for the Greeks. During his absence, the Trojans, led by Hector, gain the upper hand and even threaten the Greek ships. Achilles' close friend, or perhaps cousin Patroclus, goes forth wearing Achilles' armor to rally the Achaeans, only to be slain by Hector. Of course, Achilles does not take this very well. Enraged and grief-stricken, he reconciles with Agamemnon and returns to combat, setting his eyes directly on Hector, killing him in single combat right outside the gates of Troy. But it wasn't over yet. He then brutally drags Hector's body behind the chariot, an image of heroic rage that has resonated for ages. The Iliad ends not with Troy's fall, but with Hector's funeral, as Achilles relents and returns the corpse to King Priam of Troy in a moment of shared humility. Through Homer's verses, we glean much about how the Greeks imagined Troy. Its epithet, windy Ilion with lofty walls, its wealth and strong gates, the people's valor, and, of course, the eventual doom. One poignant passage comes from the Iliad, Book 24, where Hector's widow, Andromache, foresees the fate awaiting their infant son in the city itself. Holding her child, Astyanax, she laments over Hector's corpse. Quote, "You have died young, and left me a widow in our halls, and our son is still a helpless babe. I fear he will never come to manhood, for our city will be destroyed and lost that day before. Soon all of Troy shall be ravaged and burned, and our son will be hurled from the walls by the Achaeans, or carried off in bitter slavery." A harrowing foreshadowing. Indeed, later tradition says the Greeks killed Hector's infant son by throwing him off the city walls. It shows Homer's awareness of Troy's ultimate fate, even if he stops the story short of showing it. The sense of impending doom looms on the background of the Iliad, and that's what gives it quite a lot of its tragic power. Homer also presents Helen in a sympathetic light in the Iliad. In Troy, Helen feels sorrow and guilt for the war fought over her. She's not a mere prize, but a very complex and, well, upset woman with a lot of regrets. She even calls herself a hateful creature and mourns for Hector after his death, calling him her friend and protector in a foreign land. And there's nuances like this that remind us that mythic characters are multifaceted, not just archetypes. There's not much of this good guy, bad guy thing going on. It's much more complex than that. Now, as for Achilles, he is nearly invincible, but also tragically short-lived and emotionally volatile. Hector is a noble defender, but fated to lose. Odysseus is brave, but he's sly. These characterizations are literary creations, of course, but they've led some to wonder if names like Agamemnon, Achilles, or Odysseus might hide memories of real individuals, or simply represent story archetypes. Archaeology has found no inscriptions bearing the names of these heroes, and Hittite records mention no King Priam and no Achilles. One intriguing detail, though, a Hittite treaty is with one Alexandru of Wilusa. Alexandru is linguistically akin to Alexandros, which is Paris's name in the Greek tradition. So that leaves us with the question, could the Trojan prince Paris, or Alexander, have a kernel in the historical Wilusan king? Maybe it's a little bit speculative, but you must admit, it's hard to ignore. So after Hector's death, the Iliad leaves many questions unanswered. How exactly does Achilles meet his end? How does Troy finally fall? Well, for those events, we rely on later sources in the mythic tradition. According to Aethiopis, a lost epic in the cycle, and later poetry, Achilles went on to slay the Ethiopian king Memnon and the Amazon queen Penthesilea, who would come to Troy's aid. But soon after, Achilles himself was killed. Paris, aided by Apollo's arrow, struck Achilles in his one vulnerable spot. I'm sure you can guess where that vulnerable spot is. No, it's not there, it's in his heel. That's why there's the Achilles heel, you know. Well, anyway, that's what felled the great hero. And the loss of Achilles could have doomed the Greeks. But Odysseus and other strategists concocted a interesting trick, that being the Trojan horse. They'd have to use their brain, but the brawn had failed. So the story of the Trojan horse is not told in the Iliad, but it is briefly recounted in Homer's Odyssey and given full dramatic treatment in Virgil's Aeneid and other Greek sources. Basically, they built an enormous wooden horse and left it outside the gates, pretended to sail away, abandoning the siege. The Trojans, joyed to see the enemy gone, debated what to do with the curious horse. A Trojan priest, Glaucon, memorably warned his compatriots, "Men of Troy, do not trust the horse. Whatever it is, I fear the Greeks, even when they bring gifts." Well, to prove his point, Glaucon hurled a spear into the horse's side, and the hollow interior rang with an ominous sound. And indeed, we all know the story. The horse was a cunning ruse. It was filled to the brim with Greek warriors hiding inside. Despite the warning, Trojan opinion, and perhaps fate itself, swayed towards bringing the horse in. The Trojans thought it was a sacred offering to Athena and a trophy of war, and so they dragged the great wooden horse into the city and closed the gates. That night, as Troy slept, the Greek ships stealthily returned. The soldiers hidden in the horse's belly emerged under the cover of darkness, opened the gates, and let the Greek army pour into Troy. By dawn, Troy had fallen. The war that began with the prince's love and a god's quarrel ended in utter devastation. The Trojans who survived scattered to the winds. Aeneas toward Italy in myth, and perhaps to other lands. The Greeks paid a price too, though. The gods punished their excesses during the sack, such as Ajax the Lesser dragging up Trojan princess Cassandra from Athena's sanctuary. So many Greeks faced shipwrecks, wandering on the voyage home. The Odyssey itself is the story of Odysseus's arduous 10-year journey home after Troy's fall. In effect, the Trojan War saga doesn't conclude neatly with a victory, it just fans out into numerous subsequent legends. From a mythological standpoint, the war was seen by later Greeks as the end of the heroic age, a kind of watershed after which the demigods and heroes faded. It was even used to mark time. For example, the historian Eratosthenes calculated the fall of Troy at around 1184 BC, a chronicle anchor in Greek tradition. That date is intriguingly close to modern archaeology's estimate for a violent destruction of Troy around 1180. So whether it's coincidence or a case of myth preserving the memory of real events, it is a tantalizing convergence that we will explore further. So before turning to the historical and archaeological evidence for Troy, one more note on the mythic tradition. It is remarkably complex and layered. There is no single canonical account in antiquity. Homer's epics only cover parts of the story. The epic cycle, poems like Little Iliad, Helioporesis for the Sack, filled in the others. Tragedians reworked episodes, etc. Euripides' Trojan women about the captive women, or Helen with its alternate plot. And later Roman writers like Virgil and Ovid added their own interpretations. The broad outline, judgment of Paris, abduction of Helen, 10-year siege, Trojan horse, fall of Troy, became fixed in the popular imagination. But it's all those little details that vary so greatly. The pluralism of sources means our mythic Trojan War is a tapestry woven from many threads of centuries. The myths served as entertainment, moral lessons, and even quasi-historical reference for the Greeks, who did generally believe a war happened at Ilios. Notably, by the classical period, educated Greeks like Thucydides treated the Trojan War as a real event, albeit one embellished by poets and authors trying to rationalize the fantastic elements of it. And so we have now retold the Trojan War cycle. Not bad, it only took about half an hour, but, you come here for the detail, right? Well, at least we told it as the ancients knew it. As a grand narrative of human passion and divine intervention. But now we're going to get to what lies beneath it in terms of historical reality. So, the focus shifts from poetry to pottery. Well, my attempt at a joke of archaeology. We're more looking at this material evidence. We'll stand on the hills of Hisarlik and examine the ruins that might be Troy. And we will dig into the clay tablets of Hittite diplomats to see if they whisper of a Trojan conflict. In doing so, we'll seek that historical kernel within the myth, a kernel that scholars still debate quite fiercely. Long before any archaeologist shoved a spade into the ground at Hisarlik, the first hints that Troy might be more than myth came not from the Greek sources, but from the Hittite ones. Now, I assume you know a little bit about the Hittite Empire, centered in Anatolia, that's in Turkey in the late Bronze Age. They left behind plenty of cuneiform archives that were deciphered in the 20th century, and among these records, scholars were quite startled to find names that sounded a little familiar. Wilusa and Taruisa, mentioned in the Hittite documents. It bears a striking resemblance to Wilios, the archaic Greek name for Ilios or Troy, and of course Troia. And so, as early as 1924, the linguist Emil Forer proposed that Wilusa was indeed Troy, and that the Hittite term Ahiawa referred to the Achaeans, that being the Mycenaean Greeks. This identification, initially controversial, has gained broad, if not unanimous, acceptance in modern scholarship. Wilusa Taruisa is likely the Hittite way of referring to the land of Troy and its vicinity. But what exactly do the texts tell us about Wilusa? They depict a region frequently entangled in the Hittites' western affairs. Around 1400 BC, a league of western Anatolian states called Asua, possibly the origin of the name Asia, by the way, rebelled against the Hittites. Wilusa is listed as one of the members of this Asua confederation, and interestingly, Hittite annals mention that the Asua rebellion might have had support from outsiders. In one case, a Mycenaean-style sword inscribed as spoils was found, hinting that Achaean warriors could have been meddling in Anatolian conflicts even then. Later, in the 13th century BC, the time that we may place the Trojan War historically, Wilusa was a vassal, allied to the Hittite Empire. We have an actual treaty, too, known as the Alexandru Treaty, between the Hittite king Muwatalli II and a king of Wilusa named Alexandru. Alexandru, as we have noted, is phonetically akin to Alexandros, Paris's name. While it might be a coincidence, sure, it is fascinating to imagine a historical Trojan leader with that name making diplomatic accords. The treaty even invokes the gods as witnesses, including a deity called Apollonios, likely a Hittite rendering of Apollo. In Greek myth, Apollo was a patron of Troy. Remember, he aided Paris's arrow in slaying Achilles, hitting him in that weak spot. Or could this reflect a memory of Troy's people, indeed worshipped an Apollo-like figure? The pieces of the puzzle are certainly suggestive. They kind of seem to fall into place on their own, but we can't say 100%. But what we do have is other Hittite letters that not quite perfect the picture, but certainly supplement it. The Manapa Tarhunta letter, 1295-1280 BC, is a fragmentary one, but it appears to mention troubles in Wilusa, possibly that the ruler of that kingdom was deposed. A local warlord named Piamaradu, known for his stirring rebellions in the region, and perhaps with Ahiawan backing, is suspected to have seized Wilusa's throne at one point. Another document, Tayagawala letter, the mid-13th century, likely from the Hittite king Hattusili III to the Ahiawan king, refers to past hostilities and specifically a Wilusa incident, indicating that at some prior time the Hittites and the Ahiawa had a serious quarrel about Wilusa. In this letter, the Hittite king reminds his Ahiawan counterpart that, quote, "We have now made peace regarding Wilusa. You yourself know what happened regarding Wilusa in the past." Pretty tantalizing lines, and they seem to imply that a conflict was resolved, though details are lost due to breaks in the tablet. Did the Ahiawan forces attack Wilusa at some point and prompt a Hittite intervention or negotiation? Maybe. It seems plausible. One interpretation is that a Mycenaean Greek force may have at least once campaigned in the Troad, essentially a historical Trojan War scenario. However, hold your horses. Caution is warranted. The Hittite records do not explicitly describe a great war solely over a Helen-like figure, and you'd think a 10-year siege would be something that they would write down, but they just don't. They just outline political struggles in which Wilusa was sometimes in jeopardy, but nowhere do they state the Ahiawa launched a massive coalition to destroy Wilusa. Indeed, by the end of the 13th century, one letter, the Milawata letter, shows the Hittites reinstalling a deposed Wilusan king, and suggests the Ahiawa were no longer a major factor in the region. So, while Hittite texts seem to have established a city very much like Troy, did certainly exist and did have conflicts, they offer at best a broad backdrop for the Trojan War legend and not one-to-one confirmation. As the Hittitologist Trevor Bryce aptly warns, the evidence is scant and can be molded to fit various conclusions. The less material one has, the more easily it can be manipulated to fit whatever conclusion one wishes. Well, we certainly have a historical framework, a wealthy city in northwest Anatolia, involved in regional power plays and possibly at odds with the Mycenaean Greeks on occasion. This could form the kernel that later grew into the epic war story in Greek memory, especially after centuries of oral retellings. So, for centuries, the Europeans regarded the Trojan War as a pure myth, especially under the influence of Enlightenment skepticism. Just another story from Greek mythology. A bit of fun. By the early 19th century, many scholars doubted that Troy ever existed outside of Homer's imagination. The location of Troy was lost. There were guesses. Some thought it might have been a site called Bunarbashi near the Scamander River. Others pointed to Hisarlik, a large mound on the plain of Scamander, near the Dardanelles. In 1822, Charles McLaren argued that Hisarlik was likely the site, and the expatriate American archaeologist, Frank Calvert, became convinced and began modest excavations there in the 1860s. But it was Heinrich Schliemann, however, who truly put Troy on the map. Schliemann was a German businessman turned treasure hunter with an almost fanatical passion for Homer. In 1868 he visited Hisarlik, met Calvert, who owned part of the mound, and agreed to collaborate. Armed with determination and massive piles of money, Schliemann arrived with Homer in one hand and a spade in the other, determined to make his name in archaeology. Schliemann's excavation at Hisarlik began in 1870 and continued in campaigns through the early 1870s. His approach, by today's standards, was, frankly, crude, if we're going to use the most polite terms for it, driven by the belief that the Troy of Homer must lie in the deepest levels of the mound. He assumed the city had to be extremely ancient. He hired dozens of local laborers and dug a vast trench straight through the center of the hill, 45 feet deep and 40 feet wide. And in doing so, he tore through layer after layer of remains, effectively gouging at the heart of the very ruins he sought. Walls, houses, artifacts from later periods, which ironically included the likely Homeric-era city, were tossed aside and destroyed as overburden. Schliemann was convinced that the earliest burned city layer he encountered, which we now call Troy II, from around 2500 BC, was the Troy of Priam. In 1873, he dramatically announced that he had found Priam's treasure, a cache of gold diadems, jewelry, and weapons, which he, in the style at the time, spiritedly smuggled out of the country in violation of Ottoman law. Schliemann even staged a now famous photograph for his Greek wife, Sophia, wearing the gold jewels of Helen from his hoard. The treasure, however, belonged to a city more than 1,000 years older than the Trojan War period. Modern archaeology dates Priam's Troy to around 1200 BCE, and that corresponds to layers 6 and 7, not Troy II. Schliemann's error was understandable, given the nascent state of archaeology at the time. Stratigraphy was poorly understood, but the damage was done. As one classical scholar wryly remarked, Schliemann did what the Greeks could not. He razed the walls of Troy. Nice legacy you've got there, Heinrich. Very nice. Well, indeed, his great trench, still visible today, cut through the fortifications of Troy II and higher levels. It is often called Schliemann's Trench, and I suppose, if anything, it stands as a cautionary monument over overzealous excavation. But despite his destructive methods, and sometimes exaggerated storytelling, in fact he was later caught embellishing accounts, such as falsely claiming his wife was present when he found Priam's treasure, Schliemann's achievement was monumental. In any case, he proved to the world that there was an ancient city at the spot traditionally identified as Troy. Under the ruins of a later Greek-Roman city, Ilium of classical times, he uncovered multiple Bronze Age layers of a rich settlement with mighty walls. In essence, he brought Troy from myth into archaeological reality, igniting public fascination and, of course, further scholarly investigation. After Schliemann, few could maintain that Troy was purely fictional. The conversation had shifted to which layer was the Troy of Homer's time, not whether Troy existed at all. Schliemann himself began to realize that the Troy he sought might not be the early one with the treasure. In his later seasons, especially after 1878, when he brought in a young architect named Wilhelm Dorpfeld for assistance. Schliemann paid more attention to the higher layers. Dorpfeld, who had a keen eye and a more scientific approach, eventually took over the excavations after Schliemann died in 1890, dramatically collapsing on the street in Naples after an ear infection. Imagine dying from an ear infection. Well, in the 1893 to 94 digs, Dorpfeld distinguished and carefully documented the successive layers of Troy. He numbered them 1 being the oldest and 9 being the latest, establishing a basic stratigraphy that is still used with refinements today. Dorpfeld concluded that Troy 6, a phase dated roughly 1700 to 1250, was a splendid city, large and wealthy, and perhaps the prime candidate for Homer's Troy. It had strong stone fortification walls about 5 meters thick, with impressive towers and gates. He observed that if not for an earthquake, the destruction could be attributed to war, as it matched aspects of Homer's description of Troy's grandeur. Dorpfeld surmised that Schliemann had tragically dug through the Homeric level to get to the older Troy, and for a time Troy 6, sometimes specifically subphase Troy 6H, the latest sublayer, was hailed as likely Homeric Troy. But it wasn't over yet. Enter Carl Blegen, an American archaeologist from the University of Cincinnati, who excavated at Troy in the 1930s. Blegen built upon Dorpfeld's work, but came to a different conclusion regarding Troy 6. He found clear evidence that Troy 6's destruction around 1250 was caused by a massive earthquake. Walls leaned and had fissures, not the typical signals of siege warfare. However, Blegen's team discovered an abundance of compelling evidence in the subsequent layer, Troy 7A, indicating that it was the one destroyed by war. In the ruins of Troy 7A, they found arrowheads of bronze buried in the walls, skeletons of victims left unburied in the streets, signs of fire and looting, and all the other hallmarks of a sack. Now, they also found many storage rooms packed with large pithoi or storage jars, and that suggested to Blegen a population preparing for a siege, stockpiling provisions inside the citadel. Well, the evidence pointed to a lengthy siege, followed by a violent sack. Exactly the scenario of the Trojan War. Thus, he proposed that Troy 7A was likely the historical Troy of the Achaean War. He even dated the destruction to around 1250 in his reports, though later analysis nudged the date closer to 1180, aligning with the traditional 1184 date. It is possible that Blegen used the earlier dating to match one interpretation of the Trojan War date, but current consensus puts Troy 7A's fall at about 1180, which indeed roughly corresponds to archaeological evidence. Well, what about Troy 7B, 8, and 9? Well, after the war layer 7A, Troy 7B shows evidence of new people, or at least new cultural influences, Balkan-style pottery and architecture, possibly indicating migrants moving into the vacuum after Troy's destruction. Troy 7B1 and 7B2 might have been smaller rebuilds that lasted into the early Iron Age, but by around 950 BC the site was abandoned until the Greeks established a settlement in the Archaic period. Troy 9 is the Hellenistic city, also called Ilium, that was a minor city in Roman times, visited by Alexander the Great, and later favored by the Roman emperors, who fancied themselves as descendants of Aeneas. So, for our purposes, the key candidates are Troy 6 and 7A. Well, in the late 20th century, Troy received renewed archaeological attention. Starting in 1988, excavations led by Manfred Kaufmann of the University of Tübingen, in collaboration with the American archaeologist Brian Rose, brought modern technology and methods to Hisarlik. Kaufmann's team made a significant discovery, evidence of a large lower city, outside of the city walls, protected by a defensive ditch or moat. This indicated that late Bronze Age Troy was not just a hill fort, but a substantial city, covering perhaps 20-plus hectares, when including the lower town, of course, which had its own perimeter defenses. Geophysical surveys and digs uncovered the remains of workshops, cobbled streets, and even a small cemetery. Well, all this bolstered the idea that Troy 6 and 7A was a major trade hub controlling access to the Dardanelles Strait, thus of strategic importance to the Mycenaeans, who would have wanted influence over trade routes between the Aegean and Black Sea. Kaufmann was a proponent of Troy's importance, suggesting the city was a commercial center and possibly the target of Mycenaean expansionism, akin to later Greek colonial forays. But not all agreed. There was a noted scholarly debate between Kaufmann and another scholar, Frank Kolb, in the early 2000s. Kolb argued that Troy 6 and 7 was not a particularly significant trade center warranting full-scale Greek invasion, but more of a small regional stronghold. He countered with new evidence of the lower city's scale. Perhaps the truth lies in between. Troy was regionally important, sitting at a crossroads of cultures, that being the Anatolian and Aegean, and likely prospering from trade. Archaeologists found, for example, remains of bronze casting, imported Mycenaean ceramics, and local wares. But it might not have been as rich as Homer's city of gold. But it certainly was not a backwater either. Now, here's something fascinating. There's plenty of archaeological finds that resonate with the Homeric details. Well, let's take, for instance, the Skyen Gate, the western gate of Troy's citadel. It's been excavated, and it matches the grand scale one imagines for the gate where the old king Priam stood to watch Hector and Achilles' duel. Nearby, a steep ramp leads up. Schliemann uncovered this ramp early on, thinking it was Priam's palace road. Also, around the Troy 7 walls, there were traces of warfare in the later phases. Arrowheads lodged in stones and sling rocks. In Troy's 7A's destruction layer, as noted, they found unburied human skeletons, people who died violently and weren't given proper burial. One of Blegan's startling discoveries was a pile of burnt debris and human remains that he calls the burnt house, or place of burning, outside the walls with cremation burials, possibly a temporary funeral site during the siege or evidence of post-destruction funerary rites. So, of course, one has to be careful not to romanticize the data. For example, Schliemann's so-called Priam's treasure, which included the spectacular gold diadem, is now dated to about 2400 BC, and that's far too early for Priam's time. It's got nothing to do with the Trojan War, other than the romantic name Schliemann gave it. Similarly, we have no archaeological evidence of a giant wooden horse. That was purely a stratagem and storytelling. Though intriguingly, a large wooden structure on wheels could be a siege engine. It's no indication that the Greeks had siege towers in 1200 BC, but later ages might have retrojected the idea. What is more plausible? The horse was a later poetic invention, perhaps inspired by the earthquake metaphor, or simply a dramatic folktale motif of trickery. archaeologically, Troy shows at least two destructions in the Late Bronze Age, one around 1250, probably an earthquake, and one around 1180, fire and war. It's conceivable that memories of both could merge. If Mycenaeans were involved in some clash around 1250, taking advantage of the chaos in the wake of the natural disaster, then a later war around 1180 certainly finished the job. Greek storytellers centuries later might conflate these into one great war. Some have even speculated about a series of Trojan wars, perhaps minor hostilities in the 14th century, echoed in the Hittite letters about Wilusa. A bigger conflict in the mid-13th and a final sack at the late 13th, early 12th. Over 500 years of oral tradition, you can certainly imagine how these could blend in with each other. By Homer's era, 8th century BC, the tales were distilled into an epic cycle, the one that we're all familiar with. But what is truly remarkable is how later Greek tradition placed the Trojan War just at the cusp of the so-called Late Bronze Age collapse, 1200 BC. Indeed, Troy's destruction around 1180 BC was part of a broader pattern. Within a few decades, most of the great Bronze Age palaces and cities in the eastern Mediterranean fell. The Egyptians got off relatively unscathed, but the Mycenaeans, the Hittites, Ugarit, etc., they all suffered quite a bit of destruction. The causes of that systematic collapse are complex, and I've spoken about them in another video. But the Trojan War legend in Greek memory might have been one localized piece of that great puzzle. Remembered because the Greeks made epic poetry out of it. And so, by combining the mythic narrative and the archaeological record, we can see many points of intersection. Troy was real, and it did fall in war. The timing aligns broadly with the myth. All those names, Wilusa, Helios, Alexandru, Alexandra, provoke a raised eyebrow, sure. However, we also recognize differences. The war was likely smaller scale than Homer's pan-Hellenic expedition of heroes, and the cause was surely not the abduction of a single, really good-looking woman. More likely, economic or political motives underlay any Mycenaean aggression. If they attacked, perhaps it was for control of trade routes, or in retaliation for something more mundane than love. But human storytelling prefers the dramatic and personal cause, and that's why Helen's face becomes the symbol of war. It's just more entertaining. The archaeological work at Troy continues to refine our understanding, and will do for some time. But in any case, they've validated the existence of a city corresponding to Troy, and confirmed that it underwent the violent destruction, as described in the tale, just not exactly how it was described in the more fictional narrative. So, as we wrap up our time together today, we've treated the history and myth as kind of a dialogue between two different worlds. On the one hand, the myth gave us a dramatic narrative, a beauty contest among the goddesses, the queen's elopement, and all the rest, all the way up to the wooden horse that delivered a city to its doom. And on the other hand, history and archaeology gave us Bronze Age cities' ashes, Hittite diplomatic texts, and a ruined citadel on a hill. Silent testaments that needed interpretation. And think about it this way. Whether or not Homer's story is true, if there was no story from Homer, would people actually care about Troy? Would have Heinrich Schliemann gone to all the trouble and all the expense to go and try and find it? Maybe it would just be some pile of rocks underground that no one really cares about. That's not to say that ruins are not fascinating. It's just that in that ancient past rooted in the myth, something spurs us on to prove it right rather than prove it wrong. It's that small opportunity that the story might be real that's so tantalizing. Now that's whether you're basing your desires in myth or historical reality. Still, whatever you find, it's pretty hard to be disappointed. Perhaps it's just a different story after all. And thus, we conclude our journey here at the gates of Troy. We've looked at them through the eyes of poets, the tools of archaeologists, and in doing so we gain not only the knowledge about a specific war or city, but also insight on how we construct and deconstruct the past. It teaches us about the power of narrative and the pursuit of truth, standing in the winds of the Troad, among those fragments of walls that once defied Achilles. We can feel the weight of both legend and reality. And I want you to go away with a further fascination. Go and look at Troy yourself. Hell, why not just get on a plane and go visit it? Over 11,000 years ago, long before cities, long before writing, or even agriculture as we know it, a group of prehistoric people gathers on a hilltop in what is now southern Turkey. With only stone tools at their disposal, they carve and erect towering stone pillars in carefully arranged circles. These people are nomadic hunter-gatherers, yet here they are, constructing a massive, monumental complex. This is Gobekli Tepe, often hailed as the world's oldest known temple site, dating back to the very dawn of the Neolithic era. Its discovery in the 1990s stunned archaeologists and historians and overturned long-held assumptions about the origins of civilization. But how and why would societies with no farms or cities build such a place out of nowhere? Good question. That's what we're here to talk about. Gobekli Tepe. It's a fascinating glimpse into humanity's earliest experiments with monumental architecture and the ritual of community. So we'll do our best to shed some light on what Gobekli Tepe actually is. Of course, we're relying on the newest research we have as of 2025. Hopefully nothing changes too much between now and then, but who knows what we're going to pull out of the ground. In any case, allow me to welcome you to the video first. If you're here for the first time, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, then you know what I'm about to say. And that is that this video is completely devoid of mid-roll ads, because we hate ads, just like you. So relatable. So we prefer to be funded by the Patreon, the YouTube members, the occasional donation on PayPal, and YouTube Super Thanks. And we've also got a merch store. You can find all those links in the pinned comment, the video and channel description. But really the best thing you can do for us is give a like, subscribe, share the video around, and just tell your friends. And a little comment below always helps with the algorithm. You know what it's like. In any case, welcomes and introductions out of the way, let's go back in time to Gobekli Tepe. Gobekli Tepe was hidden for thousands of years beneath a mound on a ridge overlooking the Harran Plain in southeastern Turkey. That's what Turkey calls their country now, by the way. Now, what about the name Gobekli Tepe? Well, in Turkish it means pot-belly hill. It's a reference to its rounded silhouette. Locally, the hilltop hosted only a lone mulberry tree, a wishing tree adorned with cloth ribbons by villagers. perhaps hinting at the lingering aura of sanctity. And the modern world took very little notice of this hill. That was until the late 20th century. In 1963, a joint University of Chicago and Istanbul University survey briefly noted the site. Surveyors observed flint flakes and some limestone slabs on the surface, and they assumed that they were the remnants of some forgotten medieval cemetery. With that mistaken identification, further investigation was shelved. The true significance of the flints and stone fragments lay unrealized. The truth was buried. But that was until 1994, when Gobekli Tepe's importance was finally recognized, almost by pure luck. We meet the main character now, Klaus Schmidt, a German archaeologist who had worked on Neolithic sites in the region. He came across the old survey mention of stone slabs at Gobekli Tepe, and this was quite curious. He visited the site himself in person. Now, at first glance, the hilltop seemed pretty unremarkable. Patches of reddish soil, piles of field stones cleared by local farmers, no visible architecture at all. But Schmidt was an archaeologist, and as he walked around the mound, he noticed the ground glittering with an unusual abundance of flint chips. It was as if the entire hill was covered in stone tools. Now, this was a telltale sign of Stone Age activity. Among the rubble, he spotted something even more astonishing. A large T-shaped block of limestone peeking out of a clearing pile, and it was remarkably similar to the pillars he had seen at other Neolithic sites, such as Navali Kori, that contained T-shaped pillars. So it was in that moment that Schmidt realized this hill concealed something quite extraordinary. He later recalled, only man could have created something like this, as he immediately recognized the fragments and prehistoric sculptures rather than tombstones. And just like that, Gobekli Tepe had been rediscovered. Excavations began in 1995 under the direction of Schmidt himself, in collaboration with the local museum. What they found would revolutionize our understanding of prehistory, for just beneath the surface, they uncovered the tops of massive stone pillars arranged in circles. As digging continued, it became clear that this was no cemetery, nor was it a simple village, nor was it medieval. There were no traces of houses, no hearths, or even everyday domestic life. Instead, the team exposed finely crafted megaliths, some up to 5 meters tall, many adorned with mysterious relief carvings of animals and abstract symbols. And so, layer by layer, ring after ring, these pillars emerged. Archaeologists had stumbled upon a Neolithic monumental sanctuary of immense scale, built over 11,000 years ago. Of course, news like that spreads quickly, and Gobekli Tepe was soon hailed as one of the most important archaeological finds of modern times. It pushed back the timeline of large-scale human architecture by thousands of years, to a period when our ancestors were thought to be just simple nomads. The significance of Gobekli Tepe cannot be overstated. Here we had the site, dating to roughly 9600 BCE, several millennia before Stonehenge or the Egyptian pyramids. Well, where presumably primitive hunter-gatherers had mobilized later to erect great stone monuments. It was, in Schmidt's words, a cathedral on a hill, built by people who had not yet developed agriculture or even pottery. Certainly the cart before the horse, but they hadn't even developed the cart yet. Well, its existence challenged the conventional narrative that civilization, that is settled villages, agriculture, complex society, had to come first before humans could afford the luxury of constructing temples or monuments. Gobekli Tepe suggested the opposite. That communal ideology and ritual gatherings may have been a driving force that led humans toward civilization. Little wonder that archaeologists and historians suddenly looked at this region, the upper Mesopotamian foothills, with fresh eyes, and asked the question, could it be that the road to civilization began with spiritual and social unity rather than economic necessity? Gobekli Tepe placed us at the threshold of that pivotal transition in our history, and that's what makes it so uniquely precious, a window into the human past. Of course, the human past, one thing to talk about that when we think about things like the Bronze Age, but with Gobekli Tepe, here we are, around the end of the last Ice Age, around 10,000 BCE, that is the late Epi-Paleolithic to the pre-Pottery Neolithic period. Global climates were warming and stabilizing after a millennia of glaciation. In the Fertile Crescent, the broad region curving from Anatolia through Levant, wild plant and animal life was abundant. Gobekli Tepe sits at the northern edge of this fertile crescent, on a limestone plateau some 15 kilometers from the present city of Sanliurfa, or in ancient words, Urfa. Well, today the area is semi-arid, largely treeless, but 11,000 years ago it was quite a bit more inviting. So we should imagine, with the eyes of our ancestors, a landscape of patchy woodlands, open steppes, with herds and gazelles roaming, wild cattle called aurochs, and wild boar in the brush, flocks of wild sheep and goats on the hill slopes, and wetlands along seasonal streams attracting migratory birds. Sands of wild cereals, einkorn and emmer wheat, barley too. They grew on the hillsides alongside stands of wild pistachio and almond trees. Klaus Schmidt described the environs of the prehistoric Gobekli Tepe as a paradise for hunter-gatherers, a land of plenty where groups could gather and feast upon wild game, grains, and fruits. This period in time marks the threshold between a purely foraging way of life and the beginnings of farming. Scholars call it the pre-pottery Neolithic, or PPN, because people had begun building permanent structures and experimenting with cultivation, yet pottery technology had not quite yet been invented. Gobekli Tepe dates mainly to the PPN-A and PPN-B periods, so we're talking 9600 to 8000 BCE. This was an age of great change. Sedentary village life was just taking root in some areas, and the domestication of the first crops and livestock would follow within a few centuries. But crucially, at the time Gobekli Tepe's earliest monuments were built, its builders were still hunter-gatherers. They had no metal tools, relying on flint and obsidian blades and bone implements, and they had no draft animals, no wheeled transport. Whatever they built or carried was accomplished with human ingenuity, and no doubt quite a bit of muscle. Their communities were likely small, mobile bands, periodically coming together for joint efforts or ceremonies. And so in this context, building anything massive or permanent was a bold departure from the norm. Typically, foragers led relatively mobile lives, and their structures, huts or temporary camps, were modest. Yet, at Gobekli Tepe, these people undertook a true project of monumental scale. The site's placement is also intriguing. You see, it lies on the highest point of a mountain ridge, visible for many kilometers around. The choice of a conspicuous hilltop suggests a deliberate concern with visibility, perhaps even a spiritual geography. High places are often associated with ritual significance, and indeed Gobekli Tepe's skyline's position would have been making it a natural beacon for groups converging from different areas. But we should also note that Gobekli Tepe did not exist in isolation. The Neolithic communities of Upper Mesopotamia were interconnected. Just 20 miles away, for example, archaeologists later found early evidence of cultivated wheat at a site called Karaka Dag, in the Karaka Dag foothills, rather. They've been identified with a locus of Einkorn wheat domestication around 8500 BCE. Now, south of Gobekli Tepe, in what is now Syria, sites from the same era, such as Jerf El Amar and Tel Gobekli's contemporaries, show communal buildings and symbolic art as well. In the upper Euphrates and Tigris regions, a cultural horizon was emerging, in which people experimented with architecture and symbolism, even before full farming economies. Gobekli Tepe was perhaps the most flamboyant expression of this horizon, a regional gathering place for peoples of the northern Fertile Crescent, set just as they stood on the brink of agricultural revolution. So let's talk a bit more about the site and its architecture in general. The site today appears as an artificial mound about 15 meters high, 300 meters in diameter, capping the limestone plateau. The mound is entirely the product of human activity. Layer upon layer of constructions and debris accumulated over many centuries of use. Excavations have revealed that the site has a stratified sequence of building phases, conventionally divided into at least 2 main levels. Archaeologists refer to these as Layer 3, the oldest, Layer 2, slightly later, with a thin Layer 1 representing the topsoil and rubble that had buried the site until its modern discovery. So let's start with Layer 3, and this is circa 9600 to 8800. It's the earliest and, frankly, most impressive phase. It features the famous circular or oval enclosures with the massive T-shaped stone pillars. So far, several of these monumental enclosures have been excavated, labeled enclosures A, B, C, and D, etc. Creative. And radar surveys indicate there are many more still underground. Each enclosure is roughly 10 to 30 meters across. The largest uncovered is about 20 meters in diameter and built of stone. This design is broadly consistent, a ring of T-shaped monolithic pillars set vertically around the perimeter, often connected by low stone walls, and 2 larger freestanding T-pillars erected in the center of the space. And the pillars are huge, some standing 5 to 5.5 meters tall, and that's about 16 to 18 feet, and weighing on the order of 7 to 10 tons or more. They were carved from local limestone bedrock, and then transported a short distance and erected in prepared sockets on the floor. The enclosures had stone bench-like structures along their inner walls, perhaps to accommodate participants in some kind of religious rites. The floors of these structures were made of hard-packed lime terrazzo or bedrock, sometimes burnished. Notably, no doorway entrances have been found for these round buildings. Possibly they were entered from above via ladder or a narrow opening, or perhaps they were only used in an open roof context. Now, Layer 2 is around 8800 to 8000. In a later period after the heyday of the big circles, people continued to use Gobekli Tepe, but in a different way. Layer 2 features smaller buildings, some of which are rectangular or semi-rectangular in plan, much like smaller T-shaped pillars, often under 2 meters high, embedded in their walls. These resemble the structures found in early Neolithic village sites of the region. It seems that as time went on, the grand circles were backfilled and abandoned, and new buildings, perhaps more modest sanctuaries or even habitations, were erected adjacent or above them. The layer 2 pillars are usually undecorated or only minimally carved, suggesting a shift in artistic style or function. This phase coincides with the pre-pottery Neolithic B, when farming and herding were gradually taking hold in the region. Thus it represents a transitional stage where the formerly nomadic groups might be settling down and their ritual practices were becoming more localized or integrated into everyday life. One of the most curious aspects of Gobekli Tepe is that these structures were intentionally buried by people who built and used them. Excavators found that the great circular enclosures of layer 3 had been rapidly backfilled with a mixture of loose rocks, soil, flint tools, and animal bones. Sometime around 8000 BCE, the site's last users carefully filled in the remaining enclosures, effectively preserving them for 1,000 years, or even more, 10,000. Anyway, well, we do not know fully why. It could have been a ritual closing at the site, maybe. Perhaps a necessity if the place was no longer in use, and they wanted to seal it. But thanks to this Stone Age act of preservation, the megaliths and their carvings remained largely intact, sealed beneath the hill, until our time, where we can rip them out of the ground. Well, to date, archaeologists have uncovered 4 large enclosures in the main excavation era, and partially exposed a few more. Geophysical surveys suggest that at least 16 to 20 enclosures lie buried across the mound's 9-hectare area. In other words, what we see now, as breathtaking as it is, likely represents only a small fraction, perhaps 5 to 10% of the total complex. Some have imagined a skyline of many stone circles crowning the hill in its prime. The sheer number of pillars identified, dozens have been excavated, hundreds more identified by scans, speaks of the scale of the undertaking that Gobekli Tepe really was. It wasn't just some random structure, but a whole aggregation of very specialized buildings, repeatedly built and rebuilt over many years. The site's plan was not an orderly grid, but rather seemingly organic clusters of circular rooms, a bit like a village of shrines, each perhaps with its own significance. And walking among the ruins today, under protective shelters that now cover them, one can gaze at the towering T-shaped pillars, some still standing upright in their original positions. They have a ghostly presence, as if stone beings are frozen in a kind of muted congregation of sorts. And indeed, the anthropomorphic quality of the T-pillars is one of Gobekli Tepe's most striking features. So let's turn to those pillars and the art carved upon them. We can get a few clues into the minds of the site's builders. So the T-shaped monoliths of Gobekli Tepe are more than just structural supports. They are sculptures, and it's very clear that they had symbolic meaning. Now, the T shape is thought to be an abstract depiction of the human form. The pillar's upright shaft can be seen as a body, and the top crossbar resembles a broad, perhaps shouldered head. This interpretation is strongly supported by the fact that on some of the largest pillars, you can actually see carved arms, hands, and even belts with loincloths on the lower parts of the shafts. Well, for example, the 2 central pillars of enclosure D each have thin arms carved in low relief along their sides, hands meeting in front as if clasping the abdomen, and each pillar wears a belt and a loincloth depicted by relief carvings. Clearly, these great stones were meant to represent stylized humanoid figures, possibly ancestors, maybe gods, maybe mythic beings revered by the builders. It's hard to narrow it down, but certainly humanoid. They stand tall and impassive, facing one another in the center of each ring, like participants or officiants in some kind of eternal ritual. But beyond the humanoid pillar statues, Gobekli Tepe is famous for the rich iconography carved on the pillars' broad faces. Using flint chisels, Neolithic artists engraved an astonishing bestiary of the animal world they knew. In various enclosures, one finds images of wild creatures, lions or other big cats, leaping or snarling, foxes with their bushy tails, wild boars, aurochs, that is wild cattle, with imposing horns, gazelles and wild donkeys, and a variety of small insects and reptiles, snakes, scorpions, spiders, and insects, things like that. Birds are also prominent too, especially vultures, but also other birds like cranes, ducks, or geese. One pillar shows that what appears to be a flock of long-necked birds, possibly cranes, in a row. On another pillar, a majestic vulture spreads its wings. These carvings are not random, though. Many are executed in high relief, standing out from the stone surface, an impressive feat of artistry for the Stone Age people. Pillar 27 in enclosure C, for instance, features a large predator, possibly a lion or a leopard carved in high relief, prowling down the side of the pillar. Pillar 18 in enclosure D carries a relief of a tall, slender fox, among other symbols. And even the socket stone at its base is decorated with a ring of carved ducks. The craftsmanship is skilled and standardized enough that one can sense an established artistic tradition at work. So who knows how long they'd been doing it. In any case, the symbolism of these creatures has been a matter of debate. Notably, many of the depicted animals are dangerous or wild animals, not the sort that one might primarily hunt for food. Well, we should be fair, gazelles and boar were hunted, but animals like lions, snakes, and scorpions evoke fear or reverence more than, getting something for dinner. And this has led some researchers to observe that the carvings evoke a scary and frightening world of beasts. Maybe they symbolize spiritual concepts, protective totems, clan symbols, even mythological figures. For example, in later Neolithic sites, we know vultures were associated with death rituals. Some early cultures practiced excarnation, that is, exposing bodies for vultures to consume as a way to liberate the soul. Gobekli Tepe's vulture imagery hints that similar practices or beliefs could have been present. A possible cult of the dead, where birds of prey have a role ferrying the deceased to the sky. Interestingly, art at Gobekli Tepe also includes representations of the human form in other ways. There are a few limestone sculptures found at the site. A particularly striking find is a life-sized human statue fragment, a head and a torso, discovered during the excavations, possibly representing a humanoid figure that might have been freestanding. Additionally, one relief on a pillar appears to show a depiction of a headless human with an erect phallus, being approached by a vulture and other creatures. Now, the scene suggests a narrative, quite possibly linked to death or ritual decapitation. Indeed, the theme of human heads, detached or trophy heads, that is, recurs quite a lot. Another pillar fragment carved in low relief shows a small human figure holding up what looks like a human head as if in offering. It's an eerie motive, sure, but it ties with the evidence that human skulls in death had special ritual treatment at the site. More on that shortly. The variety of symbols is not limited to animals and humans. Abstract symbols often appear. There are instances of the so-called H symbol, because it looks like a H. Yes. And there's other geometric signs on pillars too. On the benches and floors, archaeologists found odd limestone objects as well. For example, finely polished stone bowls, platters, and even a curious sculpted pole-like object nicknamed the totem pole, with stacked figures that might represent humans or animals merging into one another. A remarkable recent discovery in 2023 was a painted statue of a wild boar found at Gobekli Tepe. This limestone boar statue, about half a meter long, was found on a stone bench and still bore traces of red, black, and white pigment, making it one of the oldest known painted statues. It was accompanied by carvings of symbols like the H symbol, crescents, snakes, and human faces on the bench. The use of color in this sculpture reminds us that the people of Gobekli Tepe likely painted their carvings and pillars as well. The grey, beige stones we see today could have once been lively with reds, ochres, and whites, bringing out details in low light of dawn or dusk ceremonies. But what was the day-to-day life like at Gobekli Tepe? Well, intriguingly, all evidence suggests that people didn't permanently live on the site, so that makes it a bit difficult to tell. Archaeologists found an absence of domestic debris, no remains of houses or huts, no domestic hearths or ovens, no garbage middens or prolonged habitation, and no burials of ordinary folk, as often found in early villages. Instead, Gobekli Tepe seems to have been a regional gathering place, a sanctuary where people came temporarily, presumably for ritual activities, ceremonies, and communal feasts, and then they just dispersed back to their home settlements or camps. The evidence for feasting is especially overwhelming, scattered through the sediments that were used to backfill the enclosures. Researchers have recovered hundreds of thousands of animal bone fragments. They analyzed over 100,000 pieces, and the zoo archaeologist Joris Peters found that over 60% of them were gazelle bones, with a substantial portion of wild boar, and the rest including wild sheep, red deer, and other game. Now these were all wild species, and that shows that Gobekli Tepe's attendees were hunters bringing in their kills. The bones often show cut marks from butchery and have been broken open, likely to extract marrow and then burned, indicating cooking or roasting. Such an abundance of bones, far exceeding what small transient groups would consume, implies large-scale feasting events. It appears that when people gathered at Gobekli Tepe, they slaughtered dozens, if not hundreds, of animals to feed the crowd. Perhaps that was the ritual celebration. But alongside meat, plant foods were on the menu. Though charred plant remains are scarce, perhaps due to poor preservation, the tools speak volumes. Archaeologists have unearthed an extraordinary number of grinding stones, mortars, and pestles at Gobekli Tepe. More than 7,000 grinding tool fragments were catalogued. These are the implements to process grain and other plant foods. Use wear analysis and microscopic residues on these tools confirm that cereals were heavily processed at the site, likely to make flour for bread or porridge, or to brew beverages. In fact, one compelling theory is that Gobekli Tepe's workers and pilgrims were fueled by some of the earliest beer brewed by humankind. Large carved stone basins or troughs found there, some capable of holding up to 150 liters, could have been used to mix and ferment grain mash. Chemical analysis have detected traces of oxalate, a byproduct of brewing in such vessels, supporting the idea that a kind of primitive beer made from wild cereals was produced. And one can envision a scene after long hours of quarrying stone or performing rituals, the participants finally sharing a decent meal of roasted gazelle and a bit of crude beer or gruel, dancing and celebrating their communal achievements. But the feasting was likely more than just indulgence. It was a social clue, a reward system. Anthropologists propose that competitive fasting in early societies served to mobilize labor and foster alliances. To undertake the heavy work of carving and erecting pillars, someone had to organize a workforce and motivate them. Throwing grand feasts is one way to attract people from far and wide to contribute labor, and to cement social bonds among the disparate groups. At Gobekli Tepe, the feasts may have coincided with seasonal gatherings, perhaps at particular times of the year, when certain game was plentiful, or when harvests of wild grain could be collected. And indeed, analysis of wild gazelle bones suggests that many were hunted in late summer and autumn, possibly when gazelle herds were migratory or most abundant. So you might speculate that annual festivals took place in the post-harvest season, bringing communities together to worship anew before the winter, a kind of Neolithic Thanksgiving. But what about the rituals themselves? While we lack written records of their beliefs, obviously, the archaeology hints at a few possible ceremonial practices. First of all, the emphasis on human-like pillars and the evidence of special treatment of human crania indicate that people of Gobekli Tepe venerated human remains in some way. Over 700 fragments of human bone have been recovered, and among these, scientists have identified portions of 3 human skulls that had been deliberately modified. These skull fragments bear deep linear carvings incised on the surfaces, and one has a small drilled hole. Analysis showed the cuts were made with flint tools after the individuals had died and their flesh was removed. There are cut marks from the defleshing as well. Ooh, that's a hell of a word, isn't it? Defleshing. Haven't heard that one before. Anyway, the modifications do appear to have been intended to prepare the skulls for display. Grooves could allow a cord to anchor around the skull, and the drilled hole, placed so the skull would hang upright, suggests they were suspended, possibly from the very T-pillars or rafters. This is a unique variant of a skull cult, a tradition found in some other Neolithic cultures where ancestors' skulls were kept and honored, or enemy skulls were displayed. At Gobekli Tepe, it seems that the crania were not plastered or decorated as seen elsewhere, but rather literally hung up, perhaps as sacred relics or trophies. One can imagine ancestral skulls watching over ceremonies, or skulls of revered shamans kept as sources of power. The art supports this too. A carving on a pillar depicts a human figure holding a severed head, and some of the small figurines show headless bodies too. The theme of decapitation and curation of heads was clearly part of the symbolic language at play. Next, we have a few words to say about offerings and sacrifice. The sheer amount of animal remains and the positioning of some special deposits hint that offerings were made. Certain animal sculptures, like the carved boar statue which was recently found, might represent totemic animals or sacrificial spirits. Possibly animals were ritually slaughtered as offerings to whatever deities or forces the pillars represented. The fact that wild rather than domestic animals were used could tie into a cosmological worldview, where wild beasts had a kind of spiritual potency to them. Next was the communal dance or processions. The open layout of the enclosures with benches around suggests that the participants may have gathered around the central pillars, possibly sitting or kneeling, while rituals enacted in the center. The presence of stone drums, a few percussion instruments have been hypothesized from objects, and the imagery of animals dancing or moving might indicate music and dance were part of the festivities. It's easy to picture people circling within those stone rings in ceremonial dances, perhaps wearing costumes or animal masks, maybe. Though that's speculation. It would align with many ethnographic parallels in later ritual traditions, though, I would say that. Some researchers have wondered if the pillars or certain carvings align with astronomical events, such as star-rise positions or solstices. There is as yet no consensus, or any specific alignment at Gobekli Tepe, but given the skyward location and later importance of celestial cycles to agrarian societies, it is possible that gatherings also had a calendar or cosmological significance. However, this remains unproven, and we have to approach it with caution. We can't project later practices onto those early people. Right, so the construction of Gobekli Tepe's monumental structures required quite a bit of ingenuity and collective effort. And you got to remember that the builders had no metal tools, no wheels, no beasts of burden. So then we're left with the question: how did they manage to quarry, shape, and transport and erect stones weighing up to 20 tons? Well, first, the limestone bedrock at the site is relatively soft, at least by stone standards, and occurs in layered formations, which is an advantage for extraction. Archaeologists have located several stone quarry areas around the hill where pillars were cut from the outcrops. In fact, one quarry still holds an abandoned pillar blank, partially detached from the bedrock, measuring about 7 meters long. Seems the project was never completed, a frozen glimpse of a work in progress. The people likely used hard hammer stones, that is, blocks of harder rock like dolerite, which had been found on the site, to punch out trenches around a desired pillar shape, gradually freeing the monolith from the bedrock. Flint chisels and points were employed for finer carving and detailing the reliefs. The surfaces of finished pillars show the scrape and peck marks of these tools. Once a pillar was carved free, it had to be moved, even if only a few hundred meters from quarry to enclosure. Sliding a multi-ton stone was challenging. The builders likely leveraged simple machines, rolling out the stones on logs or dragging them on sledges over wet clay or vegetation to reduce friction. Teams of dozens of people with ropes could have hauled the pillars, and we can surmise that prior to major construction, the organizers would call in able-bodied folks from surrounding areas, a communal work party that might coincide with ritual obligations or feasting rewards for participation. Experiments have shown that with enough manpower and basic physics, surprisingly large stones can be moved in prehistoric contexts. Raising the pillars into an upright position was perhaps the trickiest task. In later megalithic sites, builders often dug a hole with a sloping ramp, dragged one end of the pillar in, and then levered it upright and packed the base. At Gobekli Tepe, each pillar stands in a slot or hole cut into the bedrock floor, suggesting a similar approach. The pit holds a pillar base while refilled debris secures it. Wooden scaffolding might have been used to help tilt and guide the stones upright. The community's effort in accomplishing this must have been enormous and probably ceremonial charged. And you can imagine, certainly, that erecting each pillar itself was a ritual act, perhaps accompanied by chants or celebrations when the stone finally stood firm, transforming into that towering humanoid presence. The successful building of Gobekli Tepe implies some sort of social organization. Whether there were dedicated architects or spiritual leaders who directed the works, this we cannot know for sure. It is plausible that a class of ritual specialists, proto-priests or shamans, coordinated the design and rituals, while clan leaders mobilized their people for labor. What is striking is that this could be achieved in a non-state, non-agricultural society, and it suggests that shared belief and social networks were strong enough to get cooperative projects done without centralized government or economic hierarchy, though some level of hierarchy or leadership may have existed, if only temporarily, during these projects. But an intriguing aspect is the continuity and longevity of building at Gobekli Tepe. The site was not just built in one go, it rather evolved over centuries. The earliest circles might have been relatively smaller or simpler, and over generations the constructions grew more elaborate. Each new generation literally built on the old, burying earlier structures and constructing new ones, perhaps larger or in different arrangement, and this indicates that the site's importance was sustained for many human lifespans, implying that knowledge, how to carve pillars, how to conduct ceremonies, was transmitted over time. But it also suggests that the site may have served as a stable meeting ground that helped bind disparate groups into a broader cultural community with a shared tradition. The backfilling of enclosures, that also required coordination. Tons of material had to be gathered and poured in. Interestingly, the fill is full of artifacts, tools, debris, refuge from the feasts. It's almost as if, when closing a temple, they ritually entombed the last usage items in it, kind of like a time capsule for us. Well, this might have been a conscious act to decommission the sanctuaries, perhaps when they found that they fell out of use, or when a decision was made to consolidate a ritual in a new form, such as more localized shrines once villagers took over. It is tempting to think that as farming and permanent villages emerged nearby, the hunter-gatherer pilgrimage center lost its role, and thus the people buried it respectfully and just moved on with their lives. Now, one of the most profound implications of Gobekli Tepe is how it's forced scholars to reconsider the sequence of events in the rise of civilization. Previously, the textbook's explanation for the Neolithic Revolution, the transition from agriculture and settled life from the hunter-gatherer society, was that first came farming, which produced food surplus, which then allowed humans to support large communities, specialized labor, leaders, and eventually religious elite and monuments. It was first villages, then temples, in short. And Gobekli Tepe's timeline just flips the script. Here we have monumental construction and presumably complex ritual organization before evidence of farming and permanent villages in the region. The archaeological record around Gobekli Tepe shows that within a few hundred years after the site's main phase, the first signs of domesticated livestock and crops appear in the surrounding area. For example, by about 8500 to 8000 BCE, nearby communities had begun domesticating local wild sheep, pigs, cattle, and were cultivating einkorn wheat. Genetic studies trace one of the earliest domesticated wheat strains to just 20 miles from Gobekli Tepe. Now that's a coincidence, isn't it? Well, this tight chronology has led archaeologists like Schmidt to propose a radical theory. And it goes like this. Perhaps it was the effort of creating sites like Gobekli Tepe that spurred the need for agriculture in first place, rather than agriculture enabling people to create a site like Gobekli Tepe. Well, the logic is as follows. To build and maintain Gobekli Tepe's monuments, large groups of people had to gather and work together. These workers and pilgrims needed ample food, reliably, and maybe in quantities beyond what simple foraging could provide on short notice. The planning of regular, large feasts could have created an impetus to begin cultivating grain, to have enough for bread or beer, and managing herds of game, eventually domestication to ensure a steady supply of meat. So in essence, the social and spiritual needs might have driven economic innovation. The people had motive to start planting seeds of wild cereals in convenient plots, or penning captured wild sheep, gradually leading to domestication to support their ritual life. This theory finds some support in the evidence of extensive cereal processing on the site. Clearly, plant food was central at Gobekli Tepe. Perhaps beer or bread was needed in ritual amounts that wild gathering alone could not guarantee each season, nudging people toward proto-farming behaviors. Now, while this temple-first, farming-second hypothesis is still debated, it certainly gained credibility, and shows that ideology and social structures can be catalysts for technological change. Human groups might have come together for sacred purposes, and in doing so discovered new ways of living together, eventually becoming permanent settlers. But it is important to note that Gobekli Tepe was part of a larger cultural development, often termed the Neolithic transformation in the Near East. Multiple sites in southeastern Turkey and northern Syria from this era show precocious features: communal structures, artistic expression, intensive gathering of wild grains, etc. For instance, a site called Neva Kori, which we mentioned, now submerged by a dam, excavated in the 1980s, had a Neolithic village with a special building containing smaller T-shaped pillars, almost like a mini Gobekli Tepe within a village. Now this suggests that the concept of T-pillars, and perhaps what they stood for, was actually widespread among early Neolithic communities of the region. Gobekli Tepe, however, was not a village. It stands out as a central sanctuary, perhaps serving multiple bands or communities who shared a faith or at least a tradition of meeting to worship and feast. So in a way, Gobekli Tepe might represent the communal cooperation that prefigured civilization. By coming together in ritual projects, these groups may have forged broader cultural identities that eventually made larger social units, villages, towns, eventually cities, and so on, viable. The cooperation needed to raise a monolith parallels the cooperation needed to, irrigate a field or build a well, something like that. Thus, we see at Gobekli Tepe the early forms of organized labor, planning and social hierarchy all coming together that later settlements would exhibit in full. But it's important to note that not all archaeologists interpret the site in the exact same way. It's very rare you'll get a complete agreement on this. A few have suggested alternative views. For example, could Gobekli Tepe have been a settlement after all, but with houses that doubled as sanctuaries? One scholar argued that perhaps those temples were actually large communal houses adorned with symbolic art, meaning ritual and daily life were intertwined rather than separate. But I don't believe it, because the lack of domestic evidence makes that very unlikely. How could they live in a house and not have any hearths? How could they not have any grinding stones? It's just, I don't think so. I mean, that's my opinion. Maybe you have your own opinion, I'm not sure. In any case, it makes it less likely, though it might apply to smaller contemporary sites, but maybe not Gobekli Tepe. The consensus in general leans strongly to Gobekli Tepe being a primary ritual center. But don't write all the theories off. You see, maybe there's a lot more left to discover. In any case, for the general public, Gobekli Tepe has been a source of fascination, and I think it'll be one of speculation for quite a long time. It's got nicknames like the world's first temple, even linked to fanciful stories like the Garden of Eden in some popular media. But such things are not really taken seriously by scholars. In 2018, it was inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognizing its outstanding universal value to human history. And tourism to the site continues to grow. They got a walkway, protective roofing too, to allow visitors to peer into enclosures A, B, C, and D, without worrying about damaging them. As for the T-pillars, they've almost become an icon of Turkey's prehistoric heritage, just as much as Stonehenge is for Britain, the pyramids are for Egypt, the ziggurat is for in Iraq. Perhaps not prehistoric, but they certainly go back quite a while. I think Turkey at the moment is taking the crown for the oldest monuments. And the local communities too, they've embraced the site's fame. Even local imagery and souvenirs celebrate the carved animals and pillars. So one could say that after 10,000 years, Gobekli Tepe is once again a gathering point. But this time it's not just for people walking from their little hunter-gatherer camps and all the rest. It's for people all over the world. And this time, we have tourists, scientists, archaeologists, news crews, a little bit of everything and everyone, all drawn back to this very ancient temple. Now is the age of iron. Never by daytime will there be an end to hard work and pain, nor in the night to weariness, when the gods will send anxieties to trouble us. From Works and Days by Hesiod. Not a bad idea to start with a quote like that. Somber words from the Greek poet around 700 BCE, capturing the profound sense that a new era had dawned. Hesiod lamented living in the Iron Age of toil, looking back at the lost age of bronze. But this was no mere myth. In the centuries around 1200 BCE, societies across the ancient world underwent a momentous technological upheaval. The Bronze Age, an era defined by bronze tools, weapons, and complex trade networks that supplied tin and copper, gave way to the Iron Age, when a metal once deemed mystical and rare became a staple of daily life. This transition from bronze to iron was not a simple change of materials. It was a technological revolution that transformed economies, warfare, and social structures across the known world. The story of iron's rise is one of innovation born from necessity and opportunity. In the late Bronze Age, mighty empires and city-states from Egypt to Mesopotamia thrived on bronze. This alloy of copper and tin had enabled the first mass-produced weapons and tools. But bronze had its limits. Copper, and especially tin deposits, were geographically scattered, making societies dependent on long-distance trade. Around the 12th century, this fragile, globalized system catastrophically faltered. Trade routes collapsed, cities were burned and abandoned, and once powerful kingdoms fell in what historians call the Late Bronze Age collapse. But amid the turmoil, a new technology stepped out of the shadows. Iron ore was abundant in many regions and could be turned into tools and weapons that, with the proper techniques, were as good or even superior to bronze, and not to mention far cheaper. The widespread adoption of iron was nothing less than a paradigm shift. Armies armed with iron swords and spears could field larger numbers than ever before, overwhelming elite chariot forces who had dominated the Bronze Age battlefields. Farmers with iron axes and plowshares could clear and cultivate lands that previously had been untouched wilderness. So how did iron tools and weapons reshape the power and states of empires? In what ways did everyday life improve or get worse? And why did some cultures leap at the new metal while others lagged? That's what we're here to talk about today. Just as Hesiod's weary Iron Age farmer felt the weight of the new epoch, entire societies felt the changes wrought by this metallurgical revolution. And so we begin today to get some understanding on what made iron so revolutionary, and then journey region by region to see how the transition from bronze to iron played out. But not before a quick hello and welcome. You know what you're in for today. Going back to the ancient world. If you like this kind of content, and if you're yet to click that subscribe button, I invite you to do so. This video is completely ad-free, along with everything else on the channel, due to the generous contributions of those supporting on YouTube memberships and Patreon. If you'd like to support the channel, there are links in the pinned comment and description. You'll find where you need to go. And thank you to those who took the time to check out the merch store. Now, with all that being said, let's get nice and relaxed, and we may begin. So to understand why the Iron Age was so transformative, you really have to examine the key differences between bronze and iron as materials, and of course the context of their adoption. You see, bronze is an alloy, typically of about 90% copper and 10% tin, though ratios could vary. It has a relatively low melting point, about 950 degrees Celsius, which means bronze can be easily melted and cast into molds to make tools or weapons. When properly allied and cast, bronze is hard and durable. That makes it ideal for swords, axes, and armor of the ancient world. Bronze had enabled the rise of early cities and empires, but it came with a catch. While copper ores are found in many places, tin is actually quite rare. And so, during the Bronze Age, tin had to be mined in a few remote regions. For example, Cornwall in Britain, parts of Iran and Central Asia, or even the Malay Peninsula. And then, of course, traded over vast distances to bronze-producing centers. All this meant that Bronze Age economies depended on long-distance trade networks for their most crucial ingredient. The late Bronze Age world was an early, globalized economy, with caravans and ships carrying tin ingots to places like Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Aegean. As long as the trade flowed, bronze workshops could keep busy. But if something interrupted the trade, those economies would be in peril. But in contrast, iron is one of the most common elements on Earth. It's really all over the place. Iron ores, such as hematite or magnetite, are widely distributed and often found much closer to home. Virtually every region had some access to iron ore deposits. However, the technology to smelt and work iron, that's a little bit more demanding. Iron's melting point is over 1500 degrees Celsius, far higher than bronze, as we mentioned, 950. Ancient furnaces could not reach that temperature to fully melt the iron, so early iron smelting had to occur at a lower temperature, around 1200, to produce a bloom of spongy iron metal. This bloom, full of slag impurities, then had to be laboriously hammered or wrought in the technology to expel slag and compact the iron. The result was wrought iron, a tough, fibrous metal. With some luck or skill, early smiths might also produce steel, an iron-carbon alloy, if the iron absorbed rather carbon from the charcoal fuel. The process was, of course, difficult to master. For centuries, iron was produced only in small quantities and treated as more of a prestige material, at the time even more precious than gold. And indeed, some of the earliest iron objects in Egypt and Mesopotamia were fashioned from meteoric iron that had literally fallen from the sky, such as the famed iron dagger buried with Pharaoh Tutankhamun in 1323 BCE. To ancient eyes, iron was a magical metal from heaven. So why then did iron ultimately displace bronze? Well, there are several key factors that made iron the metal of the future. Unlike tin, iron ore could be found in many locales. It's a supply and demand issue. Once societies learned to smelt iron, they were no longer beholden to far-flung trades for metal, and its plentiful supply enabled production on a much larger scale than bronze. An Assyrian text from around 1100 BCE already lists tribute of 60 iron vessels alongside copper utensils, hinting that iron objects were already becoming available in vast quantities. And then we have trade network disruptions. The late Bronze Age collapse, around 1200 BCE, saw major trade routes for tin and copper severed. If you want to learn all about that in detail, well, I have videos on that too. But let's stick with iron. Try not to get off track. Well, of course, at this time, societies faced metal shortages for bronze. And in this crisis, techniques for iron smelting, which had been slowly spreading in the late Bronze Age, suddenly became invaluable. With tin very scarce, substituting abundant iron was an economic necessity. The collapse had likely accelerated the adoption of iron, where previously bronze had been preferred. The next factor we have is military efficacy. While early wrought iron was not always superior to bronze in hardness, it could be made into excellent steel with the proper methods. Iron weapons, once carburized and quench-hardened, held sharper edges than bronze. Even more importantly, iron's abundance allowed more weapons for more warriors. A bronze sword or spearhead was a costly item. Iron made it feasible to arm large infantries pretty cheap. Plentiful iron enabled large armies of iron weapon soldiers to overwhelm the smaller ones whose primary weaponry was limited by bronze supply. Over time, advances in smithing, such as better forging techniques and tempering, meant iron and steel tools far outperformed their bronze counterparts. Next, we have to remember that iron was not only for war. Heavier plow tips, axe heads, sickles, and knives, made of iron that is, revolutionized agriculture. Iron plowshares could cut into harder soils and clear dense forests that bronze or stone tools just simply couldn't handle. And this meant new lands brought under cultivation, higher food production, and support for larger populations. In many regions, the Iron Age marks an agricultural expansion that fed the growth of cities and states. And in general, we have the factor of economic resilience. You see, once learned, ironworking could be a cottage industry or a state industry using local resources. It democratized access to metal tools in some sense. Even small villages near an iron source could, in theory, produce basic tools. Societies no longer needed the complex redistributive palace economies to acquire bronze. Ironworking knowledge spread among the independent blacksmiths, which in turn could diffuse power and wealth more broadly, though in some places, states tightly controlled it, mainly in China. We will talk about that a little later. But you must remember, the entire shift was gradual. After 1200, it wasn't a click of the fingers and all of a sudden everywhere had iron just overnight. Bronze just didn't vanish. Old habits die hard, I suppose. In many places, bronze and iron tools were used side by side for centuries. Ritual objects, luxury art, and certain tools continue to be made of bronze, which resists corrosion and is easier to cast into intricate shapes. Even as iron became the workhorse for weapons and farm implements. The Iron Age revolution of sorts unfolded over generations, and its effects were quite complex. Iron could empower common farmers or foot soldiers, but it could also fuel conquest and empire building by those who mastered the new technology first. So let's have a look at specific regions to witness the transition and how it played out on the ground, and how ultimately it changed the course of history in each case. But nowhere is this drama of the transition more evident than in the Near East. We talk about the Eastern Mediterranean and Southwest Asia. Around 1200 BC, the great kingdoms of the Late Bronze Age, that is the New Kingdom of Egypt, the Hittite Empire in Anatolia, Babylon, Mycenaean Greece, and a few more, were rocked by a wave of upheaval. And in the span of decades, cities that had stood for centuries were sacked or abandoned. Scholars attribute this late Bronze Age collapse to a combination of factors. That is, invasions by the mysterious sea peoples, internal rebellions and famines, drought, the breakdown of trade networks. They all played their part. And amidst all that, bronze became scarce. A letter from an Ugaritic king around this time plainly notes that there is no copper in his stores, underscoring that crisis in supply. And in the crucible of this crisis, iron moved from its status as a rarity to a necessity. The ancient Hittites of Anatolia were long thought to be the first to smelt iron. Indeed, Hittite texts from the second millennium mention iron, the Hittite word for it being amu, as a valuable material, and iron dagger blades have been found in Hittite royal tombs. An old theory suggests that Hittites kept iron smelting a closely guarded secret, only released to the world when their empire fell around 1180. While this secret technology is probably largely overstated in the legend, evidence now shows ironworking was already trickling out beyond Anatolia before the Hittite fall. It is true that the collapse of Hittite power coincided with iron's wider spread. Archaeologists have found the remains of an iron smelting workshop at Carchemish, dated to the 12th century BCE, just after the Hittite Empire's demise. It may be among the earliest direct evidence of iron production on an industrial scale. In the Levant, that is the eastern Mediterranean coast, including Canaan, usage of iron tools and weapons appears to increase gradually in the 12th to 11th centuries BCE, in the aftermath of the collapse. However, archaeological evidence always complicates this simple picture. Iron artifacts from the 12th to 11th century Philistine sites are actually quite rare. The Philistines, who hailed from the Aegean world, likely did not bring advanced ironworking know-how with them. In fact, iron technology in the Aegean lagged behind the Near East at the time. But one civilization, above all, harnessed the power of iron to build a war machine, and that is Assyria. The Neo-Assyrian Empire, 900 to 612 BCE, based in northern Mesopotamia, became the first true iron-armed superpower. Assyrian kings of this period equipped their massive armies with iron weaponry en masse, something no Bronze Age empire could have done. A typical Assyrian infantryman by the 8th century carried an iron-tipped spear and an iron sword at his side. Assyrian iron swords, often of the new, longer cut and thrust style, and iron daggers gave them lethal close combat ability. Even the wheels of Assyrian chariots were reinforced with iron rings for durability. According to later historical summaries, the Assyrians were the first to use iron to make their weapons on a large scale, and gave them quite an advantage. That advantage, of course, is borne out in their conquest. Between 900 and 600 BCE, Assyria conquered all of Mesopotamia, the Levant, and even Egypt, forging the largest empire that the Near East had ever seen. While many factors contributed to Assyrian success, their early adoption of iron weaponry is frequently cited as a key factor. An ancient historian, Leonard Palmer, suggested that Assyria's iron-armed hosts could simply overwhelm the smaller bronze-equipped armies of their neighbors, and indeed, letters from Assyrian kings record receiving tribute of iron from vassals, implying Assyria values strategic control of iron resources. By the 7th century BCE, iron had gone from luxury to strategic commodity. The once mighty bronze chariot forces of the late Bronze Age had been literally cut down by masses of foot soldiers armed with iron blades. The economic and social changes in the Near East were significant as well. The collapse of the Bronze Age trade routes led to a more localized and self-sufficient kind of economy. Ironworking, being locally possible, encouraged regions to develop their own industries. In the hill country of Canaan, for example, small-scale bloomery furnaces might supply a village with farming tools and weapons, whereas in the days of the Bronze Age, that village would have simply had to trade for the materials for bronze. The skills of the blacksmith became essential. The smiths were custodians of what ancients saw as quasi-magical knowledge, how to tame that stone that fell from heaven. Some historians theorize that the wider availability of iron tools democratized agriculture to a degree, since more farmers could afford a sturdy iron plowshare or axe once the local production had got underway. But in practice, early iron remained somewhat costly, and states like Assyria tightly controlled iron production to outfit their armies first. Still, by the Iron Age, even humble farming communities in the Near East had access to metal plows and sickles. We hear from the Old Testament, for instance, it mentions ordinary tools like iron threshing boards and axes, and one vivid story in 2 Kings 6:5 describes a man lamenting that, quote, the iron axe head fell into the water, and it was borrowed, showing that iron axes were valuable enough to borrow, but common enough to be in use by normal people. Now let's go to Egypt, that great Bronze Age civilization by the Nile. They also underwent a late adoption of iron. Egyptians of the New Kingdom, 1500 to 1100 BCE, famously had armies of bronze weapons and chariots. They met the Sea Peoples in battle around 1177 BCE with bronze swords and bronze scale armor. Yet by the 7th and 6th centuries, Egypt was fielding iron weapons. In pharaonic inscriptions of that later period, we find references to iron. The Greek historian Herodotus of the 5th century noted that Egyptians used iron tools in pyramid building techniques, like cutting stone, for example. But why was there this lag? Well, perhaps it was due to Egypt's relative isolation and its rich copper resources in the Sinai. It didn't really need to rush to iron. But once the Near East at large turned to it, Egypt followed suit. After all, they had to remain competitive. Notably, when the Kushite rulers of Nubia conquered Egypt in the 8th century, they possibly had access to iron, as Nubia would later be an African center of the material. By the time Egypt faced the Iron Age armed Assyrians in 701 and 671, they could not afford to be stuck in the Bronze Age any longer. The Iron Age in the Near East saw a mix of continuity and change. Age-old civilizations persisted, but they armed and tooled themselves with a new metal, and often fell under the sway of iron-wielding imperial powers. Well, now let us switch our attention to Europe, from the Aegean to the Atlantic. In Europe, the transition to the Iron Age followed a trajectory influenced by the Near Eastern developments, but they had their own timing and flavor. Europe's Bronze Age had been quite vibrant, especially in the Aegean, that's being Greece, and along the Atlantic coast, where the tin trade had flowed. The collapse around 1200 hit the Aegean world pretty hard. The Mycenaean Greek kingdoms fell. Many sites were destroyed or abandoned, and literacy was lost. That Linear B writing was still struggling with it. The subsequent Greek Dark Age, that's from 1100 to 800 BCE, is dark archaeologically. But one thing certainly is clear. Ironworking became increasingly common in that period. By around 1050 BC, we find communities in Greece using modest iron tools and weapons. They were likely taught by Cypriot or Anatolian smiths as the technology diffused westward. When Greek society re-emerged into the light of the 8th century, it was firmly an Iron Age culture. Homer's epic poems, though set in the Bronze Age, contain telling references to iron. There is a famous scene in Homer's Iliad, Book 23 to be precise. It depicts the warrior Achilles holding funeral games for his friend Patroclus. As a prize for the winners of a sporting contest, Achilles offers up a lump of raw iron, described as a piece of pig iron, the powerful Aetion used to hurl. Achilles announced that, quote, "The winner of this will have iron enough for 5 years. Even if his farm is far away, he will not need to send for iron in town. This will supply all of his needs." Now this passage is pretty remarkable. It shows by Homer's time, likely the 8th century BCE, that iron was considered a practical and coveted resource, especially for a farmer. Plows, axe heads, other tools, all being made of that. Achilles mentioned that the farmer would not need to go to town or resupply iron, implies local blacksmithing of iron was indeed commonplace. Yet, in the heroic age the story portrays, such a prize is anachronistic. Homer was blending his Iron Age reality into the tale of an earlier time. The Greeks had not had iron during the Trojan War, if it occurred around 1200 BCE, but by Homer's day, they could not imagine life without iron. And so across Europe, the Iron Age began differently at different times and in different regions. Usually, later than that of the Near East. In Italy and Central Europe, we speak of the Hallstatt culture, which thrived from around 800 to 500 as the early Iron Age, followed by the Latin culture, circa 500 to 1 BCE in the later Iron Age, mainly associated with the Celts. Hallstatt archaeological sites in Austria and surrounding areas reveal flourishings of iron sword making by the 8th century, and interestingly, a continuity of bronze craftsmanship too. You can find beautiful bronze jewelry, vessels, etc., which had continued to be made. Now this suggests a gradual transition. The elite initially saw iron as a complementing, not fully replacing force for bronze, but iron's advantages in warfare, well, they soon became pretty apparent. Celtic tribes in Europe developed their own styles of iron swords, often long, slashing ones. Early Celtic iron swords from the 5th to 4th centuries BC sometimes had a few quality issues. There are accounts that in battle these swords could bend after hitting something, and warriors had to straighten them out underfoot. Polybius, a Greek historian, describes a battle in the 3rd century BCE where Gallic warriors wielded long swords that bent on impact. Quote, after one strong blow, the blade bent, and they had to straighten it with the foot before striking again. Now, why was this? Scientifically, it's likely due to the low carbon iron that wasn't properly hardened. They just hadn't figured it out yet. Now the Roman legionaries, by contrast, used shorter and sturdier iron gladii, by that time made of superior steel. Despite these early metallurgical kinks, the Celt adoption of iron weaponry made them formidable. Celtic migration spread iron working to the far corners of Europe. By 600 BCE, iron swords and tools appear in Gaul, Iberia, Britain, and beyond. But what about economic effects? Well, one effect of the Iron Age in Europe was a significant expansion of agriculture, and with that, population. With iron axes, tribes could clear the dense forests of temperate Europe much more efficiently than before. Only in the Iron Age were there heavily wooden ploughs fitted with iron shares capable of turning the rich soils of northern Europe. Earlier Neolithic and Bronze Age farmers had mostly tilled lighter soils. Thick forested zones were left wild. But now, Iron Age communities had pushed into those forests. Man was beginning to conquer nature, and iron was helping them do it. Archaeologists have noted that around the middle of the 1st millennium BCE, there is evidence of large-scale forest clearance in many parts of Europe, and it all coincides with Iron Age tools coming into use. The result: more land under cultivation, more food, and population growth. In Britain, for example, the Iron Age saw a landscape dotted with farmsteads and fields, even in areas that were previously marginal. A similar pattern is seen in the valleys of France and the woodlands of Germany and Poland. Iron axes and ploughs made it possible to farm these areas for the first time. A historical summary notes that Bronze Age societies struggled to penetrate dense forests, but Iron Age societies could, and it all led to permanent settlement of previously inhospitable areas. In terms of society and warfare, the Iron Age in Europe saw shifts from the Bronze Age aristocratic model to new forms of organization. In the Bronze Age, metal was costly, so weapons like swords often signified elite status, found in chiefs' graves, etc. Now in the Iron Age, while high-quality weapons were still prestige items, even common warriors might wield an iron spear. Power began to disperse to broader warrior classes. The old bronze swords gave way to iron swords that were shorter and sturdier like the Roman gladius, or longer and meant for slashing like the Celtic longsword, depending all on the region you were in. Now the famous Roman legions, which emerged in the final centuries of the Iron Age, were a product of an iron-equipped citizen army. Hundreds of thousands of relatively ordinary people armed with iron weapons, something not conceivable in a bronze economy. The spread of iron also likely shifted trade patterns. Instead of seeking tin and copper, Iron Age Europeans traded other commodities: amber, salt, textiles, and later, of course, iron itself as a trade good. Some regions rich with iron ores, such as Noricum in the Eastern Alps, became famed for steel production. The Roman army especially valued Noric steel for its swords, kind of famous in the ancient world. This indicates a kind of proto-industrial specialization by the late Iron Age, where certain areas mass-produced iron artifacts for export. Culturally, Europe's entry into the Iron Age coincides with the rise of classical civilizations of Greece and Rome. Now it is tempting to draw a conclusion. Without iron, the vast armies of Persia, Greece, and Rome that clashed in the first millennium would have been impossible to equip. The Greek hoplite infantryman, with his iron-tipped spear and iron sword, called the chiphos, by the way, was the backbone of the city-state armies. The Roman expansion in Italy, from the 5th, 3rd century BCE, saw them defeat peoples like the Samnites and the Etruscans, all using iron weaponry. By the time Hannibal marched through Roman lands in the late 200s, even something as mundane as horseshoes for his war elephants and horses alike were also made of iron. And that shows how fully integrated iron was into military logistics, as important as food and water. We also have another poignant artifact that bridges Bronze and Iron Age Europe, and that's the large number of hoards, that is, collections of bronze tools and weapons, just buried in the ground around the time iron was coming in. In places like France and Britain, archaeologists have found hoards where bronze swords, spears, and axes were deliberately deposited, possibly as ritual offerings marking the end of an era, or as a scrap metal intended to be recycled later. Some of those caches were never retrieved, perhaps because iron made the bronze less urgent to recover. But it's as if those objects were the last remnants of an age being ceremonial closed out. Meanwhile, new types of artifacts appear: iron knives and scissors, farming tools, woodworking tools, iron saws and chisels greatly improved carpentry. That's one thing we can certainly say. Of course, weapons too. By the time Caesar wrote his commentaries on the Gallic War in the 50s BCE, he could remark that the Gauls had excellent iron production in certain areas, even if their swords occasionally bent. He also noted something interesting. The Celts still valued bronze for ornate helmets and trumpets, but they depended on iron for swords and spearheads. Now, that is a clear, functional division between the metals. And once again, I suppose, old habits die hard. Well, let's get ourselves out of Europe and towards the Indian subcontinent, as it presents a fascinating case with the Bronze Age transition, because the collapse and renewal pattern took a somewhat different form. The Bronze Age urban civilization of the Indus Valley, Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, 2600 to 1900 BCE, had already fallen centuries before iron technology had appeared. India's Vedic age, roughly 1500 to 600 BCE, spans the time frame where iron came into use. The early Vedic period, 1500 to 1000, following the Indus collapse, saw Indo-Aryan pastoralist tribes dominate northwest India. Their material culture initially was Chalcolithic, that being copper and bronze with stone. But sometime around 1200 to 1000, iron working entered the subcontinent, likely via contact with West Asia or Central Asia, possibly developed indigenously in small pockets. Archaeological sites in the Gangetic Plain, such as Panchet for an example, show iron artifacts like small knives or points from around 1000. By the 9th and 8th centuries, in the Piedmont regions of the western Ganges and Deccan Plateau, iron tools became a lot more common. Indian literary sources give clues about this metallurgical shift. The sacred Vedic texts use the Sanskrit word ayas to mean metal. In the oldest hymns of the Rig Veda, ayas probably refers to bronze or copper, since true iron was not yet widely known. But later texts start distinguishing types of ayas. The Yajurveda and the Atharva Veda, finalized perhaps 900 to 800 BCE, use the term Syama ayas, literally black metal, to denote iron. This indicates that by the late Vedic period, people were aware of a new metal that was dark and unlike the shining red-yellow of copper-bronze. Indeed, Syama ayas is identified as iron by traditional commentators. Thus, the Vedas themselves chronicle the coming of the Iron Age to India, allowing feats not attainable with softer metals. Another later Vedic text praises the god Indra's bolt as made of black metal, suggesting iron weapons were held in quite a bit of reverence. But the most significant impact of iron in India was on agricultural and settlement expansion. The Indo-Gangetic Plains, especially the eastern Gangetic region, modern Bihar and eastern Uttar Pradesh, are richly fertile, but were anciently covered in dense jungle and had a heavy clay soil. Early farming in India was concentrated in the northwest of the Indus Valley. The mid-Ganga basin remained largely untamed in the Bronze Age. That changed with iron tools. Iron axes enabled the clearance of thick forests in the Ganges Valley. Iron plowshares could break the hard alluvial soil of the region much more effectively than wooden plows. It's been argued that this technological edge was the catalyst known for what is called as India's second urbanization, the first, of course, being the Indus Valley cities. From about 800 to 500 BCE, dozens of new towns and cities sprang up in the Gangetic Plain, places like Sravasti, Patalipatra, Taxila, and many more. Many of these were the capitals of the Mahajanapadas, the 16 great kingdoms or republics in early Indian history. Literature and archaeology both suggest a leap in population and urban growth in this period. The introduction of iron is frequently credited as the prime driver. Well, archaeological finds certainly do confirm that by the 6th century BC, the use of iron was widespread in northern India. Excavations at sites like Hastinapur and Atranjagera have yielded numerous iron implements: plow points, sickles, knives, axes, and nails. all dated to around 700 to 600 BCE. Now, not only were these tools present, but metallurgical analysis shows the smiths had learned techniques to harden iron, essentially making a form of mild steel. One find at Rigat, near Varanasi, shows iron tools made from ore obtained in the distant South Bihar region named Singhbhum, indicating an organized acquisition of raw material and skilled production. The proliferation of iron tools corresponds with references in texts like the later Vedic Brahmanas and Upanishads that mention iron explicitly, as well as early Buddhist and Jain literature from the 6th and 4th centuries BCE that speaks of everyday activities involving iron, from sowing seeds with iron-tipped plows to forging weapons. Now, speaking of weapons, in terms of warfare, the Iron Age in India likely shifted the balance of power. In Vedic terms, conflict was often limited to relatively small-scale tribal battles. But by 500 BCE, we have large infantry armies, cavalry, and new fortification techniques. The Mahabharata epic, while mythologized, reflects on an Iron Age milieu of massive battles. An important political text of the era, the Arthashastra, attributed to Chanakya around 300 BCE but drawing on earlier knowledge, lists various iron weapons and even describes the operations of mines and metal workshops, definitely clear evidence by the Mauryan period that India had state-run armories and mines. Socially, the Iron Revolution in India could have contributed to changes in the caste system. The later Vedic period saw society stratify into 4 varnas, that is, Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. The rise of a class of skilled iron workers likely fell under the Shudra or artisan class, but their importance to the economy was very significant. Some scholars believe that plentiful iron tools enabled the lower Varna groups to improve agricultural productivity, indirectly empowering them. Others caution that technology alone did not erode the caste hierarchy. Ritual and political factors kept a strict social order. But still, one can surmise that kings who controlled rich iron mines like those in the Magadha territory could equip better armies and thus expand their kingdoms. And indeed, in Magadha, in Bihar, eventually conquered all rivals to found the Mauryan Empire by 321. And it's likely no coincidence that Magadha had access to the iron ores of South Bihar, that is the Ragjir and Jharkhand areas, and benefited earliest from early iron farming tools. By the time of Buddha, in the 5th century BCE, northern India was a bustling Iron Age society. We find in the Buddhist scriptures casual mentions of iron. For instance, a wealthy man is described as having coins and iron in his treasury. Tools like razors for monks shaving their heads were made of iron. The physical infrastructure, too, had evolved, using iron clamps and dowels in buildings, iron wheels on carts, etc. And here's one amazing testament to ancient Indian iron craftsmanship, though a few centuries later. That is the famous Iron Pillar of Delhi. It's from the Gupta period, 4th century CE. A 7-meter high solid iron pillar. It weighs over 6 tons, and it stood for over 1,600 years without any significant rust. Now that attests to the high skill in iron metallurgy achieved in ancient India. While Of course, later than our main Iron Age focus, and you'll have to forgive me for going a little bit beyond the goalposts. I think it's important to mention, as it's the kind of culmination of the subcontinent's long experience with iron, from the humble axes that cleared the Gangetic forests to the engineering marvel of an iron column that defies time. Well, we may as well go further east, shall we? We can't talk about this kind of topic without mentioning Shang China. You see, China's path from bronze to iron was rather distinct in timing and technique. The Chinese Bronze Age under the Shang dynasty, 1600 to 1046, and the Western Zhou dynasty, 1046 to 771, was marked by sophisticated bronze ritual vessels and weapons. The bronze casting tradition in China was extraordinarily advanced. Piece mold casting allowed large and ornate objects like the famous Ding cauldrons. This strong bronze culture meant that there was less immediate pressure to adopt iron early, and indeed, as the Near East was collapsing into the Iron Age around 1200, China was at the height of its Bronze Age Shang civilization. However, by the later Zhou period, especially during the Eastern Zhou era, 770 to 256, iron made its debut and then spread rapidly. Tradition holds that iron working in China began in the Spring and Autumn period, that is the early Eastern Zhou, 8th to the 6th centuries BCE. Archaeological evidence seems to support this too. The earliest iron artifacts in China, likely wrought or meteoric iron, date from around the 9th century BC, found in sites in today's Xinjiang and maybe the northwest, possibly via contact with the Central Asian peoples. But the real breakthrough was the invention of cast iron. By the 5th century BCE, during the Warring States period, the Chinese had developed blast furnace capabilities, and that means that they could melt iron fully and cast it into molds. Now, this is a big deal, as you can imagine, a remarkable innovation. And in most of the world at that time, iron was wrought by the bloomery process and couldn't be fully liquefied. But the Chinese had figured it out. Chinese metallurgists achieved high-temperature furnaces, perhaps by using large bellows and different furnace designs, and began producing cast iron, which, by the way, has a very high carbon content, making it hard but brittle. And then, of course, decarburizing it to make wrought iron or steel. One source notes that cast iron in China appears as early as the 8th century BCE, a millennium and a half before Europe would master it. At the Warring States period, that is the 5th to 3rd century BCE, iron tools were widespread, and the technology was well developed. Once again, dramatic impact on agriculture. In the fertile North China Plain and along the Yellow River, the soil is actually light and easily worked. The early Chinese farmers were doing just fine with wooden or bronze plows. But the expansion of cultivation into southern China, the Yangtze Basin with its tougher soils and lush forest, and upland areas, was facilitated by iron tools in this period. Iron axes helped clear forests in regions like the Middle Yangtze. Perhaps more importantly, though, iron tools greatly improved efficiency. An iron spade or plowshare lasts a lot longer and tills more effectively than a bronze or wooden one. Chinese sources from the Han Dynasty, looking back, credit the spread of iron plows and the 2-oxen-heavy iron plough, with boosting the agricultural output. Archaeological excavations have uncovered the flat, V-shaped iron ploughshares from the Warring States era. With these, the Chinese farmers could dig deeper and turn soil faster. Irrigation and iron tools together yielded surpluses that supported the growth of cities and a more stratified society. One research study concludes, iron tools were widely used during the Warring States period. Iron agricultural tools occupied a dominant position, which led to an unprecedented revolution in farming methods. Of course, the result is a surge in population and economic output, fueling the rise of larger states. It's certainly no accident that during the Eastern Zhou, the Chinese population and urbanization levels increased substantially. And of course, new philosophical schools, Confucianism, Taoism, emerged amid all of these social changes. Of course, in terms of warfare, we also saw a revolution in China. The early Zhou military was much like the late Bronze Age armies elsewhere. Aristocratic chariot warriors and some infantry largely armed with bronze spears, daggers, and arrowheads. But by the Warring States period, warfare had transformed into massed infantries and cavalries. States like Qin, Zhou, and Wei deployed tens of thousands of foot soldiers. To arm these multitudes, they needed huge quantities of weapons. Bronze continued to be used for some weapon types, notably bronze arrowheads and crossbow bolts, and bronze parts in the complex mechanisms like the triggers. But iron swords and spears, they seem to have become quite standard. One advantage the Chinese discovered was that by casting iron, they could easily mass-produce certain items. For example, using standardized molds, a state arsenal could cast hundreds of iron spearheads and axe heads in a single operation, something not easily done by forging each piece individually. Records indicate that the state of Qin had massive workshops and imposed standards, a precursor of assembly line production. In fact, there is one historical record that tells us that the capital of the Qi state, Linzi, became a thriving iron industry hub, and is described as a bustling city with 70,000 households. That's not people, households. Of course, this would include many smiths as well. The economic interplay is pretty evident. Cities grew around iron production, and those cities then demanded more iron tools and weapons. It's a positive feedback loop. The work never ends. But of course, high-quality steel weapons gave Chinese armies quite an edge. The state of Qin, in particular, was famed for its swords. Excavations of the terracotta army in Xi'an have revealed long swords and lances. Interestingly, the terracotta army weapons are mostly bronze, but with a very high tin content, and that makes them exceptionally hard, showing that in some cases, bronze technology co-evolved to remain competitive. But historical texts claim that by Qin's unification wars, the 4th and 3rd centuries BCE, iron and steel swords were also well and truly in use. Some legendary swordsmiths, like Ganjiang and Mo Ye in the southern state of Yue, 6th century BCE, are said to have forged steel swords of great renown, indicating the knowledge of quench-hardening and high-carbon steel. The cumulative effect was that by the time the first emperor Qin Shi Huang united China in 221 BCE, iron was deeply embedded in military power. After unification, the Qin and the succeeding Han dynasty even made ironworking a state monopoly to control its criticalness of resource. But the famous Discourses on Salt and Iron debate in 81 BCE records scholars arguing about the government's monopoly on iron and smelting, all established, of course, to fund the treasury. Of course, that shows how vital iron had become. It was compared to salt, another essential, as a commodity the state must oversee. Chinese innovation with iron did not stop at weapons and tools, however. During the Han Dynasty, 202 BC to 220 CE, there are records of iron being used for building projects, such as iron chains in suspension bridges, iron components in wheelbarrows, the wheelbarrow itself a Han invention, used an iron axle, by the way, and even the first iron stirrup for horse riding appears by late Han or shortly thereafter. The advances in casting also allowed the Chinese to experiment with new alloys and processes. For instance, the Chinese learned to decarburize cast iron, essentially making steel or malleable iron by removing carbon from cast iron through prolonged heating and forging. This meant that they had a flexibility in production. They cast many pieces quickly, then forge or temper some into tougher steel as needed. By Eastern Han times, the government foundries were issuing standard molds and patterns to regional foundries to ensure uniform production of iron tools. This standardization is perhaps an early example of quality control in manufacturing. Definitely very ahead of their time, weren't they? Societally, though, the wide use of iron in China coincided with the weakening of the old nobility and the rise of a more merit-based bureaucracy. You see, in the Bronze Age Shang and Zhou periods, bronze ritual vessels were a key symbol of aristocratic authority. Only the elite could command the labor and resources for bronze production. In the later Iron Age, power had shifted. The Qin and Han emperors derived authorities not from bronze ritualism, but from strong centralized institutions like laws, bureaucrats, and armies. Iron weaponry helped break the feudal structure of Zhou by empowering centralized armies that could crush feudal lords. But on the other hand, iron tools put productivity into the hands of the masses. A farmer could own a sturdy iron plow and share in the new agrarian prosperity. We also see cultural shifts. The philosophical outlook of legalism during the warring states, for example, emphasized farming and warfare as the two pillars of the state, precisely the two realms most boosted by iron technology. One could perhaps argue that iron enabled the large, centrally administered China that became, you see, without a robust iron economy, feeding and equipping the unified Han state would have been perhaps not impossible, but certainly far more difficult. A Chinese scholar could have echoed what a Western Han document implies. The prosperity of cities and the strength of the empire were built on the back of iron. And there you have it, all across the Bronze Age world, now becoming the Iron Age world. The shift from bronze to iron, well, it was certainly a turning point. It enabled the rise of large, durable polities and facilitated cultural fluorescence by boosting economies. Yet it also brought more arduous labor, as poor old Hesiod bitterly noted in the introduction, and more intense warfare. I suppose that's never a good thing. But it was truly a revolution in every sense, technological, economic, and social. You can't deny that. Well, It matters not just because of the metal itself, but because of how that metal changed human trajectory. So when we think of the ancient world forging its destiny, we can quite literally imagine those blacksmiths at their forges, hammering glowing iron blooms on anvils, and hammering out the future of human civilization. The legacy of those nameless smiths is the world that classical civilizations inherited, and we continue to build upon it today. Who knows when our next revolution is about to begin? In the Sumerian city of Ur, around 2600 BC, a funeral of a queen is taking place. The deceased Queen Puabi has finally been laid to rest in her lavish tomb. But this is different. She is not alone. In what has been dubbed the Great Death Pit, dozens of her servants and court ladies lie arranged in orderly fashion, adorned with fine jewelry and holding cups. They were sacrificed, given poison to drink, accompanying their queen into the mysteries of the next world. It's a chilling image, an entire retinue entering death together. Why would a society do this? The answer can only be that they believed that their queen would live on in some fashion after death, and therefore needed her servants to attend her. Here, at the very start of the Bronze Age, we have our powerful evidence that people took the concept of an afterlife very seriously. So seriously that they staged a grand, albeit gruesome, send-off. We're going to step back today, almost 4,000 to 5,000 years, into the Bronze Age, exploring a question that has fascinated humans for as long as we've been aware of our own mortality. It's a simple question, but it's as equally fascinating as it is frightening. What happens after death? This isn't a talk examining philosophy or talking about theology in modern senses. We're just looking at the concrete beliefs that were recorded by Bronze Age civilizations themselves, and we're not going to judge them. We're just going to talk about them. Now, we'll hear directly from the ancient texts, which we have many preserved on those clay tablets, the voices of long-dead kings, priests, and scribes, describing their hopes and fears about the world beyond the grave. Today, we're going to be doing most Bronze Age civilizations, except for China and the Indus Valley, which I want to discuss in a separate video. The talk will be structured as if you're attending a tour throughout several of these cultures: Egypt, Mesopotamia, Anatolia, the Hittites being in Anatolia, the Levant, the Canaanites, and even the Aegean, Bronze Age Greece. And we'll see if we can piece together what they really believed about the afterlife. We'll rely on primary sources, tomb inscriptions, epic poems, and mythological records, intending to let the ancient voices speak for themselves. I'll do my best to provide context so it all makes sense. But the goal is to hear these beliefs as they were understood at the time, without imposing our modern morality and interpretations upon them. By the end, I hope that you'll appreciate both the diversity and the common threads in Bronze Age afterlife beliefs. But before we dive in, let's have a quick note on chronology. When we say the Bronze Age, it spans many centuries and cultures. A timeline can be roughly given around 3300 to 1200 BC or BCE for those inclined to use the different dating conventions. Beliefs did evolve over time, within a single civilization, of course. But our approach will be thematic and cultural, rather than chronological. Also, I'd like you to keep in mind that much of the evidence is religious or royal, the beliefs of everyday farmers and laborers, the proletariat, if you're going to call them that, are a little bit harder to glimpse at. except where, of course, burial customs speak for themselves. Now, with all that said, I hope that your imaginations are ready and your minds are open. We can journey into the past and see what the Bronze Age people thought waited them beyond the grave. Before we do, I invite you to like and subscribe, share the video, and check out the Patreon or merchandise store if you are inclined to do so. Let's get nice and relaxed, and we can begin. So beginning this talk, why not begin where a lot of the interest lies? Take a walk through the field of reeds, and we'll begin with the Egyptian afterlife. When it comes to the afterlife beliefs, ancient Egypt itself offers one of the most elaborate and also optimistic visions. You'll see that the word optimistic will be, well, perhaps not repeated in the later beliefs. The Egyptians practically obsessed over life and death. It was a big deal. They built massive tombs, perfected mummification to preserve the body, and composed extensive texts to guide the soul in the hereafter. It was a very complicated process. It was all written down, all ritualized, and they were experts. Their belief system was remarkably detailed, and it remained influential for thousands of years. So we better talk about it, don't you think? One of the first things to understand is that Egyptians envisioned the afterlife as a continuation of the best aspects of life on Earth, but all of those aspects somewhat perfected. They called idyllic hereafter the field of reeds, Seket Aru, essentially a paradise that looked like the Nile Delta in full bloom, a perfect blue sky, not too hot, not too cold, everything in its place. It sounds nice, doesn't it? Kinda the place that you'd want to go. If you were scared of where the next place would be, you'd want to imagine somewhere nice like that. In fact, we have a New Kingdom tomb inscription that sums it up pretty well in beautiful detail around 1400 BC. And it goes like this. May I walk every day unceasing on the banks of my water. May my soul rest on the branches of trees which I have planted. May I refresh myself in the shadow of my sycamore. In these words, an Egyptian elite, an upperclassman, expresses the heartfelt wish to spend eternity strolling by his own beloved gardens and orchards, enjoying shade and clear water. No sickness, no aging, no death. None of that. Just an eternal, idealized Egypt. His homeland, forever. And this was the reward for a life well lived and a successful navigation of the trials of death. Of course, it all sounds good, but I'm afraid there's a price. One did not automatically gain entry into this paradise. Tickets were limited. The Egyptians developed a complex theology of judgment. By the time the New Kingdom, that is around 1500 BC, the dominant belief was that upon death, a person's soul, specifically their heart, which embodied the conscience, would be weighed on scales against the feather of Ma'at, the divine symbol of truth and justice. In fact, you might have seen some of the depictions in funerary papyri, like the papyrus of Hunefer. If your heart was free from the heavy weight of wrongdoing, in other words, it balanced with the feather, you were declared true of voice, ma keru. Essentially, you were vindicated, and congratulations, you were allowed to enter the eternal bliss of the afterlife. But if not, the consequences were not very good. A fearsome demoness named Amit, part crocodile, part lion, part hippopotamus, the three most fearsome animals. Well, perhaps if we're discounting the snakes, would gobble up your heart, consigning you to the second death, non-existence. The prospect of annihilation was the ultimate punishment for the unjust, thrown into the void, the dustbin of life. To avoid this fate, Egyptians had to arm themselves with spells and declarations of innocence. In the famous spell number 125 of the Book of the Dead, which is also, by the way, called the Book of Going Forth by Day. Now, the Book of the Dead's a little bit more of a marketable name, I suppose. The deceased makes a negative confession, denying a list of sins before the tribunal of Osiris. For example, one would say something like, I have not stolen, I have not committed murder, I have not told lies, and so on. A remark will look into the moral code. If judges accepted these statements, and the heart test was passed, the deceased could proceed. But for Egyptians, death was not really an ending, but more of a transition, often called the westering, since bodies were buried on the west bank of the Nile where the sun set. They believed a person was composed of multiple spiritual parts, as being Ka, Ba, etc., that had to be reunified after death to form the effective spirit, the Ak. Now, I mentioned that word, the Ka. The Ka was like a vital essence that still needed nourishment, and that's why we see the food offerings in tombs and not just for decorations. And the Ba, which was often depicted as a human-headed bird, represented the individual's mobility to travel between worlds. Each day after death, the Ba soul could leave the tomb and journey with the sun god Ra across the sky, reuniting with the mummified body at night. And of course, then we come to the mummification itself. Well, that was central. You can't go past Egypt without talking about that. Preserving the body intact was important because the soul needed a second home, and it had to be a nice one. As a result, Egyptians developed sophisticated embalming to prevent decay, expecting the person would use their physical form again in the next life. Tomb walls were inscribed with spells, like the earlier pyramid texts and coffin texts, the precursors to the Book of the Dead, to guide the deceased post various hazards in the afterworld, which was called the Duat. These texts can also be very dramatic, and I'll read one example. For instance, a pyramid text, the Utterance 213, from the Pyramid of Unas in the 5th dynasty, proclaims to the deceased king as follows. O Unas, you have not gone dead. You have gone alive to sit on the throne of Osiris. Your scepter is in your hand, that you may give orders to the living. Give orders to those of the mysterious sights, the dead. Now here the belief is pretty explicit, don't you think? King Unas lives on after his physical death, assuming a divine throne, alongside Osiris, and even wielding authority over other beings in the netherworld. He just continues to be the king forever. In fact, Egyptian royalty often identified with Osiris, the god who himself died and was resurrected. According to myth, Osiris was a king who was murdered by his evil brother Set, only to be magically reassembled and revived by his wife and sister, by the way, Isis. Osiris became the lord of the underworld and the judge of the dead, representing the promise of new life, just as crop grows from buried seed. In fact, every deceased Egyptian was somehow likened to Osiris. Funerary texts address the dead as the Osiris, then the name. If proper rituals were done, they hoped to join Osiris's kingdom and partake in his eternal party. Sounds nice. A successful Egyptian afterlife thus had two key requirements: moral righteousness, that is, proving that one's heart is pure and upright, and proper funerary rituals to reconstitute and protect the soul. To achieve this, the living invested enormous effort. I'm sure you've seen it before. What do you think they built all that for? It wasn't for fun. Tombs were built as eternal houses, filled with goods, foods, and even texts and games. Tutankhamun, for example, was buried with clothing, chariots, weapons, and even his favorite board game of Senet, presumably to keep him entertained in eternity. I just hope he doesn't get bored of that game. Tomb inscriptions sometimes even carry curses to ward off robbers, threatening that if you disturb the one that lies within, then you'll incur the wrath of the gods, and you'll be denied your own afterlife. All this shows how real and immediate these beliefs were to the ancient Egyptians. And of course, I suppose we have the question, for those grave robbers, how many of them were really scared off by the warnings? I suppose we'll never know. But we do know that the Tutankhamun tomb was discovered completely intact by Howard Carter back in those days. I think it was 1911, something like that. Well, in summary, an Egyptian back in the Bronze Age believed that if they lived in accordance with Ma'at, this divine order, received proper burial rites and passed the judgment of Osiris, then they would wake to a transformed existence in the field of reeds, and for the rest of their days, farming, feasting, and sailing pleasantly under eternally blue skies. And of course, you'd be able to reunite with your long-lost loved ones. If you were lucky too, I suppose, you could mingle with the gods. There is one text too that cheerfully puts it: one lives eternally in the sun's presence, doing all that one had done on earth and more. It was in many ways an ethically conditioned afterlife, a reward for the virtuous. Stands in contrast to some other Bronze Age cultures, as we'll see shortly, which are interesting in their own right. So before moving on, do you have any questions about Egyptian conception? All right, keep the Egyptian vision in mind. Lush, hopeful, moral. We now shift our tone to a different picture. That of Mesopotamia, the land between the two rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates. We're going down a deeper rabbit hole now. Mesopotamia, the land of no return, and the underworld of gloom. And so we depart from the sunny optimism of Egypt, arriving in Mesopotamia, ancient Sumer, Akkad, Babylonia, and Assyria, where the afterlife is viewed with less enthusiasm. You see, the people of Mesopotamia, unlike the Egyptians, did not usually long for death or see it as a getaway, a blissful paradise. Instead, their earliest writings speak of a bleak and inert existence after death, a place sometimes called Irkala, or in our tongue, the land of no return. One of our richest sources on Mesopotamian afterlife belief is the Epic of Gilgamesh. That's a great heroic poem from around 2000 BC, and it even has roots with older Sumerian tales, so who knows how far it goes back. If you're not familiar with it, well, basically, the hero king Gilgamesh seeks to overcome death after his friend Enkidu passes away. But before that famous quest, we get a harrowing description of the underworld through a dream that Enkidu has. As Enkidu lies dying, he has a vision of what awaits him below. Now, quote directly from the epic, There is the house whose people sit in darkness. Dust is their food, clay their meat. They are clothed like birds with wings for covering. They see no light, sit in darkness. I entered the house of dust, and I saw the kings of the earth, their crowns put away forever, rulers and princes, all those who once wore kingly crowns and ruled the world in the days of old. They, who had stood in the place of gods, now stand like servants, fetching baked meats in the house of dust, carrying water in the midst of darkness. Now this passage conveys the Mesopotamian house of dust, a dreary underground cavern where all souls, small and great, are forced to endure an eternity of monotony. The imagery is pretty striking. These once proud kings are now just shuffling about in the dark pathetically, dressed in feathers like scrawny birds, eating dirt off the ground for food. There's no differentiation or joy. Everyone is equally miserable. Dust is their food. In other words, the dead survive on the essence of decay itself. Enkidu even mentions meeting Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, and the scribe goddess who keeps the book of the dead. The mere sight of Enkidu, a living man in this vision, causes alarm, for the underworld is strictly not for the living. Mesopotamians refer to this realm by names like Aralu, or Kur-nu-ge, a Sumerian word for the land of no return. Unlike the Egyptian field of reeds, there was simply no escape from the Mesopotamian underworld, except in extremely rare, myth-like circumstances, and certainly no shining paradise. But why would they make it like this? Why so grim? Well, one factor is the view of their gods. The Mesopotamia deities did not promise humans a happy afterlife. The best one could hope for was a sort of continuation of existence as a dim ghost, or etemu as they called it, and to at least be remembered by the living. Because, importantly, the dead were thought to retain some needs and influence. They weren't enjoying themselves, but they could often suffer more if neglected. Families were expected to make regular offerings, pour libations of water, leave bread or incense at the graves of their ancestors. If a dead person was not properly buried, or didn't receive these offerings, their spirit might become restless or angry. And if the spirit was angry, it could afflict the living with illness. So even though the underworld was unpleasant, proper burial rites and memorials were important. For example, there is one Sumerian poem where a spirit of a man returns to beg his son for a decent burial, lamenting that without one he's stuck eating scraps in the netherworld. And in Assyrio-Babylonian letters, we also find mention of the rite of Kispu, feeding and provisioning the deceased relatives so that they can stay at peace. It shows a belief that while the underworld was a very grim place, the living could kind of soften the blow of the dead's condition somewhat through offerings. Mesopotamian mythology personified death in the form of the goddess Ereshkigal. She was called the Queen of the Great Below, and her husband Nergal, or Ninurta in earlier versions. One famous myth, the descent of Inanna, or Ishtar as she is also called, recounts how the proud goddess Ishtar, or Inanna, travels to the underworld. She must pass through 7 gates, removing a piece of clothing at each, symbolizing shedding earthly attachments, until she stands completely naked before the Queen Ereshkigal. She is then struck dead and hung on a hook, a vivid metaphor for the fate of anyone entering that realm, even a deity. But later the gods arrange her revival, a rare exception showing that resurrection was considered a divine miracle and not the norm. An interesting scene from that myth shows the fear of the dead rising too. When Ishtar threatens the gatekeeper to let her in, she says, "If you do not open the gate for me to come in, I will smash the door and shatter the bolt. I will break down the doorpost. I will raise up the dead, eating the living, and the dead will outnumber the living." This dramatic threat is pretty serious, isn't it? To unleash the dead upon the living. It shows the proper order it is for the dead to stay in their realm. A breach of that barrier would certainly be catastrophic. The living feared wandering ghosts too, which they called Giddim in Sumerian or Etemu in Akkadian, and they took as many measures to prevent it as they could. Now the myth we just discussed shows that even gods had to respect the inviolate separation of life and death. But what did an ordinary Mesopotamian expect after death? Well, in essence, it was a shadowy existence below, eternal, unless interfered with, lacking joy, but somewhat bearable, if your descendants kept remembering you with offerings. There was no final judgment or moral reckoning like in Egypt. The fate of the afterlife was democratized. Everybody went to the same dreary place. Though perhaps there were slight status distinctions. Some texts suggest that those who died violently or without proper burial suffered more. Notably, there's an old Babylonian poem called The Death of Bilgamesh, which is just another word for Gilgamesh, where Gilgamesh asks the ghost of a friend about the fate of various categories of people. The one who died with many sons, who will get many offerings, fares better than the one who died without. This reinforces the idea again. Having a family to perform those funerary rites could make your afterlife more tolerable. And we must use words like tolerable, because tolerance is all you can really hope for. As for Mesopotamian tombs, they included everyday items, pots, weapons, jewelry, quite similar to Egyptian tombs, but likely intended more as immediate grave goods rather than supplies for an eternal paradise. The grand royal tombs of Ur, as we saw, even included human sacrifices. Interestingly, Mesopotamian kings did not claim they'd ascend to join the gods. Even the king expected to join his ancestors in the underworld. There is an Akkadian phrase, eternal life, but it usually meant lasting fame on earth. They didn't really mean a literal immortality, no matter how many people are arguing for it. And the Epic of Gilgamesh drives that home too. Another quote is, "When the gods created man, they set death as his destiny." However, there were a few nuances and evolving ideas. In later periods, by the Late Bronze and certainly the Iron Age, so after 1200, we see Mesopotamian text hinting at the possibility of a better fate for a few special individuals. We're talking heroes or those who are divinized after death. The legendary figure Utnapishtim, the flood survivor, like the Mesopotamian version of Noah, basically. Well, he was granted immortality by the gods and lives at the mouth of the rivers in a faraway place. But he's a very rare exception. 1 in a million. For the vast majority, the hope was not for heaven, but just for restful oblivion. A nice little corner in the dusty abyss. So to conclude the Mesopotamian section, they believed in afterlife, but it was not one to look forward to. It was inevitable and part of the cosmic order of things, hence the focus on living a good life and having children to honor you, rather than on preparing one's soul for paradise. It's a pretty melancholic view, and it would persist in the region for centuries,
Echoes of it appear in the Hebrew Bible's concept of Sheol, a pit where the dead souls languish, very much resembling the Mesopotamian underworld, just changing it up a little bit. So before moving on, once again we highlight that quick contrast. In Mesopotamia, even kings and heroes served in the afterlife. I want you to recall the line, "They who once ruled the world now carry water and baked meats in the house of dust." This resignation, death as the great equalizer, is practically the opposite of Egypt's vibrant continuation of status and joy. And keep that in mind as we travel a little bit northwest to Anatolia, the home of the Hittites, and we'll see yet another perspective. So, we now visit the Hittite civilization of Anatolia. That's in today's Turkey, which thrived in the late Bronze Age. We're talking 1700 to 1200. The Hittite belief system is interesting because it seems to be a melting pot of indigenous Hattian, Hurrian, and Indo-European elements. Their afterlife beliefs are admittedly less richly documented than Egypt or Mesopotamia, but we do have clues from royal rituals, art, and mythology. One standout feature of the Hittite royal ideology is the idea that the king, and perhaps the queen, became a god upon death. In fact, Hittite texts routinely refer to the deceased kings with the phrase, "he became a god at death." While alive, the Hittite king was appointed servant of the gods, not considered divine himself, unlike Egyptian pharaohs who were kind of like demigods, semi-divine figures on earth. But in death he joined the ranks. A modern study summarizes, Hittite kings lived as mortals and became deified. This implies that they believed in some kind of exalted afterlife, at least for royalty. The king's spirit would dwell among the gods, honored with cult and offerings. Indeed, after a king died, his successors would perform funerary rites and likely offer sacrifices to the departed king's spirit as one of the gods. How exactly did the Hittites imagine this divine afterlife for their rulers? We have a hint in the burial practices. Uniquely, Hittite royals might be cremated, unlike Egyptians who were mummified. Of course, the idea of cremating someone to an ancient Egyptian, that is an absolutely horrifying idea. But for the Hittites, that was just normal. One textual account, reconstructed from fragmentary instructions, describes the funerary ritual for a great king. His body was burned on a pyre for several days, with offerings and prayers made, and after the flames died, the remaining bones were collected, wrapped up, and buried. During these rites, the court would speak to the king's spirit, bidding them farewell and presumably acknowledging his new divine status. One line goes, it's paraphrased, "O king, you have become a god and are going to the gods." The whole emphasis was on release, the soul leaving the earth to join the celestial or chthonic deities. Now, the Hittites worshipped a plethora of gods, we know that. Their texts often invoke the 1,000 gods of Hatti, so we know there's at least 1,000 of them. Among these were deities of the underworld, notably the sun goddess of the earth, a female solar deity who was believed to rule the underground, separate from the sun of heaven, and a god called Lelwani, originally male, later seen as female, a deity of the underworld. They also venerated ancestor deities to some extent. It seems that the spirits of important people could be revered as a sort of minor deity after death. For example, deceased kings might have had statues or stelae where offerings were made in their memory, effectively treating them as protective ancestral spirits. As far as Hittite mythology, we unfortunately don't have an epic description of the afterlife like we do in Gilgamesh, but we do have iconography. A prime example is the rock-cut sanctuary at Yazlikaya, near the Hittite capital of Hattusa. In Chamber B of this sanctuary, there's a famous relief carving of the 12 gods of the underworld, a file of 12 identical figures wearing tall pointed hats and short tunics, marching together in procession. The presence of these gods of the underworld shows that the Hittites had a concept of a subterranean realm governed by deities, much like Mesopotamia's Ereshkigal or the later Hades of Greek tradition. The dead, presumably, went on to this realm. There isn't evidence that the average person expected a joyous afterlife. Likely the common Hittite view was somewhat closer to Mesopotamia's, in that the dead became weak shades, dwelling in that mysterious dusty land of darkness. In one Hittite prayer, a queen laments her dying husband and hopes the sun goddess of earth will take him to herself and free him from pain. This suggests a belief in being gathered to the goddess's care, of course. But what about the man on the street, ordinary people? Archaeologically, both inhumation and cremation were practiced by the Hittites, and neighboring peoples too, like the Luwians. They often buried ashes or bodies along with goods, sometimes terracotta figures. It's possible that they believed in some form of the spirit surviving. But interestingly, Hittite texts also mention something somewhat grim. If certain taboos were broken, these gods of the underworld might punish the living with misfortune, plague, or anything else they could come up with. This indicates that the dead and the underworld gods could influence the living, an incentive to perform proper funerary rituals and respect ancestors. So in summary, I suppose Hittite afterlife beliefs straddle a line. On one hand, they had no elaborate paradise like Egypt, and likely shared the broader Near Eastern view of a gloomy underworld for most. But on the other hand, their kings expected apotheosis, that is, becoming gods, and religious emphasis was placed on ensuring that the dead were cared for, so that they wouldn't disturb the living. Proper ritual had to be kept. The Hittite civilization fell around 1200 BC with the Bronze Age collapse, leaving us with many uncertain details. But later Anatolian cultures, like the Phrygians and Lydians, would continue some of these ideas of hero cults and honoring tombs. I suppose we'll have to wait until we dig something else out of the ground. Let's just hope that we can find some Hittite version of the Epic of Gilgamesh or something like that. I won't hold my breath. But if I wake up one morning to a news story saying that they've found something, guess who's making a new video on the Hittites? So, moving on from Anatolia, let's go a little bit south, and we'll find ourselves firmly within the Levant, among the Canaanite people. And like everyone else, they had their own intriguing take on death's domain. Shades of Canaan and the Feast of Rephaim. In the Bronze Age Levant, we're talking regions including modern Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Jordan, people such as the Canaanites also believed in an underworld and a continuing existence of the dead. Thanks to texts from the city-state Ugarit around 1300 BC, we have a pretty good insight into West Semitic beliefs. Ugarit in modern Syria left behind clay tablets with myths and rituals in a Canaanite tongue, shedding light on how these people conceptualized life after death. The general Canaanite term for the realm of the dead was similar to others. In later Hebrew, it's Sheol, and Ugaritic might have had Apuku or Arsi, terms for the underworld. It was seen as a shadowy place below, ruled by the god Mot, that is, the word for death. Mot is featured in the Ugaritic Baal cycle as an insatiable power who even drags the mighty storm god Baal into his maw, causing the land's fertility to cease until Baal is rescued. When describing Baal's demise, the texts have Mot saying that he churned Baal in his jaws like a piece of olive paste, graphic imagery of death as a devourer. So clearly, the underworld was not thought of as a very pleasant place to be, rather as a insatiable, hungry abyss. More enlightening are the Ugaritic ritual texts that show how ancestors, particularly the dead kings, were venerated. In one text, sometimes called the Rephaim text, we see the king performing rites for the illustrious dead. The word Rephaim is used for these departed heroes or kings gone. A portion of the funerary liturgy for the recently deceased King Nikmadu III of Ugarit goes like this, in an admittedly summarized translation. The priest invokes the assembly of the mighty dead, Rapa Umma, calling on the ancient kings by name to attend. There is then a call for mourning. Even the king's throne and footstool are said to weep symbolically. The sun goddess Shapash, who in Canaanite belief has the role of traversing the underworld at night, is invoked to guide the king's soul. According to analysis, this text invokes the Rapiumma, the noble dead, with two former kings mentioned by name, and it calls for the mourning of the king's throne, and invokes the sun god Shapshu. The deceased king is then escorted to the underworld by these earlier kings, the Rephaim. We see here a belief that when a new king dies, the spirits of previous kings rise, figuratively, of course, to greet him and guide him to join their fellowship. It's almost like a formal induction, a handshake meeting, welcome to the group in an ancestral hall of fame down there in the underworld. But what's particularly interesting is that the Rephaim are described in Ugarit and later traditions as demigod-like or even heroic dead who still have power. Ugaritic incantations portray them riding chariots or attending feasts in the underworld. One Ugaritic invocation meal calls the Rephaim to drink wine with the living king, indicating a ritual communication and unity between the living and dead royals. So really, for the Canaanites, the afterlife was not just gloom, it wasn't that bad. It also had the aspect of joining one's ancestors in a sort of continual community. The average person likely became a weak shade. Well, this is mut in Ugarit, akin to the Hebrew met, meaning dead one. But the honored dead, and especially the kings, could be venerated. Perhaps similar how in Catholic tradition saints are dead humans basically revered and entreated, raised to godlike status almost. At Ugarit, the dead kings were even called Ilnim, gods in some contexts, implying a form of ancestor deification. However, there was no promise of bliss or reward for good behavior, at least none that we know of. Mortality, or morality rather, in life wasn't explicitly tied to afterlife outcome in the text that we have. Instead, status and proper rites, they were the most important. Dying without proper burial or without any descendants to perform the proper rites was a feared misfortune, just like in Mesopotamia. Curses on tombs from this region, and later Phoenician inscriptions threaten anybody who disturbs the grave by being cut off from these offerings, implying that that is certainly a terrible fate for the soul. We also have mention that the Canaanites, like their neighbors, imagined the underworld as physically below and often associated westward sunset. The Hebrew Bible, which, though Iron Age, I will admit, preserves some of the Bronze Age heritage, it uses phrases like gathered to one's people for death, reflecting the idea of joining one's ancestors in Sheol. For instance, when biblical Jacob dies, it is said that he was gathered to his people, a peaceful phrasing. But the same text also called the underworld a land of silence and darkness, when nobody praises God at all. And this is very much in line with the earlier Mesopotamian view. An interesting little tidbit as well. Just go a little bit forward. In the Bible, the first book of Samuel, King Saul has a medium conjure the spirit of the prophet Samuel from Sheol. Samuel's ghost appears wearing a robe and complains of being disturbed. The story, though it is later, echoes the older Near Eastern ideas that ghosts could be summoned and that they were ordinarily at rest, residing in the shadowy earth below. So to sum things up for the Levant, Bronze Age Canaanites believed the dead lived on as shades in the underworld. Without proper rituals, one could keep them content. With powerful rites, you could even perhaps consult with them, if you knew what you were doing. The most illustrious dead, like kings, might partake in a grand assembly of ancestral spirits like the Rephaim, almost like an honored society in the afterlife. But there was no heaven or hell concept, not as rewards or punishments. Those ideas would only develop later, influenced by other religions and the Iron Age philosophical shifts. They did have a fear of even worse fate from the normal underworld, being unburied or being forgotten, and that meant restlessness and misery for the soul. Conversely, being remembered through offspring and ritual could ensure a sort of immortality of name and a seat at the feasts of the Rephaim. So now we make the final stop on our journey through Bronze Age, and it's the Bronze Age Aegean and early Greece. And we're going to see another perspective that later evolves into what is more familiar when we think of Greek religion and spirituality, Hades and Elysium, these kinds of things. Bronze Age Aegean and early Greek beliefs, Hades and beyond. So in the late Bronze Age, we're talking 1600 to 1100 BCE. Do remember there is a little bit of overlap between the traditional collapse theories. The Greek-speaking Mycenaeans dominated the Aegean region, and they left us with spectacular tombs, like the beehive-shaped Toulos tombs and the rich grave goods, gold masks, weapons, jewelry from sites like Mycenae and Pylos. Unfortunately, there's almost no written records about their beliefs. Their linear B tablets, that is the name of their writing, mostly record inventories, which is not as fun. So to understand what Bronze Age Aegean people believed about the afterlife, we have a bit of a challenging task. We have to combine archaeological evidence with later Greek literature that likely preserves the earlier traditions, albeit a little bit more developed. Mycenaean tombs show that they, just like others, believed in equipping the dead for another life. For example, the famous Mask of Agamemnon, a gold funeral mask and other grave goods from Grave Circle A at Mycenae. They suggest an expectation that the dead chief or king might need his wealth and status symbols beyond death. They also practiced funerary feasts and possibly hero cults at tombs, a practice that of course became explicit in Iron Age Greece, where communities would honor the tomb of legendary ancestors or heroes with offerings, believing of course that spirit still had power. When we turn to literature, the earliest writings are the Homeric epics, the Iliad, the Odyssey, and they were roughly 8th century BCE, which likely crystallized older oral tales that go back to the Bronze Age. Homer presents a rather bleak afterlife for ordinary mortals, quite in line with the Near Eastern model. Not exactly, but it's certainly 90% there. In the Odyssey, Odysseus travels to the underworld in Book 11 and converses with dead. The realm, Hades, named after its god Hades, or in earlier Greek is actually called Aidoneus, is depicted as a misty, sunless place beyond the river ocean at the edge of the world. There, the psyche, soul, of the dead flits about like a shadow. Notably, the dead lack strength or pleasure. They can only become conscious when they drink blood. Odysseus sacrifices animals so the shades can drink and temporarily regain memory and speech to talk to him. And it's there that Odysseus meets the ghost of Achilles. You know the one, from Troy, the greatest hero of the Bronze Age Trojan War. Achilles had a choice in life: die young with glory, or live long in obscurity. Guess what he chose? He chose the glory. Yet, it didn't quite work out. In Hades, Achilles utters one of the most quoted lines about the grimness of death. He tells Odysseus, "No winning words about death to me, shining Odysseus. Better to be a lowly serf ploughing for a poor man on earth than to be a king of all these lifeless dead." In other words, Achilles said that he would rather be the most impoverished laborer than the king of the underworld. This starkly communicates the Greek heroic view. Life, any life, is sweet, and death is cheerless and a miserable state. Achilles in Homer's underworld has no joy from all these honors. In fact, he laments the state of being an insubstantial shadow. It is a belief that is very much continuous with the earlier Bronze Age ideas that we have discussed. An afterlife is just a sorry reflection of life. However, Greek myth also offered some different fates. Exceptional individuals might get a different afterlife. Even in the Odyssey's underworld scene, Odysseus is told that his own father-in-law Menelaus, the husband of Helen, will not die and go to Hades like a normal man. Instead, because he is the son-in-law of Zeus, he will be sent to the Elysian plain at the ends of the earth, quote, where life is easiest for men. Here's that prophecy from the Odyssey. But for yourself, Menelaus, fostered by Zeus, it is not ordained that you should die in Argos. The immortals will convey you to the Elysian plain at the ends of the earth, where dwells fair-haired Rhadamanthus, and where life is easiest for men. There is no snow, nor storm, nor rain there, only ever-blowing breezes from Oceanus to cool mankind. For you are wed to Helen, the daughter of Zeus. It's a pretty remarkable passage, don't you think? It shows that by Homer's time, likely reflecting that Bronze or early Iron Age ideas, that the Greeks had a concept of Elysium, an otherworldly paradise reserved for a blessed few, in this case Menelaus, due to his connection to the gods. Earlier, though, Hesiod, 7th century BC, drawing on older myths, wrote that the heroes of the age before him, even after death, went to live eternally in the Isles of the Blessed, enjoying a carefree existence under the rule of Kronos. So there was an evolving notion that heroes or those favored by the gods could bypass the common lot and find a heaven-like afterward. But, unfortunately, the common man just doesn't get that good a deal. For the ordinary Mycenaean, the afterlife was probably thought of just going to Hades' realm. Some might have called it simply the below. Proper burial was extremely important. We see in the Iliad the insistence on burying the dead even during war, the truce to bury the dead, the outrage when Achilles initially withholds Hector's corpse. Those 2 points really drive it home. There's a poignant scene. The ghost of Patroclus appears to Achilles, pleading for burial so he can enter the afterlife. The scene goes like this. You sleep and have forgotten me, Achilles. Not in life were you unmindful of me, but in death. Bury me with all speed that I may pass the gates of Hades. The spirits keep me away, nor let me join them beyond the river. I wander aimlessly through Hades' house. Patroclus' spirit literally begs for his funeral rites, because until his body is burned and buried, his soul is in limbo, unable to be admitted fully into the community of the dead. Achilles, deeply moved, of course performs the cremation and burial, after which Patroclus will finally be at his rest. The Greek belief that without a proper burial the soul finds no peace is identical to the beliefs in Mesopotamia and Canaan. It reinforces the universality of the concern for funeral rites in the Bronze Age world. Tombs from the Greek Bronze Age reflect an idea of an ancestral or familial afterlife as well. Multiple burials in a single tomb, suggesting family members would sleep with each other. Funerary art on later geometric period Greek vases shows us scenes of mourning and perhaps the deceased riding on a chariot to the afterlife. In any case, the continuity between the Mycenaean practices and the later Greek tradition is very strong. Thus, the Greek afterlife belief in the Bronze Age likely was as follows. All souls go to the underworld, ruled by Hades and Persephone, a dark echo of life where existence is a faint shadow of what it used to be. Only a rare hero could hope for a special divine grace, and that idea probably grew over time, especially as mystery religions and Orphic ideals emerged in the first millennium BC, promising enlightenment and a better life after death. Just one more thing to note. The hero cult. By the end of the early Bronze Age, or the start of the Iron Age, Greeks would sometimes treat a legendary Bronze Age tomb as a holy site. For example, the tombs at Mycenae might have been continually revered. The honored dead, the heroes, were thought to possibly protect their community if they were appeased. This is like to the ancestor veneration we saw elsewhere, but focused on cultural heroes rather than personal ancestors. So, despite regional variations, certain themes are nearly universal in the Bronze Age. The dead continue to exist, in one way or another. Proper burial and rituals are crucial. The afterlife is often under the earth, and the living can impact the dead's well-being, and vice versa if you're not careful. In none of these cultures do we see a fully articulated system of heaven and hell based on moral judgment, except Egypt, which had the seeds of that idea in the Hall of Judgment, and possibly the annihilation of the wicked. Most Bronze Age people instead expected a single fate for all, with perhaps some degree in comfort, death being the great equalizer. It's fascinating also to note how these beliefs set the stage for later religious developments. For example, ideas of moral judgment and paradise or hell would later appear in Zoroastrianism. Oh, I'm going to make some videos about that soon too. And much later in Christianity and Islam. One can trace a line of evolution, certainly. It all seems to rhyme. with Egypt's feather of Mart and the concept of Elysium. Well, they were early steps. But, as requested, we've stuck to how Bronze Age people themselves described the beliefs without later interpretation. We can't look at everything in hindsight. We just take it as it comes. So to conclude, I want you to have a little image in your head. Think of an Egyptian noble and a Mesopotamian merchant having a conversation together in the afterlife, kind of a cosmic tavern where all of these cultures can meet. The Egyptian might say, "My friend, why do you sit here in the dark eating dust all day? Come to the field of reeds instead. The beer is sweet and the barley grows tall." The Mesopotamian ghost might shrug his shoulders and reply, "This is just how it is for us. At least my son gave me a proper burial. I have a few crumbs of bread to be thankful for that." Meanwhile, a Hittite king's spirit passes by, perhaps on his way to consult with the gods, and a Canaanite ancestral chief raises a toast from the cup of remembrance his descendants had left him. And from somewhere, the Greek Achilles mutters, "I'd rather be a plowman alive than rule among the dead." Each culture, in its own way, tried to come to terms with the great mystery of death. That, I suppose, we may never solve. They built the foundations of the afterlife on conceptions that would echo through history, and that's proved by the fact that we're talking about it 5,000 years later. So thank you, and I will wish you always to walk in that beautiful field of reeds.
Bactria, a name that conjures images of distant lands and lost kingdoms, a crossroads of civilization, tucked between the mighty Hindu Kush mountains and the flowing Oxus River. In Zoroastrian scripture, it is praised as beautiful Bactria, crowned with flags, a rich land on the edge of the known world. This region, approximately modern northern Afghanistan and adjacent Central Asia, witnessed the rise and fall of great powers, from mysterious Bronze Age city builders to Persian emperors, Macedonian conquerors, and Greek kings. It saw it all. Its strategic location made it the meeting point of East and West, a place where Persian satraps, Greek colonists, Indian emissaries, Chinese envoys, and nomadic chieftains all crossed paths. In our time together today, we'll journey through the full arc of the history of Bactria, from the prehistoric Oxus civilization and early Iranian legends, through Bactria's role as a province in the Achaemenid Persian Empire, the dramatic conquest of Alexander the Great, the establishment of a Greco-Macedonian presence, and the flowering of the Greco-Bactrian kingdom. Finally, we'll end on the decline under the onslaught of Central Asian nomads. But it's not just about the kings and the battles, but also the cultural and daily life of the Bactrian people themselves. Their languages, religion, art and institutions, trade, diplomacy, and we'll be talking about plenty of small little details from archaeology that brings this ancient world to life. A sweeping story of 2,000 years, and it starts right now. Or rather, it starts in a moment, because I have to welcome you to the channel, such as good manners, of course. So, welcome to the channel. Good to see you all. If you're a newcomer here, or if you've not yet clicked the subscribe button, I invite you to do so. There's also the like button located conveniently close to the subscribe button, and leaving a comment, well, that just helps us build a nice little community here, doesn't it? Now, you're not going to get a single ad in this video thanks to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and the good people who took the time to check out the merch store, where you've got plenty of t-shirts, mugs, all sorts of goodies. So thank you in advance for taking the time. But most importantly, let's all get nice and relaxed. And let's begin our exploration back to Bactria. Long before the rise of written records, the region of Bactria was home to a thriving Bronze Age culture. And this is where the archaeologists come in. They have uncovered the remains of what is called the Oxus civilization, also known as the Bactria Margiana Archaeological Complex, or BMAC, for those with tight schedules. This dates roughly from 2200 to 1700 BCE, at a time when the Indus Valley and the Mesopotamia region flourished. So too did these Oxus cities in Central Asia. They built well-planned fortified settlements with impressive mud brick architecture, temples, workshops, palaces. They had it all. Notable sites like Gobekli Tepe in nearby Margiana and Dashli in Bactria itself reveal a sedentary people who practiced irrigation agriculture, cultivating wheat and barley on these fertile plains. But they weren't just farmers. They were skilled artisans too. Bactrian craft workers cast bronze tools and fashioned elegant ceramics and jewelry from semi-precious stones. Even the technology of wheeled transport had reached Bactria early. Models of ox-drawn carts and even camel-drawn carts have been found. Now that suggests the domestication of the Bactrian camel by as early as 2200 BCE. This two-humped camel, in fact, would become emblematic of Central Asian trade routes in later millennia, but the Bactrians seem to be quite ahead of their time. But the Oxus civilization was not isolated. Evidence shows that it was in contact with neighboring cultures. In fact, archaeologists at Gobekli Tepe unearthed a seal bearing the script of the Indus Valley civilization, that is over in India, by the way, indicating trade or communication with the distant cities of the Indus. Bactrian merchants likely exchanged local products, such as finely carved chlorite stone vessels, or lapis lazuli from Badakhshan's famous mines, for goods in Mesopotamia, Elam, and the Indus. Such a vibrant Bronze Age society, it eventually declined after 1700 BC, possibly due to climate shifts or the arrival of new peoples, but it certainly laid the foundation for Bactria's later development. And so many scholars believe that around the second millennium BCE, Indo-Iranian tribes had migrated into the region, perhaps integrating with or supplanting the Oxus population. By the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age, Bactria's inhabitants were primarily Iranian language speaking, and their traditions may have given rise to some of the earliest Zoroastrian practices. Indeed, the Persian lore would later remember Bactria as the homeland of Vishtaspa, the patron king of the prophet Zoroaster. This suggests that Zoroastrianism first took root among the early Iranian societies of Central Asia. By the 6th century BCE, Bactria had become a prize sought by expanding empires. According to later Greek accounts, the Medes may have held Bactria before the Persians, but it was under Cyrus the Great of the Achaemenid dynasty that Bactria was definitively incorporated into a vast empire. Cyrus's conquests around the mid-500s extended Persian rule across Central Asia, and Bactria was established as a prominent satrapy of the Achaemenids. In Persian inscriptions of Darius I, such as the Behistun inscription, Bactria is listed among the lands under the great king's dominion, referred to in Old Persian as Bakstrish. Uniquely, Bactria was considered a special satrapy, at times governed by a royal prince. Now this reflects both its importance and perhaps the difficulty of ruling such a far-flung region. A trusted member of the royal family might ensure loyalty on the empire's frontier. Under Persian rule, from the 6th to the 4th centuries BCE, Bactria prospered as a frontier province. It supplied the empire with resources and soldiers, and it stood as a bastion against the nomadic tribes in the north. Herodotus, the Greek historian, provides a glimpse of Bactrians in the Persian imperial army. He describes the Bactrian contingent in Xerxes' massive host, assembled for the invasion of Greece in 480. The Bactrian warriors wore headgear similar to the Medes, and carried their native bows made of reeds and short spears. They marched alongside the Sarka, Scythian tribes, with whom they were often linked. In fact, Xerxes himself appointed his own brother, Hystaspes, son of Darius I and Atossa, to command the combined Bactrian Sarka force, highlighting their valor and significance in the Persian military. The tribute of Bactria to the empire was also notable. Rich textiles, camels, and perhaps the famous Bactrian gold that would later astonish the Greeks. Persian policy sometimes dramatically affected Bactria's demographic makeup. The Achaemenids had a practice of deporting rebellious populations to different lands, both to punish them and to strengthen their border regions. Bactria, being remote, was a favored destination for such forced resettlements. For example, during the reign of Darius I, an entire community of Greek people from the city of Barca in Cyrenaica, which is North Africa, by the way, was deported to Bactria after they defied the Persian king. Likewise, Xerxes, after suppressing a Greek revolt, transplanted the Branchidae, a clan of Greek temple priests who collaborated with Persia, to Bactrian territory. Thus, by the 5th century BCE, there were pockets of Greek-speaking settlers dotted all over Bactria, living there as transplanted exiles, under Persian watch, of course. It's quite a curious fact, and it would have consequences later. When new Greek arrivals came with Alexander, they would find Greek-speaking descendants of these exiles still living in the far-off land. I suppose it'd be a welcome surprise, so far away from home. Throughout the Achaemenid era, Bactria maintained a degree of autonomy under its satraps, so long as tribute was paid and order maintained. The satraps of Bactria were powerful figures. One of them would play a dramatic role in history too. In the 330s BCE, a Persian power waned under the onslaught of Alexander of Macedon. Bactria's last satrap, Bessus, attempted to make the region a center of resistance. But, as we shall see, his efforts would end in betrayal and tragedy. By the mid-4th century BCE, Bactria had been thoroughly woven into the political and economic fabric of the Persian Empire, a crossroads for traders, with connections down into India and eastward across the Pamirs, and a mustering ground for soldiers. Its Zoroastrian fire altars likely burned in many an estate, and the teachings of Zoroaster remained very influential. Yet a seismic change was on the horizon. The arrival of Alexander the Great, heralding the Hellenistic age of the East. In the spring of 329 BCE, Bactria became the stage for the clash of two worlds, the Achaemenid Persians in their twilight and the rising star of Macedonian Greece. Alexander the Great, having defeated the Persian Emperor Darius III at Gaugamela, pursued the fleeing monarch across Iran. Darius's entourage, including Bactrian satrap Bessus, retreated into the eastern provinces. On the arid plains south of the Oxus, events took a rather dramatic turn. Bessus and a group of Persian nobles betrayed Darius, taking him prisoner, and as Alexander's forces closed in, Bessus had Darius stabbed and left to bleed out. An ignoble end for a great king. Bessus then declared himself the new king of kings, assuming the regnal name Artaxerxes IV, and vowed to continue resistance from the relative safety of Bactria and Sogdiana. The Macedonian conqueror, however, saw all this as quite an insult. He was determined to avenge Darius and subdue the farthest parts of the Persian realm. Alexander led his army over the snowy passes of the Hindu Kush into Bactria. The invaders found a landscape both inviting and daunting. Fertile valleys of wheat and barley, prosperous village, and the great city of Bactria, also called Zariaspa, near the modern Balkh. All good things. The problem was, they also met a populace that was not easily impressed, and, well, not famous for their hospitality, I suppose. Many Bactrian nobles and the neighboring Sogdian tribes were initially resistant to these western interlopers. Alexander took Bactria and proclaimed the province annexed to his new empire, but the task of pacification had only just begun. Satrap Bessus, the self-proclaimed king, retreated across the Oxus into Sogdiana, where he attempted to rally forces. Yet Bessus's grand ambitions were short-lived. A Sogdian warlord named Spitamenes, initially an ally of Bessus, decided to curry favor with Alexander. Spitamenes and others seized Bessus, bound him, and delivered him to Alexander's camp. In a scene reflecting Alexander's adoption of Persian royal justice, Bessus was mutilated. His nose and ears were sliced off. A Persian punishment for traitors, by the way. Well, after all this was done and enough suffering was inflicted, he was later executed. The Persian Empire's last flicker of independent life in the East was thus extinguished, and Alexander stood as a master of Bactria by 328 BCE. But conquering is one thing. Holding Bactria proved to be another. Alexander soon faced a fierce insurgency, especially in Sogdiana in the north, where Spitamenes turned against him. For 2 years, the Macedonian army was bogged down, fighting a guerrilla-style resistance across the Oxus, the remnants of an old kingdom, fighting back to Bactria. Couldn't resist. Well, fortresses perched on rocky crags had to be taken one by one. A famous episode from these campaigns is the storming of the so-called Sogdian Rock, a mountain citadel thought to be impregnable. According to legend, Alexander offered to spare the defenders if they surrendered, to which a Sogdian chief taunted that Alexander's men would need soldiers with wings to capture the rock. But Alexander actually found a unique solution. He had a group of his bravest climbers scale a sheer cliff by night. These commandos, appearing on the heights at dawn, convinced the panicked defenders that the Macedonians had indeed grown wings, and the fortress capitulated. Among the captives at the stronghold was Roxana, a Bactro-Sogdian noblewoman renowned for her beauty. In a brilliant stroke of diplomacy, Alexander decided to marry her. This marriage, a Macedonian king to an Iranian princess, symbolized the fusion of cultures he hoped to achieve. It helped win over some of the Bactrian nobility, forging a personal bond between conqueror and conquered. By 327, with key strongholds taken and local resistance fragmented, Alexander had largely pacified Bactria and Sogdiana. He established several new Greek-style settlements to secure his hold. The Macedonians founded cities named Alexandria in these eastern satrapies. One famous example is Alexandria Escate, that is, Alexandria the furthest, in the Fergana region, just north of Sogdiana. In Bactria itself, Alexander either founded or reinforced cities like Alexandria in the Caucasus, near modern-day Bagram, Afghanistan, and perhaps others would become centers of Greek administration. The presence of those earlier Greek exiles, deported by the Persians, also worked for Alexander's advantage. When his troops arrived, they were astonished to encounter Greek-speaking communities that had been living in Bactria for generations. These settlers readily welcomed Alexander as a liberator, and many of them, and their descendants, joined the new Greek cities, boosting the local Hellenic population. Thus, by the time Alexander left Bactria to march into India, he had planted the seeds of a lasting Greek presence. He appointed local officers to govern, such as Oxyates, Roxana's father, now an ally, as a satrap of the city south of Bactria, Paropamisade, and perhaps left a Macedonian garrison in Bactria. Importantly, control of Bactria opened routes to the east and the south. Alexander could obtain resources like hardy Bactrian camels and war horses for his campaigns, and he even received elephants and tributes from the Indian rulers as he moved further into the subcontinent. Little did anyone know that these changes were not a temporary occupation, but the beginning of a brand new era in Central Asia, the Hellenistic Age of Bactria. After Alexander's untimely death in 323, his vast empire fragmented among his generals. Bactria, far off, yet quite significant, was initially allotted to commanders who could secure it. Within a few years, a Macedonian noble named Stasanor took charge as satrap of Bactria and Sogdiana, as agreed at the partition of Triparadisus in 321 BCE. He managed to keep peace with the local peoples, but the turbulence of the Diadochi Wars reached even these distant lands. Eventually, by about 305, the rising Seleucid dynasty, founded by Seleucus I Nicator, one of Alexander's generals, gained control of Bactria. Seleucus, having won Babylon and Persia, marched east to India, reasserting authority over eastern provinces including Bactria. He made a famous treaty with the Indian Mauryan Empire in 303. he ceded some territories south of the Hindu Kush, likely Arcosia and the Kabul region, not Bactria itself, to Emperor Chandragupta Maurya in exchange for 500 war elephants. While Bactria remained under Seleucid rule, this fact brought an influx of Indian influence to the frontiers and ensured peace with the powerful Mauryan state. Seleucus and his son, Antiochus I, also founded the new Greek settlements or refortified old ones in Bactria and neighboring regions. One city in nearby Margiana was refounded as Antiochia, or also known as Merv, to act as a Hellenistic stronghold and beacon of Greek culture in Central Asia. Throughout the 3rd century BCE, the Greek language and Hellenistic institutions sank deeper into the roots of Bactria. The urban elites of Bactrian cities adopted Greek fashions, coinage, civic organization, and art, essentially turning the region into a thriving outpost of Hellenistic civilization, despite its great distance from the Mediterranean. Yet, the Seleucid grip on Bactria was certainly not without its challenges. The distance from the imperial capitals in Syria and Mesopotamia made communications difficult, and governance too. Moreover, the Seleucids were often preoccupied with wars against rivals in the west, such as the Ptolemies of Egypt, and unrest in other provinces was sparking up at different pockets. Taking advantage of this, some eastern satraps now grew restive. In the early 3rd century, for instance, a local chieftain named Sophites in the northern Punjab region, just slightly beyond Bactria's sphere, struck coins and behaved quasi-independently, indicating how tenuous the Seleucid hold could be on the fringes. Closer to Bactria, the nomadic pressures from the steppe and the emergence of the Parthians, a nomad-turned kingdom in northeastern Iran, posed new threats. The Parthian tribe, under Arsaces, broke away from Seleucid rule around 247, establishing a kingdom in what was formerly the Persian satrapy of Parthia, southwest of Bactria. Soon, both Parthia and Bactria would assert full independence, fragmenting Alexander's eastern legacy into smaller Hellenistic states. Around the middle of the 3rd century BCE, Bactria itself broke free from Seleucid control, giving birth to a new Greek-ruled kingdom. The driver of this independence was Diodotus, the Seleucid satrap of Bactria. Diodotus was a Greek, as were most of the administrative and military elite in Bactria by this time. Sometime between 255 and 245, historical sources vary on the exact year, but around that time Diodotus declared his autonomy and assumed the title of king. This bold move was likely spurned by a combination of factors: the weakening of Seleucid authority due to wars with Ptolemaic Egypt, and the desire of the local Greek Macedonian population for self-rule. Diodotus's break with the Seleucid Empire was not an isolated event. Roughly at the same time, Arsaces' rebellion created Parthia to Bactria's west. In effect, the Seleucid East splintered into independent kingdoms. Diodotus initially might have even allied with the Parthians to fend off attempts by Seleucid rulers to reclaim the East. And thus was founded the Greco-Bactrian Kingdom, a Hellenistic state centered on Bactria but with influence that would soon spread. Diodotus I, who took on the royal epithet Soter, that is, savior, roughly translated, is remembered as a strong ruler who defended Bactria from external threats. He reportedly defeated incursions by nomadic tribes, thereby saving the land, an act for which later Greco-Bactrian propaganda gave him credit. His coinage, finely crafted gold and silver pieces bearing his portrait with diadem, proclaimed the legitimacy of his kingship in the Hellenistic fashion. The establishment of a Greek kingdom so far in the Orient astonished many contemporaries. A later Greek geographer, Apollodorus of Artemita, would marvel that the Greeks who caused Bactria to revolt grew so powerful on account of the fertility of the country that they became masters not only of Bactria, but also of India. In that single line, Apollodorus hints at the remarkable destiny of his kingdom. Diodotus I was succeeded by his son, creatively named Diodotus II. But the transition was not entirely smooth. To the west, the Seleucid king Antiochus II had died and been succeeded by Seleucus II, who was distracted by a civil war. Taking advantage, both Bactria and Parthia consolidated their independence. Diodotus II even struck an alliance with the Parthian king Arsaces, indicating a common front against the Seleucid retaliation. However, Diodotus II's reign was cut short by an internal upheaval. A usurper named Euthydemus, a Greek from Magnesia, rose up against him. It is possible that Euthydemus was an ally or subordinate of Diodotus who turned on the dynasty. Classical sources say he assassinated the legitimate sovereign, i.e. Diodotus' son, to seize the throne. By around 230 or 225, Euthydemus I established himself as the new king of Bactria, and a brand new dynasty was founded. Under King Euthydemus, reigning 230 to 200 BCE, the Greco-Bactrian kingdom reached new heights. Euthydemus proved to be a capable ruler, and is particularly remembered for his spirited defense of Bactria against a major Seleucid counter-offensive. Around 208 BCE, the Seleucid king Antiochus III, with the epithet the Great, undertook a grand campaign to reassert control over the eastern provinces. Marching into Central Asia with a formidable army, Antiochus aimed to subdue both Parthia and Bactria. He had some success against the Parthians, and then he advanced to the borders of Euthydemus's domain. The two forces clashed at the Battle of the Arius River, the Arius being in the region of Aria, West Bactria. Euthydemus deployed 10,000 of his Bactrian cavalry to hold the river line. In a hard-fought engagement described by the historian Polybius, Antiochus managed to outflank the Bactrians with a surprise night march and forced a crossing. The fierce cavalry battle ensued on the riverbank at daybreak. Antiochus himself fought in the thick of it. At one point his horse was killed under him, and he suffered a blow that knocked out some of his teeth, a testament to the ferocity of the Bactrian defense. Ultimately, the Seleucids gained the upper hand in that battle, and Euthydemus's troops retreated after heavy losses, withdrawing to the strong citadel of Bactria Zariaspa. Antiochus III proceeded to besiege Bactria, but the city's walls and the determination of Euthydemus held him at bay. The siege dragged on for 2 years, without any clear victor. Eventually, both sides got a little bit bored of it and sought a diplomatic resolution. Euthydemus sent an envoy, his son Demetrius, to negotiate with Antiochus. The clever Euthydemus argued that he was no rebel against Seleucid authority per se, since it was actually Diodotus's family that had revolted, and Euthydemus had removed those traitors thus, in a sense, preserving order. More crucially, he warned Antiochus that if the Greco-Bactrian kingdom fell, the real beneficiaries would be the nomadic barbarian tribes waiting beyond the Euxartes. In the account by Polybius, Euthydemus urged that the Greek king should not weaken each other, lest, quote, considerable hordes of nomads invade and barbarize the civilized land. This argument that Greco-Macedonian unity was needed to shield against the steppe peoples resonated with Antiochus. The Seleucid king was also keen to wrap up his eastern expedition and return west, and so in the end, a compromise of peace was reached around 206. Antiochus recognized Euthydemus as an independent king, perhaps formally a subordinate ally, but effectively sovereign. In return, Euthydemus handed over some war elephants to Antiochus. Pretty valuable military asset, that's for sure. And he also may have agreed to nominally acknowledge Seleucid overlordship. To seal the friendly relations, Antiochus even gave one of his daughters in marriage to Euthydemus's heir, Demetrius. The siege lifted. Antiochus departed, leaving the Greco-Bactrian kingdom intact, and arguably even more secure than before. The failure of the Seleucids to reconquer Bactria was quite a watershed moment. It confirmed the Greco-Bactrian kingdom was a truly independent Hellenistic power, whose kings now stood on equal footing with other successor dynasties. In the years that followed, Euthydemus and his successors would leverage this security to expand their influence quite dramatically. The fertile land of Bactria, with its high agricultural yields, sustained a large population and army. Classical writers spoke of 1,000 cities in Bactria. Likely an exaggeration, but it does convey the idea of a densely settled and wealthy region. Bolstered by this prosperity, the Greco-Bactrians soon looked east and south for new opportunity. By the early 2nd century, under the leadership of Euthydemus' son Demetrius I, the Greek kingdom in Bactria embarked on a bold new expedition. South Asia. New frontiers. Around 200 to 185 BCE, the chronology is imprecise, but it's kind of in that range, Demetrius led Bactrian Greek armies across the Hindu Kush mountains into the territories of modern Afghanistan and Pakistan. Several factors prompted this campaign. The mighty Mauryan Empire in India had recently fallen. Around 185, the Mauryan ruler was overthrown by the new Shunga dynasty, creating a powerful vacuum in the northwest of the subcontinent. The Greco-Bactrians, with their disciplined Hellenistic army and Hellenistic ambition, seized the moment. Demetrius, described in later Indian accounts as Dharmamita, or simply as Yavanna, Greek king, managed to capture large swaths of what we call the Punjab and Sindh regions. He is said to have even entered the great city of Taxila on the Punjab, a rich cultural centre, and perhaps pushed as far as the Indus River and beyond. One enduring symbol of Demetrius's Indian conquests is found on his coins. He is depicted as wearing an elephant scalp headdress, a clear reference to India, the elephant being a potent emblem of the subcontinent. The Greco-Bactrians also likely obtained actual war elephants during these campaigns, using them in their military as much as the Seleucids and Ptolemies did. For a moment, it seemed a greater Bactrian empire was forming, one that spanned Central Asia and northern India, essentially reuniting parts of Alexander's conquest under Greek rule. Indeed, Greco-Bactrian control in India led to the creation of what modern historians call the Indo-Greek Kingdom. a sister realm that would endure even under Bactria, or even after Bactria itself was lost, rather. Demetrius I is often credited as the founder of the Indo-Greek era, establishing Greek governance over cities like Taxila, Pushkalavati, and maybe even reaching into the Ganges basin, though any claim of marching to the Ganges is not well documented, and maybe apocryphal. However, this far-flung expansion was not good news for everyone. The seeds of internal discord were certainly sowed. While Demetrius and his forces were campaigning in India, back in Bactria, a coup was brewing. The usurper general, Eucratides, rose up around 170 BC and seized the throne of Bactria for himself, overthrowing the Euthydemid line. The circumstances are a little bit murky, but Eucratides is described as a man of great energy and ability. Some suggest he might have had support from neighboring Parthia, or dissatisfied factions within Bactria, but in any event he declared himself king, Eucratides I, that is, and established a new dynasty, styling himself Eucratides the Great on his coins. Soon, the once unified Greco-Bactrian realm was split. Eucratides ruled in Bactria, while Demetrius ruled over the Indian territories, which led to a series of wars between rival Greek kings, essentially a civil war among the Hellenic cultures in the east. Eucratides I proved to be quite formidable. Though challenged on multiple fronts, he managed not only to hold Bactria, but also to launch his own invasion into India and challenge the Euthydemids and their heirs. An ancient summary by the historian Justin recounts an astonishing feat. Eucratides, at one point besieged by Demetrius's force in a city with only 300 of his own men, withstood a siege of an army of 60,000 for 5 months. Through determined sorties and clever defense, Eucratides broke the siege and emerged victorious. After this, he reduced India under his power, implying that Eucratides conquered a large part of the Indo-Greek domain, perhaps including the Kabul Valley in western Punjab. If that is true, Eucratides might have briefly reunified the Greek holdings, or at least taken a lion's share, though the chronology is pretty complex and there's multiple claimants. Eucratides struck magnificent coins, including an enormous gold 20-stater piece, largest gold coin of antiquity, by the way, flaunting his regal image and cavalry on the reverse, showing his self-view as a conqueror and restorer of Greek fortune. But sadly, for Eucratides, his triumphs were short-lived. His later years were consumed by near-constant warfare. Bactria, by the mid-2nd century BCE, faced relentless assaults from nomadic tribes on its northern frontier, even as internal rebellion simmered. After Eucratides campaigned in India and began the journey back to Bactria, tragedy struck. In a notorious incident, Eucratides was assassinated by his own son. Ancient accounts, Justin's epitome, that is, vividly describe how his son drove a chariot through Eucratides' blood and left the body unburied. An act that speaks to the bitter dynastic strife that had engulfed the kingdom. The patricidal son, perhaps identified as Eucratides II or another figure, did not long enjoy the power, though. The chaos only grew. Following the death of Eucratides I, the Greco-Bactrian kingdom fragmented further. Multiple kings, some from Eucratides' line, others from earlier Demetrian or Euthydemed lines ruled different parts of the realm, often concurrently. We know many of them by names on their coins: Heliocles, Menander, Agathocles, Pantaleon, and a few more. Oh, and Antimachus, too. They fought each other, likely as much as they fought external enemies, which is quite typical Greek fashion, to be honest with you. In Bactria proper, though, King Heliocles I, remember Helio meaning sun, this is likely Eucratides' own relative, perhaps his own son even. Well, he appears to be the last to hold the Bactrian territory before it was overrun. Meanwhile, in the Indian territories, kings like Menander I achieved fame. Menander would later be celebrated in Buddhist texts for his wisdom and purported conversion to Buddhism, suggesting that the Indo-Greek kingdom endured, even as the homeland of Bactria just fell away. Throughout these tumultuous political changes, the everyday life of Bactria's inhabitants continued, shaped by a blend of Greek and local influence. In the cities founded or enhanced by the Greeks, such as Al-Khanum on the Oxus, a unique Hellenistic urban culture blossomed. At Ai-Khanum, likely the city known anciently as Alexandria on the Oxus, or perhaps Eucratidia, excavations have revealed a theatre that could seat thousands, colonnaded courts, Greek inscriptions, and even a gymnasium for athletic and educational training, all hallmarks of a classical polis transplanted to Central Asia. One inscription famously contains the Delphic maxims, "Know thyself," and others, indicating that the Greek elite of Bactria maintained connection with their cultural heritage. These cities had institutions like city councils and magistrates, similar to Greek cities elsewhere, and the kings often styled themselves as benefactors, funding temples and public works. At the same time, local Bactrian elements were very much present. For instance, excavations at the Temple of Oxus uncovered a mix of Greek and Iranian religious dedications, statuettes of Greek gods like Heracles alongside altars that suggest fire worship, possibly linked to Zoroastrian practice. This illustrates the religious syncretism of the region. The Greeks did not simply impose their pantheon, but rather an amalgamation occurred. Some Greco-Bactrian kings might have patronized local cults. Others in the Indo-Greek phase clearly embraced Indian religions, Menander with Buddhism, for example. We see evidence of Zoroastrianism persisting strongly in Bactria, fire altars, and the continued reverence of Anahita and Ahura Mazda, perhaps though under Greek names. Over time, an intriguing fusion seems to have emerged. For instance, depictions of Zeus might take on the characteristics of the sky god Ahura Mazda, and local deities might be rendered in Hellenic artistic style. Language in Bactria was likewise a dual affair. Greek was the language of the court, administration, commerce, and high culture. Greek inscriptions and coin legends show that rulers communicated in Greek to their mostly bilingual subject population. However, the common folk, especially in rural areas, spoke an Eastern tongue, the Bactrian language. Initially, this vernacular was purely oral, using Aramaic script for any writing under the Achaemenid influence, but by the Kushan period, a few centuries later, Bactrian would be adopted in an adapted Greek alphabet, a development likely rooted in this Hellenistic period where Greek letters became familiar. Indeed, Graffiti and shorter dedications from Greco-Bactrian contexts suggest that locals could at least read Greek. And perhaps the Greeks picked up the Bactrian phrases too. Many people were probably bilingual, navigating Greek in the cities and Bactrian in the countryside or at home. We also have traces of other languages. Aramaic remained in use, and in the later Indo-Greek realm, Prakrit, an Indian language, appeared on some coinage alongside Greek, reflecting a multicultural environment. Daily life in Bactria would have varied between the cosmopolitan cities and the agrarian villages or nomadic encampments. In cities like Bactria and Iconium, a Greek gentleman might wear a chiton or tunic and attend philosophical discussions under a portico, while just outside the city walls, a Persian farmer in traditional dress tilled his field, praying to Mithra for a good harvest. Greeks and Bactrians interacted in markets where goods from many lands had traded hands. Caravans brought Chinese silk and Siberian furs across the steppe. Indian spices and cotton came via the passes, and Bactria's own products, grain, wine, wool, lapis, were all exchanged or exported. A day in the life of a Bactrian Greek merchant might involve haggling over Central Asian horses or purchasing fine textiles from a Parthian trader. Meanwhile, noble estates existed where Greek and Bactrian aristocrats likely intermarried. Roxana's marriage set a precedent, and with time, a mixed Greco-Iranian nobility emerged. One can imagine estate owners speaking Greek at formal dinners, complete with Central Asian wine. In fact, vineyards were introduced, or at least expanded by the Greeks with their technology of it. And of course, switching to Bactrian language when dealing with the local laborers. Gender roles in Bactria combined Greek and local customs. Greek society was typically patriarchal and patrilineal, and in Greek colonies, women often had a domestic role with a somewhat limited public presence. However, Central Asian Iranian culture granted women a measure of respect and occasionally authority. Steppe cultures, for instance, sometimes had women chieftains. Not too common, but sometimes. We see hints that elite women in Greco-Bactria could wield influence. For example, some queens' names appear on the Indo-Greek coins. Queen Agathoclea acted as a regent for her young son Strato in the 1st century BCE, just as a single example. In Bactria, the queens of the ruling dynasties, perhaps bearing Greek or Iranian names, likely owned land or patronized religious activities. The daily life of an ordinary Bactrian woman might involve tending livestock, weaving carpets or cloth. Bactrian wool was quite famous, by the way, and participating in family worship of both Hellenic and local deities. Greek art from this era, like frescoes or figurines, sometimes show a woman in flowing Greek clothing, suggesting that fashions intermixed. A noble lady might wear a Greek-style dress at one occasion and a local embroidered robe at another. Art and architecture in Hellenistic Bactria attained a high level of sophistication too, reflecting a true fusion of East and West. The architecture of Iconium, for instance, features classical Greek elements, Corinthian columns, symmetrical layouts, but also regional features like halls that may have been used for the Zoroastrian rituals. Bactrian artisans were adept in metalwork and sculpture. The famous Oxus treasure, though largely from earlier Achaemenid times, was likely preserved and added to in Bactria through Hellenistic era. It's a hoard of gold and silver objects, by the way, found near the Oxus, with quite exquisite craftsmanship, ornaments, figures, coins, jewelry, things like this. Greco-Bactrian coinage itself is considered quite an art form. Realistic portraits of kings with distinct facial features, a kind of prelude to later Kushan portraiture, and reverse designs that include Greek gods, as well as the occasional local symbol. One king, Agathocles, even issued special edition coins depicting Indian deities like Vishnu and Buddha, demonstrating a broad-minded artistic syncretism intended perhaps for his Indian subjects. These artifacts and coins served not just as economic purposes, but also propaganda of a sort, projecting the image of kingship and the mingling of cultures. We could say that at zenith, the society of Bactria was one of remarkable pluralism. Urban Greeks and local Bactrians lived side by side, and over generations their cultures intertwined. The Greek settlers did not remain detached colonial class. Many just had taken local wives, actually, learned the local language, and adopted a few Bactrian customs, even as they imparted Hellenistic influences into their surroundings. And the result of all of this was a unique Greco-Bactrian culture, where a gymnasium might sit alongside a Zoroastrian fire altar, and where a banquet could include both Mediterranean olive oil, imported with quite a bit of difficulty, and a Central Asian fermented mare's milk. This fusion laid the groundwork for later development. Centuries down the line, when the Kushan Empire would have flourished in the same region, it continued to use the Greek alphabet and worship a mix of Greek, Persian, and Indian gods. And if that's not an enduring legacy of the Greco-Bactrian era, I don't know what is. And here we reach the twilight of Greek rule in Bactria. It came in the mid-2nd century BCE, amid a perfect storm of internal weakness and external invasion. The kingdom had been fracturing from within, you see. Multiple usurpers and claimants fighting civil wars, which severely undermined its ability to respond to dangers. Around 130 BCE, give or take a few years, if you like, the end came. The nomadic onslaught proved to be irresistible. First the Saka, or Scythian tribes, and then the Yuezhi Confederacy burst into Bactria. The once orderly network of Hellenistic cities could not hold against the swift horse archers and massed tribes moving in. City by city, the Greek strongholds fell. The archaeological records at Ai-Khanum show sudden destruction and abandonment around this time. The city was burned, its treasures looted or buried. It was likely taken by force, possibly by Scythian raiders. Other sites in Bactria show evidence of violent ends, or at least abrupt desertion in the late 2nd century BCE. The last Greco-Bactrian king recorded in Bactria is Heliocles. He probably ruled the capital, Bactra, and the remaining territory shrunk under nomadic pressure. Eventually, Heliocles and the remaining Greek forces had to flee. Some may have retreated south into what is now Afghanistan's mountains, or east into the Kabul Valley, where Greek dynasties still hung on for a while. Heliocles is sometimes identified as continuing as a king in Kabul, so-called Heliocles II in numismatics. But the main Bactrian plains were well and truly lost. Greek rule in the Bactrian heartland essentially ceased around 130. In that year, the Yuezhi nomads definitely occupied Bactria, as corroborated by the Chinese sources. The Greco-Bactrian kingdom, the farthest flung part of the Hellenistic world, thus collapsed roughly around 120 years after its founding. But it's worth noting that even as Bactria fell, pockets of Greek rule persisted in Indo-Greek realms to the south and east. The Indo-Greek kings, successors of Demetrius, Eucratides, and their contemporaries, continued to govern parts of northern India for over a century more. The last Indo-Greek princes ruled into the early 1st century CE in Punjab. So I suppose, in a sense, the legacy of the Bactrian Greek leadership did not die out immediately. It rather shifted southward. Many Greek refugees from Bactria likely bolstered the Hellenistic communities in places like Gandhara after fleeing the nomads. Gandhara is in modern Pakistan, by the way. But this influx may have invigorated the Indo-Greek kingdoms culturally and militarily for a time. But in Bactria itself, the end of Greek political power had certainly arrived. But why did the Greco-Bactrian state succumb so completely? The reasons are multifold. Internal fragmentation was a key factor. By fighting each other, the Greek kings weakened their armies and probably alienated the local populations. Bactria cities might not have seen one pretender as more legitimate than another, leading to apathy or even resistance to some kings. Also, the kings stretched their resources thin by campaigning in India, leaving the northern frontier underdefended. When the Scythian nomads began pressing in the 140s BCE, there was likely no unified response. It's also possible that prolonged wars had ruined the economy and depopulated some areas, reducing the manpower available to field armies against the invaders. Meanwhile, the nomads were not a mere rabble. They were organized and quite motivated. The Yejer, in particular, were a whole people on the move, with tens of thousands of horsemen. Even a first-rate Hellenistic army would struggle against that if caught in the open. We don't have any detailed accounts, however, of the battles that sealed Bactria's fate, but one can imagine desperate last stands of phalanx infantry, surrounded by swarms of horse archers, or city gates battered down by hordes of screaming warriors, against which few reinforcements would come. Either way, by 126 BCE, when Jiang Qian visited, he found Greek influence lingering only in the memories and material culture of Daxia, not in its governance. The new masters were the Yuezhi, who would, over the next century, transform into the Kushan Empire, a power that in time rivaled Rome and Han China. The Yuezhi, the Kushans, adopted much from the Greeks. They used the Greek alphabet for writing Bactrian, they minted coins with Greek deities, and they inherited the cities that the Greeks built. But ethnically and politically, the chapter of the Greek rule was closed. There was probably quite a few Greeks that assimilated into the new Greek order, serving as advisors or artists. Others perhaps just cut their losses and migrated west to Parthia, or even back to the Mediterranean. One anecdote illustrates the cultural continuity even as political power changed. The city of Bactra remained a flourishing center under the Kushans, and later earning the nickname Mother of Cities. Greek descendants might still have lived there for generations after the fall. Indeed, in the Kushan period, the 1st to 3rd century CE, we find people with Greek names in this region, suggesting that not all Greeks were killed or expelled, but many of them just became part of the new society. With the Greco-Bactrian kingdom's fall, the curtain came down on Hellenistic sovereignty in Central Asia. It was the end of the story. But the end of every story just means the beginning of another, that of the Silk Road nexus that Bactria would become under the Kushans, and the further blending of East and West. But the legacy of the Greek centuries in Bactria left a mark on Central Asian history, long after the last gasp of the Hellenistic king was gone. Well, we've certainly seen a land that continually reinvented itself under the pressures and opportunities of history, all the way from the Oxus civilization's Bronze Age princesses and fortified oasis. Bactria evolved into a satrapy of the Persian Empire. Guardians on the northeast frontiers, host to exiled Greeks, the cradle of the early Zoroastrian flame. And then came the thunderbolt of Alexander, a brief but pivotal conquest that planted the seed of Hellenism into that rich soil. And those seeds blossomed into the great Greco-Bactrian kingdom, a unique fusion of Greek and Central Asian genius. So we considered the lives of ordinary Bactrians too, men and women navigating a multicultural world of Greek gymnasiums and Eastern bazaars. In the end, we witnessed how fortunes turned the tide against the Greeks of Bactria. Unity shattered and strength sapped. They couldn't withstand the fierce nomadic wave that swept over their fertile land around 130 BCE, and so they fell, but not to vanish without a trace. Its people, cities, art, and ideas, absorbed by the new rulers, and the cultural amalgam lived on. It stands in history as a testament to the dynamism of cultural exchange, a place where the Persian governors, Macedonian adventurers, and Scythian horsemen all played their part, a story from the earliest times to the fall of Greek rule, highlighting the resilience and adaptivity of civilizations right at the crossroads. Long after the last Greek words were spoken in Bactria's streets, the echoes of that extraordinary epic would be held in many languages still. Ancient Bactria's history is truly that saga of continuity amid change, a shining chapter in the human drama of the Silk Road lands, and one which I hope you have enjoyed. I enjoyed talking about Bactria. Well, they don't often talk about them, but it's good to have a voice talk about Bactria. I'm glad that I'm the guy. Thanks so much, everyone. Once again, always a pleasure to have you here, and I'm going to thank those top-tier patrons and supporters. Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Kerry, Charlene, Lynn Therese, Katiana, Nicholas Ulfidnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuronerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Stark Factory, Cheryl, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Talvery, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, and Neftis. Thank you so much. Big clap for you guys. Well, I hope you learned a lot. I hope you got nice and relaxed. I'm nice and relaxed. I always am. Good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all, and I will see you next time. Goodbye for now.